Abdullah II in Amman yesterday. The two were said to have discussed possible peace efforts between the Palestinians and Israel and coordinate on a number of other issues as well, just ahead of Abbas's meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump at the White House, which is set to take place on Wednesday. Abbas held a similar meeting on Saturday with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi in Cairo. athlete to have competed in the Games. And Yom HaAtzmaut celebrations were held here in the U.S. as well, including at the New York State Senate, where legislation was passed in honor of Israel's 69th birthday in support of the country and of the strong bond between Israel and the U.S. Israel's new consul general in New York, Dani Dayan, was honored on the New York Senate floor with a standing ovation. He said that New Yorkers' support gives him and Israel encouragement and inspiration. Britain's Chief Rabbi Ephraim Mervis and the head of the Anglican Church, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, are in Israel this week, part of a Mideast tour. The religious leaders were seen today praying at the Western Wall in Jerusalem. Mervis posted a photo of the event on his Twitter page, calling the joint prayer a unique moment in history. An Israeli chef was recognized for being the best in his field this week. Restaurateur Michael Solomonov was named Outstanding Chef at the 2017 James Beard Foundation Awards in Chicago on Monday night, the highest award given by the foundation. Solomonov runs several restaurants in Philadelphia serving Israeli Sephardic-style food, including the highly rated Zahav. Well, the Tony Award nominations were announced yesterday, and among the Jewish honorees, Bette Midler, nominated for Best Leading Actress in the revival of Hello, Dolly. Pulitzer Prize winner Paula Vogel for her play Indecent. Composers Stephen Levinson and Benj Pasek for the score of Dear Evan Hansen, and Ben Platt for Best Leading Actor in the musical. Nominated for Best Featured Actor in a Musical, Brandon Uranowitz for the revival of Falsettos, and husband and wife duo David Hein and Irene Sankoff were recognized for the score of Come From Away. Also of note, Oslo, which tells of backroom talks leading to the 1993 Oslo Peace Accords between the Israelis and the Palestinians, was nominated as well for Best Play. The Tony Awards will be handed out June the 11th at New York City's Radio City Music Hall.
Israel celebrated its 69th birthday this week, Yom HaAtzmaut. The Hebrew anniversary of the founding of the modern state of Israel takes place on the 5th day of the Hebrew month of Iyar. But this year, Israel celebrated Independence Day on the 6th of Iyar. The day before Israel's Independence Day is Israel's memorial to those who were killed in Israel's wars and to those who died in terror attacks. It's known as Yom HaZikaron. The Israeli parliament, the Knesset, passed a law that if Yom HaZikaron falls on a Sunday, when the 4th of Iyar is a Sunday and the 5th is a Monday, the Memorial Day and Independence Days are delayed. All Jewish holidays begin the night before. The delay is to make certain that no preparation for Yom HaZikaron will be done before the end of the Shabbat, of the Sabbath, on Saturday night. That is what happened this year. Part of the fun and celebrations this year was a riddle. This was not a simple child's riddle. The riddle, which was online with multiple layers, had 90,000 people attempt to solve it in its first 48 hours. 6 people solved it so far. The riddle was created by the Israel National Security Agency, known in Hebrew simply as Shin Bet. It is a form of recruitment. Those who solve the riddle will be invited in for an interview. The riddle is a tool to help recruit candidates who can bolster and build the Shin Bet's high-tech security and defense apparatus. Last year, Israel's Mossad provided the riddle, and 20,000 people attempted to solve their problem. Israel is using games to attract gamers. Computer games are the foundation of tech security. Those who excel in gaming are good at real-world games of defense. Turkish President Erdogan visited Moscow and just returned to Turkey. He went to meet Russia's President Putin. The two leaders discussed plans for dealing with Syria and for attacking terrorists. They discussed American involvement in the world affairs, and of course, they discussed President Trump. Erdogan has a busy travel schedule. In addition to Putin, he is scheduled to meet with Trump in Washington next month. Yesterday, Putin and Trump spoke by phone. They spoke about Syria and North Korea. There are a number of important international meetings and phone calls happening right now. Most of the dialogue, no matter which leaders are involved in the conversation, focuses on the same topic. A powerful local tribe in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula says it killed 8 suspected ISIS fighters in a battle and captured 3 more. The Terabin tribe has clashed repeatedly with the local ISIS affiliate in recent weeks. opening a new front against the insurgency raging in the northern Sinai, which borders Gaza and Israel. Musa Eldal, a senior member of the tribe, said the clashes broke out Tuesday in the town of Rafah along the Gaza border and that no tribesmen were killed. Justin Bieber performed yesterday in Tel Aviv's Ganei Yehoshua Park, a totally sold-out concert. It was the talk of Israel, especially because of the traffic jams. Despite threats from BDS and Roger Waters, pressure on performers to boycott Israel, mega-name performers are still coming to Israel. Last month, Britney Spears performed on April 4th. The traffic was so bad because of her concert that the Labour Party postponed their primary elections for fear that people would not be able to get to their polling stations. U.S. President Trump met with Palestinian President Abbas in the White House yesterday. In a joint press conference that took place after the meeting, President Trump said that, quote, "we will get this done," unquote. He was referring to a deal. Trump continued saying that he, quote, "will do whatever is necessary," unquote, to reach a deal between the Israelis and the Palestinians. He's continued to say that there is a very good chance for an agreement. For his part, Abbas said that, quote, "we are coming to a new opportunity, a new horizon that would enable us to bring about peace," unquote. In a separate press conference, Abbas said that he is committed to the 67 borders and that the Palestinian capital must be Jerusalem. Quote, "less than this is unacceptable," unquote. Officials and experts from Gulf Arab countries are in Washington for the next 2 weeks to take part in a series of public lectures aimed at addressing issues of concern for the region under the Trump administration. Saudi's Undersecretary for International Communication at the Information Ministry, Abdul Mohsen Alas, says that the talks will address, quote, "issues of misunderstanding and miscommunication," unquote, between the United States and its Gulf allies through direct talks and frank discussions on important issues. The U.S. launched an unarmed missile capable of sending a nuclear bomb across the world on Wednesday from a coastal California military base amid rising tensions between the United States and North Korea. The Air Force Global Strike Command said that the unarmed Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile blasted off from a silo at 12:02 a.m. from the Vandenberg Air Force Base and delivered a single reentry vehicle to a target about 4,200 miles away at Kwajalein Atoll in the Pacific Ocean. This is the second time in the week that the U.S. launched a Minuteman missile thousands of miles away. It is a clear message to North Korea. ISIS militants are developing their own social media platform to avoid security crackdowns on their communications and propaganda, according to the head of the European Union's policy agency. Europol Director Rob Wainwright said that the new online platform had been uncovered during a 48-hour operation against internet extremism last week. He said that, quote, "within that operation it was revealed IS was now developing its very own social media platform, its own part of the internet, to run its agenda." Yesterday, in the most recent skirmish between the U.S. and Russia, in the sky, Russian aircraft once again skirted close to U.S. airspace. It was another move in a game that Putin enjoys playing. This time was different. In the most recent round of this game, 4 Russian planes flew close to Alaska. 2 of the planes were Tu-95 Bear bombers, planes so slow-moving that they are considered to be dinosaurs in the world of aeronautics, yet still capable of carrying nuclear weapons. These old planes, however, were escorted by 2 brand-new Su-35s, considered to be top-of-the-line Russian air power. The planes are so new and so special that this was the first time the United States ever saw the Su-35 close up. The United States sent 2 F-22 stealth jet fighters to escort the Russians away. It all took place about 50 miles from Alaska. It ended without incident. U.S. President Donald Trump will attend the G7 summit in Sicily later this month. He will visit the Vatican on May 24th, the NATO conference in Brussels on May 25th, the G7 conference in Sicily on May 26th and 27th. As of now, May 22nd and 23rd will be days Trump will visit Israel. The First Lady, Melania, will accompany him for the entire trip. He will also visit Saudi Arabia. A senior administration official said that Saudi Arabia will be the first country visited and that the symbolism is intentional. This is a new twist on presidential trips. In the past, the pattern of the last 5 presidents first visited the United States neighbors. Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, and George H.W. Walker Bush, 41, visited Canada first. George W. Bush, 43, and Ronald Reagan visited Mexico first. Going to NATO and G7 don't count as state visits to a country. A White House official explained, the reason why we chose the Saudis first is because they are the custodians of the 2 holy mosques. From the White House point of view, it will touch the capitals of all 3 major monotheistic religions, Rome, Jerusalem, and Saudi Arabia. Since non-believers are not permitted in Mecca, so Trump will convene all meetings in Riyadh. Asked for elaboration, the official said, we thought that it was very important because obviously people have tried to portray the president in a certain way, but I think that what he wants to do is to solve the same problem that a lot of the leaders in the Islamic world want to do. Iran attempted to test fire a cruise missile from a midget sub yesterday. The U.S. Defense Department announced that the test failed. This was the second failure. Defense Department and other analysts say that this missile and almost every other missile has North Korea written all over it. From the very first Iranian missile, North Korea has been involved. Their proof is that the Iranian missiles are almost carbon copies of North Korean missiles. The midget sub is also called the Yonu-class sub. Only 2 countries in the world deploy this weapon, Iran and North Korea. As mentioned yesterday on this program, Justin Bieber performed in Tel Aviv to a sellout crowd. It was the talk of Israel, not just the performance, but also, or maybe especially because of the traffic it generated in Tel Aviv. A 23-year-old ultra-Orthodox woman named Ruth Siskin was one of the attendees at the concert. Of all the people at Gnei Yehuda Stadium, even though she had to leave the performance after hearing only the backup performers, Ruth probably had the most memorable experience of all. And that's because, in the middle of the concert, Ruth went into labor. She said, I wasn't having contractions, so I didn't think I needed to be resting. At first, I was disappointed that I didn't get to see the show because I was going into labor. But now I'm happy because I have an amazing daughter. I'm a modern Haredi woman, so don't be surprised. There are a lot of Haredi women who like Justin Bieber. When I bought the tickets, I was sure I would give birth before the concert or after it, but I never believed I would give birth during the concert. I had a son, and I would have named him Justin, but I had a girl, and we named her Hadar. It is with a heavy heart that I announce the death of Rabbi Benny Elon, former Israeli Minister of Tourism and longtime member of Knesset, Rosh Yeshiva and educator, son of Menachem Elon, former Supreme Court Justice. He was 62 and succumbed to cancer. Rabbi Elon was passionate and thoughtful. His love of Israel and Judaism and the Jewish people informed his every word and deed. He will be missed. I will miss him.
And that was the JBS News Week in Review. I'm Tisha Bader. See you Monday with a JBS News Update.
You're watching JBS, the Jewish Broadcasting Service, expanding Jewish understanding.
Spend an evening with Shoki JFS, Wednesday at the Crowne Plaza Hotel in Stamford, Connecticut. Shoki JFS will be honoring members of the community during a delightful night of drinks, dinner, a live auction, and live stand-up comedy. Receiving the 38th Annual Mitzvah Award will be the Beldadi family, owners of a family-owned kosher bakery in Stamford that has supported organizations within the Jewish community and beyond for over 3 decades. And receiving the 11th Annual Young Leadership Award will be Mark Frank, a member of the Shoki JFS board since 2015. The evening will be capped off with the side-splitting comedy of Steve Solomon, creator and star of the 2-time award-winning Broadway smash hit, My Mother's Italian, My Father's Jewish, and I'm in Therapy. Steve delivers a stand-up routine you simply won't want to miss. That's Wednesday at the Crowne Plaza Hotel in Stamford, Connecticut. RSVP online at ctjfs.org for an evening with Shoki JFS.
Follow JBS on Facebook, Twitter, and join with JBS in expanding Jewish understanding.
although that doesn't always mean they live next door to each other, but they are living, coexisting in the same city. So was the question about living together in the same city like in those examples of like a Jerusalem or a Jaffa?
Yeah, I mean, most cities in Israel are very mixed. Even in populations like in the city I live in, Modi'in, there isn't a large population of Arabs that live in the city, but my children's doctors are Arabs, my pharmacist is an Arab, and I'm, working with professional Arabs all the time in the community. Okay. So it's very rare in Israel to have a city that is completely not mixed. But when we ask this question, in your opinion, should Arabs and Jews live in mixed neighborhoods? Both Jews and Arabs, around 30% of both said they should. So a large majority of both Jews and Arabs said they shouldn't. But what's interesting about this, when asked should Jews and Arabs have their children in the same school, there was a more significant amount of Arabs and Jews who actually want their children to study in the same school. In fact, more Arabs than Jews, but still both Jews and Arabs would rather their children study in the same school than have themselves live in mixed communities, which is a very ironic finding, but positive nonetheless.
Yeah, no, it is interesting. So, I mean, do you understand that as sort of saying, well, perhaps these two communities are not quite ready to live together on a daily basis, but they do want exposure. One community does want the exposure of the other community and is sort of open to some sort of coexistence. Is that how you take it, or how do you view those results?
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is, we asked the question, should Haredim, that is ultra-Orthodox Jews, and secular Jews live in the same, live in mixed communities? And what you would think, what your intuition would say is that, well, the Haredim already live in very secluded neighborhoods without secular people. So you'd think that the Haredim wouldn't want to live in communities with secular people because they choose not to live in communities with secular people. And secular people who tend to be more liberal and open would want to live in a community where you have all types of people, including ultra-Orthodox. But the findings are the opposite, that Haredim are actually open to living with people who are secular, and people who are secular are not interested in living with people who are Haredi. Now, the reason why I think this is the case is because the Haredim assume that when they live with secular people, the secular people will have to follow their rules and their laws. And secular people know that in order for them to live their secular life, they can't have that Haredi population dictating how they can live their life. So while secular people want to have a life that's open and, have to go to restaurants on Shabbat and dressed unmodestly, that's an open society where people can do whatever they want. But the Haredim, who have a very, very strict set of guidelines that dictate how they live their life, they are open to having other people live amongst them, but the assumption is that people will follow their belief system and their culture. So I think what this tells us is that the people in Israel, they want to live their life as they see it and how they want to live their life, but they're not prepared to compromise that. And so you have that in these findings. I think that's very clear. That while people are happy to live with other people, they're not prepared to give up their system of beliefs and their culture in order to do that.
Right. Well, it sounds like what you're saying is that Israelis want to live in a society where there's mutual respect and that they're not going to feel like one community is sort of imposing on the other. Is that what you would say?
I think there is a segment of the population, such as the Haredim, who assume that if they lived in mixed communities, their culture would be the one that's monopolized and would be dominant, which is why they have no problem saying, yeah, we don't mind secular people living in our community as long as they follow our community's guidelines. While secular people, they know, well, we don't want Haredim to live in our community because we don't want to have all our restaurants closed on the Sabbath, and we want to have buses that run on the Sabbath. So it's a split. It's a weird thing that the group in Israel that's the most secluded is the one that wants to have other people living amongst them.
Right. Well, and we should make the distinction because you're talking about Haredim, again, that's ultra-Orthodox. You ask a different question as far as secular Israelis and religious Israelis that are not necessarily ultra-Orthodox, but let's say modern Orthodox, conservative, observant Israelis, and those results were different. Am I correct that secular Israelis were open to living with observant Israelis, but not the ultra-Orthodox, as you just spoke about, those results?
That's correct. When asked that question, should secular and religious people live in mixed neighborhoods in Israel, the people who are totally secular, 47% said yes, that secular and religious people should live in the mixed neighborhoods. Now, 50% of people who are totally secular said no. But when you ask someone if they're, we give the option of totally secular and an option of secular traditional, which is people who you would look at and say, okay, this is a person who's not religious, but they may do some religious things such as not eat pork or, have a Friday night dinner. So something that, you wouldn't define them as being religious, but in their secular lives, there is some religious component to them. So those people were 69% in favor of living with religious people. And of the religious people who were asked, now this doesn't include the ultra-Orthodox, this is people who just say that they are religious. 81% of those people say they do want to live with secular people.
And it's interesting because this opens a whole other conversation about Israel in general, and that is that perhaps when we say secular in the United States, we mean something a little bit differently. In Israel, when you are secular, you're still living the Jewish calendar in many ways because it's a Jewish state, and on Passover you will only find kosher for Passover things in the supermarkets for the most part. On Hanukkah, you will find, sufganiyot or donuts in the store. Many secular Jews have some sort of a Friday night dinner, as we think of it here in the U.S., but they don't consider themselves religious. So it's an interesting conversation. What is a secular Israeli? Because in many ways, as you said, they do follow many of the Jewish traditions just because it is part of the day-to-day life in Israel.
Right. You stated it very, very well. It's certainly the case that in Israel, Israel's a Jewish state. I joke and I say I'm Jewish because I'm from Judah. That is what makes me Jewish. So, just like when I lived in Canada, we had Christmas, and schools were closed, and everyone knows Christmas is a holiday. But Christmas has become such a part of society such as Canada and America that people don't think of it as like a religious thing anymore. They just think of it as like almost a civic holiday. And in Israel, the same is true for totally secular people with the Jewish calendar. That, it just makes sense that we have all the Jewish holidays off because these are the holidays that the state is built around. And, what's interesting is the whole Jewish calendar is basically created in Israel, and it's based on the seasons in Israel. And, it's what makes us the Jewish people, that we have all these customs and traditions. And, it's very hard to say that Judaism is only a religion, that, if you're a Jew, that's your religion. Well, it's not really the case because many Jews, as you are well aware, are completely secular. And here in Israel, we found very interesting differences between someone who says that they are totally secular and someone who says they're secular with a little bit of tradition to them. And these differences are very interesting. And it says a lot about the society that, everyone, for example, on Yom Kippur, nobody drives on Yom Kippur. You will see very, 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 very few cars driving on Yom Kippur, and that's across the whole spectrum. But maybe there are people who are totally secular, totally secular, will not eat bacon. And you think to yourself, okay, they're not religious at all. They've never been to a synagogue, yet they don't eat pork. And it's a very interesting thing. And these are the small differences between the people who are totally secular and secular traditional.
Interesting. Now let's get back to that question about two communities living together, because you also asked this question of Muslim Arabs and Christian Arabs in Israel, who responded somewhat similarly. You asked them, should those two groups live together, and what were those results like?
Right. I mean, these were even stronger. So amongst Muslims, it was 72%, definitely should not. Among Christians, it was 91%, definitely should not. So it's clear by these that Israelis, Jewish, Christian, Arab, they don't think they need to live in mixed communities. People, it's a very tribal, the Middle East is a very tribal area. And even though, and this is one of the most, happy findings, the most positive findings is when you ask Israelis, both Arab and Jewish, or Muslim, Christian, and Jewish, are you comfortable being yourself in Israel? 80% of Arabs say yes, they are comfortable being themselves in Israel. I can tell you that 47% say they are very comfortable being themselves in Israel, and 27% say they're somewhat comfortable. But an overwhelming majority of Arabs and an overwhelming majority of Jews is even stronger, at about 80% of Jews, 90% of Jews are comfortable being themselves in Israel. But at the same time, they also prefer to live in communities of people who share their own religious and cultural beliefs. When we ask the question of should people who are on the left and right live in the same community, there was no question. Yes, people who are left and right should definitely live in the same community. That's not an issue that people care to separate from. Mizrahi and Ashkenazi, people who are, of Sephardic background and European background. No problem. I think it's like 90% of the population says, we have no problem having these types of mixed communities. But when it comes to ethnicities, religious ethnicities, and level of religiosity, and Christian Arabs and Muslims, people do not want to live in mixed communities. And I think it's practical. It's very practical. You want to be able to, if you're Jewish and secular, you want to be able to have buses. You want to be able to have non-kosher restaurants. And you don't want to be restricted whatsoever. If you're Christian and you don't want to live in a community where you're going to hear a muezzin, a mosque, a loudspeaker 5 times a day. So you live in a community that is predominantly made up of people of your own ethnicity, your own religious background.
Interesting. So let's get back to that question for a second that you asked about identity. And if Arabs feel comfortable, if Jews feel comfortable expressing their identity in Israel. And again, the majority of Arabs, which you said really is an incredible number, said that yes, they do. And they're, living in a Jewish state, that the majority of Arabs feel comfortable expressing their identity, that they feel free to do so. But again, want to remain in their own communities, and Jews, the results from the Jewish communities being very similar, which again is an interesting sort of dichotomy. The fact that they want sort of that separation, and yet they feel very comfortable in Israel to be themselves. When they
right.
And I know your president, Avinoam Bar Yosef, said about the survey that the fact that many Arabs living in the Jewish state define their primary identity as Israeli and feel comfortable and at home in Israel is very encouraging. Let's talk about that for a second, about that Israeli identity.
Sure. So we asked of the Arabs, what is your central identity? And 59% of the Arabs say their central identity is Arab. 23% said their central identity is Israeli, and almost 15% said Palestinian, with another 3-4% that don't know or refuse to give an answer. So what's really interesting about this is, it's brought up a lot with the issue of the conflict with Arabs, and how the question of, do we want to have Arabs living in Israel who really don't want to be here and they'd rather be living in under Palestinian control? Well, in our survey, we found that more Arab Israelis consider their primary identity as being Israeli than Palestinian. And this is a very positive finding. And going back to the question of how comfortable do you feel being yourself in Israel, even those Arabs who identify that Palestinian is their central identity, 41% of them are very comfortable being themselves in Israel. So even people who define their identity as not being Israeli are comfortable being in Israel, are comfortable living in Israel. So if I add up the two categories, somewhat comfortable and very comfortable, 64% of Arabs who identify as being Palestinian as their central identity are comfortable being themselves in Israel. So a Palestinian Arab being himself or herself in Israel feels comfortable. So that's a very interesting thing that, raises several questions about the conflict itself. And, one would think that, in a two-state solution compromise, the Arabs living in Israel would probably want to continue living in Israel and feel very comfortable living in Israel.
Right. So what is it that you asked people about the two-state solution? What were those questions and responses like?
We didn't really ask questions specifically about the peace process or anything like that. There are a number of surveys in Israel that looks at those questions. We asked a question that you could say it's somewhat of a proxy question. We listed all the types of groups in Israeli society: soldiers, secular people, Ashkenazim, Mizrahi, Kibbuznikim, Druze, national religious, Russian immigrants, Ethiopian immigrants, French immigrants, people who live in North Tel Aviv, all these different groups. We gave each person a chance to respond to the survey and say how each one of these groups contributes to the success of Israel. And even among the Arabs, the Israeli soldiers ranked quite positive. So among the non-Christian Arabs, so those are Druze, Bedouins, Muslims, they rated the contribution to the success of Israel by soldiers as a 3 out of 4, which is quite positive. An interesting finding is non-Christian Arabs, so Muslim Arabs, they think the group that contributes the most success to Israel is the residents of North Tel Aviv.
Interesting. How do you explain that?
I think you could say that residents of North Tel Aviv, they're upper middle class, they're working hard, they are probably friendly and easygoing, and I guess for some reason this is something that resonates really well with Arabs, and it's a group that they might want to emulate, that they say, okay, this is a population that's friendly and open and not extreme, and this is the type of Israel that we'd like to see for the whole Israel. And what's interesting, both the Arabs and most of the Jewish groups find that the Haredim contribute one of the lowest amounts to the success of Israel. So, for example, totally secular Israelis think that Haredim and yeshiva students contribute less to the success of Israel than they think Muslim Arabs do. So they think Muslim Arabs contribute more to the success of Israel than the ultra-Orthodox do, which is quite fascinating considering the state subsidizes the ultra-Orthodox living by a substantial amount. So, the ultra-Orthodox make the argument that, we need to pay for their yeshivas because it's their contribution to the state. But actually, both the totally secular and the secular traditional Israelis give the Haredim quite a low score when it comes to their contribution to the success of Israel.
Interesting. And that may also, do you think, perhaps be as a result of a lot of policies that come out of the Israeli government that many non-religious Israelis or even religious Israelis, but not ultra-Orthodox, feel that there are a lot of policies, that the ultra-Orthodox have a lot of power in the Israeli government. There are many rules under the rabbinate in Israel that maybe not everybody feels comfortable with. So my take on what you just said is that maybe those numbers reflect some resentment or some feelings among Israeli society that, more from what happens in like government policies regarding things like marriage and divorce and conversion, as opposed to maybe the question that you asked. I'm just wondering if what you think about that, if there's been an impact on that.
Absolutely. I mean, you never know the reason people give responses on surveys. But you can pretty much surmise that the totally secular people and the traditional secular people are very unhappy with the amount of overrepresentation that the ultra-Orthodox get, especially in the current government. And their lifestyle. I think this contributes to why secular Israelis wouldn't want to live with Haredim, and why Haredim would think that secular people should live with them, because even though they're smaller in number than the rest of the population, they've been able to monopolize several policies in order for them to benefit the most.
Right.
So I think you're right to say that there's animosity and there's resentment and frustration.
Now, Noah, yourself, you made Aliyah, as you mentioned, from Canada about 9 years ago. How do you...
Yeah, it will be 9 years this July.
Okay, so how do you see the integration of Israeli society and the level of pluralism? I mean, through this survey, but also just through your own personal view, I'm wondering what your take is, and if there's anything that really surprised you, or if the results were kind of what you expected.
It's interesting coming from a multicultural society like Canada and living in Israel. You would think, Canada is so pluralistic, it's so multicultural, that it would be such a change coming to Israel. But the truth is Israel is such a diverse society that, yes, there's, 80% of the population are Jewish, but Jews come in all different colors and all different beliefs. And, now more than ever, there's so many different foreign workers that are becoming more and more part of the Israeli fabric of society, that it is becoming a very diverse place. And pluralism, we always have this argument at JVBI about what pluralism is. So, for example, if you're ultra-Orthodox and you want your child to have a school where girls and boys aren't in the same classroom, so it would be unpluralistic for the state not to provide that opportunity. Now, one can look and say, look, you have classes where boys and girls are not in the same classroom. How is that pluralistic? It's the opposite of pluralistic. And we find that there's this paradox of pluralism, and this is where you get the notion of reasonable accommodation. in a multicultural society, you hear this term of reasonable accommodation. That what is reasonable for the state to allow in order for people to feel comfortable. So in Israel, it turns out the answer is quite a lot. That even though a large majority of the population doesn't think it's acceptable to have buses where men and women have separate seating, there is a segment of the population that's important to them, and so there is accommodation made for those groups to be able to have that. Same with beaches. For example, the ultra-Orthodox, they don't want to have beaches where men and women are together. So, one can look at a beach where in the mornings it's for women and the afternoons it's for men and say, okay, this isn't very pluralistic. You have a beach where men and women can't go on at the same time. But on the other hand, for someone who's ultra-Orthodox, they say, okay, this is very pluralistic because, I'm living my life the way I want, and someone else is living the life that they want, and we're not interrupting. I think, there's always a problem finding the balance where everybody is happy.
Yes.
I don't think such a thing exists, but I think, we're far from the craziness you saw last summer with the burkinis in France, and France outlawing women who fully cover themselves at the beach. I mean, I don't think such a thing would ever happen in Israel. For the reasons that, it's a very pluralistic society where, in order for a Jewish state to function where Jews can all say they feel comfortable, like our survey shows, there needs to be a high level of accommodation.
Yes.
Even for someone like me who would say, okay, this is unreasonable accommodation. For people who look at it differently, they think it is a very reasonable accommodation.
Well, the survey certainly raises so many interesting issues, Noah. Thank you so much for sharing the results and for talking about it. I will wish you a happy Independence Day, and I hope we can check back with you in the future to talk more about some of these issues that the JPPI survey raised. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Noah Slepkoff is a fellow at the Jewish People Policy Institute, an independent professional policy planning think tank in Jerusalem. Thank you to him for joining us here on JBS, and thank you, as always, to our director and production coordinator, Sloan Copeland, JBS Associate Director, Dara Golub, and our editors, Dennis Golan and John McDevitt. I'm Tisha Bader in for Mark Golub on this edition of In the News.
See, Jews are behind so many achievements over the centuries, it's hard to know where to start. We've all heard about Moses and David, the prophets, and other Jews from biblical times. But not all of us are aware of the huge number of achievements Jews have been responsible for in the modern times, just in the area of arts and entertainment.
This is so cool. Music, all kinds, painting, sculpture, photography, the movies, radio, TV.
And look here, Jews are right up there in politics, law, and human rights, too.
What about science and medicine? There's everything from the atom to psychoanalysis.
And don't forget about business either. Jews revolutionized retailing, manufacturing, even the labor movement.
I bet that isn't even the whole story either. Not even close.
This is all true?
You bet. But if you want to see more, we can check it all out in this cool time machine we're in. Pretty impressive, aren't we, Beth? The Jewish people really are a light unto the nations. All these great Jewish achievements make me proud to be Jewish.
Me too, Avi. Thinking more about what Mark Twain wrote, what do you think the secret is of our survival?
Well, it's not strength in numbers, We're less than 1/4% of the world's population.
Not to mention that throughout the ages, we've suffered persecution, oppression, exile, even death.
And despite all that, we're still here. Now there's a great achievement for you. Jewish survival.
What do you mean, Avi?
Well, look at everything the Jews have been through since ancient times. The land of Israel invaded by the Romans. The Jewish people driven out of their native land and scattered all over the world. The many wars Israel has fought, and the Holocaust, where 6 million Jews died at the hands of the Nazis during World War II.
Despite the anti-Semitism, we're still here. It takes someone special to survive, Beth. Maybe that's the secret.
It has to take more than someone special to survive all that. You know, like a higher power. Like someone's looking out for us.
Avi, one thing I do remember from Hebrew school is that the Jews are God's eternal people. Maybe the secret of our survival isn't such a secret after all. The Torah teaches us how to be a light unto the nations.
There you go, Robin. The Torah, another great Jewish achievement. The Torah is the foundation of Judaism. It's the original instruction manual not only on how to be a good Jew, but how to be a good person.
It's like a miracle. The Torah has survived along with the Jewish people for thousands of years.
Law, morality, monotheism, and justice all originate in the Torah. And so much of what's in the Torah has inspired many great works of literature, art, drama, and poetry. Judaism itself gave birth to Christianity and Islam.
It really is amazing. As a people, we're small, we're old, yet we're strong in spirit. I think it's a strong spirit that helps us survive. Even Israel, our homeland, is small.
Tiny is more like it. And surrounded by enemies. The Arabs have 600 times more land, but Israel keeps on going, and it has an army that can really kick butt.
It has to, Avi. Look at this. There are 56 times more Arabs in the world than there are Jews in Israel. The Palestinians and other Arabs say they want to push Israel into the sea.
Even with the higher power looking out for us, it's good to know that Israel can take care of herself.
Israel doesn't just take care of herself. Israel welcomes Jews from the 4 corners of the world. Spanish Jews, Romanian Jews, all different kinds of Jews. And Israel saved over 1 million Jews from the former Soviet Union.
There's more. Iraqi Jews, Persian Jews, and how about the Jews from Yemen brought out of the desert to Israel by plane?
When did that happen?
In 1949. It was called Operation Magic Carpet, and just a few years ago, Israel rescued tens of thousands of Jews from Ethiopia, the only black people ever brought out of Africa who were not brought out in chains.
So many different kinds of Jews, but one big family, a family that can take care of each other.
Family? I never thought of it that way before.
Maybe that's part of the secret of our survival, too. Jews take care of each other no matter what race or color, or where they live, or how religious they are. That's the Jewish family tradition.
What I think is pretty cool is that every Jew, no matter where they live in the world, has a home in Israel.
Israel is so beautiful and modern, even though her history and her people are thousands of years old.
For a tiny country, it has achieved so much since its rebirth in 1948. Just look what Israel has given to the world.
To a land that I will show you. Lech lecha, to a place you do not know. Lech ilach, on your journey I will bless you.
Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. Like the Jewish people, Israel is a light unto the nations, a shining example of a great Jewish achievement.
From all we've seen, Avi, it's true that the Jews and Israel really are a blessing to the world. So what are we going to do next?
Well, how about the big picture? See, Jews are behind so many achievements over the centuries, it's hard to know where to start. We've all heard about Moses and David, the prophets, and other Jews from biblical times. But not all of us are aware of the huge number of achievements Jews have been responsible for in the modern times, just in the area of arts and entertainment.
This is so cool. Music, all kinds, painting, sculpture, photography. The movies, radio, TV?
And look here, Jews are right up there in politics, law, and human rights, too.
What about science and medicine? There's everything from the atom to psychoanalysis.
And don't forget about business either. Jews revolutionized retailing, manufacturing, even the labor movement.
I bet that isn't even the whole story either. Not even close.
This is all true?
You bet. But if you want to see more, we can check it all out in this cool time machine we're in.
Jewish achievement in the law can be traced back to the Ten Commandments from earliest biblical times. The laws that were given to Moses are the real essence of morality and are the basis for our everyday laws.
And the Bible has been called the greatest gift given to mankind, a gift to the world from the Jews. The book has given us the concepts of freedom, just laws, and charity. Its philosophies are the basis of the world's great monotheistic religion and the code of law in every free nation on earth.
But some of the world's recent breakthroughs in law have been created by Jews as well.
International law and peace conferences gave the world an alternative to war between nations with the invention of compulsory arbitration as a peaceful solution to international problems.
The creation of the Permanent Court of Arbitration at a peace conference in The Hague in 1899 was the innovation of the Dutch Jew Tobias Asser. The concept of the League of Nations and the United Nations came from Asser's idea that disputes between countries should not be solved with guns, but with reasoning, and still provide some hope for the future.
In courtrooms, a written argument in a case is called a brief. Often, especially in cases concerning the U.S. Constitution, a brief will include lots of economic and sociological data. That's called a Brandeis brief, named after Louis Brandeis.
He became known as the People's Attorney because he fought the excesses of big business and government, and he was Supreme Court Justice for 23 years. Brandeis University is named after him.
In December of 1948, the first Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted by the United Nations.
René Cassin, a Jew, wrote it, and it declared that all the world's people were entitled to liberty, freedom, and equality. Cassin won the Nobel Peace Prize for this achievement.
In the 1960s, American women banded together to work towards equal rights and job opportunities, and the modern American feminist movement and the National Organization for Women were created. Their founder was Betty Friedan.
In 1963, she wrote the book The Feminine Mystique. It called upon all women to challenge the traditional roles society placed them in and to seek personal fulfillment. She founded the National Organization of Women in 1966 and went on to continue her role as a leading champion of equal rights.
Today, we're still talking about how the women's movement hasn't gone far enough.
Or for some people, how it's gone too far.
This debate probably won't be settled anytime soon, but the women's movement is still a force for change in societies around the world.
And while we're still on the subject of women, here's something I bet you didn't know.
In the early 20th century in America, a Jewish woman from Baltimore named Henrietta Zolt put together a group of Jewish female volunteers to bring medical and social help to Jews living in Palestine.
That's what Israel used to be called.
Well, that little group of women became the biggest women's organization and the biggest volunteer association in America. The hospitals and medical school they run in Israel are among the finest in the world, and it all began with one Jewish lady from Baltimore.
By the start of the 20th century, more people than ever were leaving farms to work in factories where working conditions were dangerous, benefits unheard of, and wages so low that workers had to put in 12 or 14 hours a day.
Didn't they have a union to fight for their rights?
Well, they didn't, but they got one thanks to a Jewish cigar maker named Samuel Gompers, who founded the AFL, the American Federation of Labor. Gompers wasn't interested in political objectives, only in winning better pay, better conditions, and real benefits for workers. No wonder he was union president for life. Many of those turn-of-the-century factory workers were immigrants who came from Europe to the United States through New York City, and the first bit of America a lot of them saw was the Statue of Liberty.
The words engraved on the statue's pedestal are famous the world over and are considered the most important expressions of American values ever written. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free.
They were the words of the American Jewish poet Emma Lazarus, who worked with immigrants at a Lower East Side settlement house. Like Lady Liberty's torch, it has lit the way for millions of immigrants seeking a better life in America.
You were right. The Jews are in a perfect place to speak up about the law and human rights. We've been involved for centuries.
And we've been arguing about it ever since.
Hey, didn't you say a Jew had something to do with time travel?
I did, and that's part of our next stop, so hang on.
And you shall be our blessing. You shall be our blessing. You shall be our blessing.
You're watching JBS, the Jewish Broadcasting Service, expanding Jewish understanding.
Bethel Synagogue Center in New Rochelle, New York is hosting an Israel event that's open to the entire community from 2 to 6 p.m. Share the love of Israel with a lively afternoon that will include panels, an Israel forum, a keynote speaker, kids activities, Israeli food and music, and more. Take part in different panels with representatives from major Israel organizations and hear IDF Colonel Kobi Marom, one of the leading experts on the situation along Israel's northern border, give a keynote address. For more information, visit seeisraeltoday.com and join Beth El Synagogue Center in New Rochelle from 2 to 6 p.m. to share the love of Israel through See Israel, support, education, and engagement for Israel. Dimensions of the Daf with Rabbi Mordechai Becher on JBS is made possible in part by the B.L. Manger Foundation in memory of Ben Manger.
Hi, I'm Rabbi Mordechai Becher, and this is Dimensions of the Daf with Shalom TV. And I know that as you are watching this, I believe you should be starting Maseches Nedorim. Congratulations on starting a new Masechta and on finishing Ksuvos. However, I'd like to dwell on a little bit on the end of Ksubas. You know, we're always reluctant to leave. You're in a beautiful vacation spot, etc., so you're reluctant to leave. So Ksubas, we're probably a little reluctant to leave it, so therefore I'm going to feed into that reluctance, especially since the last few daf of Ksubas deal with a subject which is very dear to my heart, the land of Israel. Beautiful, beautiful stuff in the Gemara about the land of Israel. And there's one particular section I would like to look at, which I think has been misinterpreted, blown out of proportion, etc. And I think it's an important thing to look at briefly, which is on Kuf Yud Aleph, Amud Aleph. Kuf Yud Aleph, Amud Aleph. The Gemara there is interpreting 3 verses in Shir HaShirim, Song of Songs. As you'll see on the screen, there are 3 verses, and they say 3 times it says that God, Hishbati eschem benois Yerushalayim, I have given you an oath, O daughters of Jerusalem, meaning the Jews. God says to the Jews, I've given an oath to you, at least apparently to the Jews. And it says, the first, an oath against arousing love until it is desired. And the second one, Hishbati eschem benois Yerushalayim, bitzvois v'yalsasodim ta'iru v'im toras ava asher tichbatz, same thing. Each one of them pretty much 3 times says the same idea, which is don't arouse the love ad shetichbatz, until it's desired. So how is that understood? So I've got the entire Gemara here. Don't worry, I know it looks like a lot, but I'm just going to very briefly. The Gemara basically starts by saying, it is better for a person to live in Israel, even in the city, which is the majority of the city are idol worshippers, than to live outside of Israel, even if the majority of the city are Jewish. So what he's saying is better to live in a city in Israel where there are a majority of idol worshippers than to live in Borough Park. Pretty much. And he says the following. Why? Anyone who lives outside of Israel, is similar to someone who doesn't have a God. Commentaries to say what is happening here is there's a disconnect. Outside of Israel, we are not as closely and directly connected to Hashem, to God, as anywhere else in the world, outside or as in Israel. In Israel, there is the closest and most direct connection to the Creator, and consequently, living in Israel, right, is of value in the very fact that we are connected. Now, it goes on to say, it actually brings the posuk, some verses that prove that, and then it goes on to say, Reb Zera. If you look in the top, like in the middle, about a third of the way down, middle of the line, Reb Zera have become ishtamet mineder of Yehuda. To boil a basically, Reb Zera wanted to go to Israel, and he was trying to avoid contact with Reb Yehuda. So Reb Zera is going to move from Babylon, Bavel, where most of the Jews were, to Israel, and he's like avoiding Reb Yehuda. Why? Da'amar Rav Yehuda, because Rav Yehuda says, Kala oilem ebavel Eretz Yisrael, oiver ba'asei. Anyone who goes from Babylon to Israel has transgressed a biblical prohibition, or a prohibition. As it says, and he quotes a verse in Yirmiyahu, Bavla yuvu v'shama yihyu ad yom pokti oisam ne'um Hashem. To Babylon you have been brought, and there you will stay, until the day that I remember you, says God. So basically, Rav Yehuda says, well, Yirmiyahu Hanavi is telling us that since we were brought to Babylon, we must stay there until God has Pokti, beyond Pokti Eschem, until the day I remember you. So, if so, that's how Rav Yehuda understands it. You're supposed to stay in Babylon. So, the Gemara says, how does Rav Zera understand it? So, Rav Zera, hu b'klishares ksiv. That is written regarding Klisharis. And as Rav Zera says, and that's Pshuto Shel Mikra, the simple explanation of the verse in Jeremiah is that it refers to the vessels of the temple. Bavla Yuvu, they were brought to Babylon, V'shama Yu, and that's where they'll stay until the day that the Jews are remembered. So really, it's not referring to the Jews, it's referring to the utensils of the temple. And therefore, Rav Zera felt there was nothing wrong with him going from Babylon to Israel. For Rabbi Yehuda Ksiv Krachrina, Rabbi Yehuda says, yes, but there's another verse, Hishbati eschem benois Yerushalayim, etc., that I have made you take an oath not to arouse the love, which Rabbi Yehuda is interpreting as meaning not to go from Babylon to Israel. For Reb Zera says, Hahu shelo Yisrael b'choima. That oath is there to tell us that the Jews should not go to Israel b'choima, which literally means a wall, as a wall. Rashi, of course, understands that as meaning, as we will see, yachad biyad chazaka, all together and with a strong hand. In other words, Reb Zera says that verse that says, don't arouse the love until the time that it is desired, which Rabbi Yehuda understands as meaning, don't go to Israel. Or rather, Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says means don't go to Israel. Reb Zera says, but it only means don't go to Israel en masse, a mass aliyah, and by force. For Rabbi Yehuda, hishbati achroneksiv, and Rabbi Yehuda would say, no, there's another oath which tells you that. But the first oath tells you don't even go as an individual. For Reb Zera, humi boyle Reb Yosi, Reb Chanina, ta'amar gimel shvuos halalu lama. Reb Yosi, Reb Chanina says, why? What are these three oaths? Achas shloya Yisrael b'choima. One, so the Jews should not ascend to Israel by force and in en masse, as Rashi says. V'achas sheyishbiya Kodesh Baruch Yisrael shelo yimadu b'umas ha'olam. The second is that the Jews should not rebel against the nations of the world. V'achas, and the third, sheyishbiya Kodesh Baruch Hu sa'oiv tekachavim shelo yishtabdu behem b'Yisrael yosem edai. And the third is that the God made the Gentiles take an oath that they should not oppress the Jews excessively. So we have three oaths, and the three oaths, one says the Jews should not ascend to Israel en masse and by force, that's how Rashi understands it. Second oath, they shouldn't rebel against the nations. And third is that the nations should not afflict the Jews excessively. So Rabbi Yehuda, Gemara says in Ta'oru Ksiv, he says there's two ideas in each oath, and the Gemara goes on to say that each one argues about what the oaths are. So Rabbi Zera says yes, but there's another three oaths. The fact there's a double language in each oath. It says im ta'iru, im ta'ororu, if you'll arouse and if you'll arouse. Right, so he says there's a double language. Rabbi Yehuda says, so one is to say that you as an individual shouldn't go, the other is to say that you shouldn't go en masse. But Rabbi Zera, who obviously believed that you can make aliyah, he was doing it, he was going to Israel, he says no, you need them because there's really 6 oaths in total in accordance with the view of Reb Levi, who says there's another 3 oaths, which is don't reveal the end of times, don't push the end of times, some say don't yirchaku, don't push it off. Some say lo yidchaku, don't push it closer. Shlo yigalu asod lo ovdekavim, do not reveal the secrets of the Torah to the Gentiles. And then Rabbi Elazar comes along and says, Hashem says to the Jews, if you fulfill these oaths, all well and good. And if not, ani materes besarchem kitzvos ka'ayalos aseda, I will allow your flesh to be as hefker, ownerless, as the flesh of deer. So, anyway, so here we have this idea. So we have an argument in which Rabbi Yehuda has a different understanding of these oaths. And apparently Rabbi Yehuda's understanding, a simple meaning, Rabbi Yehuda's understanding of the oath is that you shouldn't go from Babylon to Israel. It's not referring to going from anywhere to Israel. It's referring to going from Bavel to Israel. Why Bavel? And, commentaries explain, and the Chazon Ish actually said this in one of his letters, because Bavel was the center of Torah study. That was where Torah was. To go from Babylon to Israel at the time meant abandoning Torah. And hence there's a prohibition against going from Babylon. That's how Rabbi Yehuda understood it. Reb Zera said, no, there's no prohibition of going from Babylon to Israel. He says those oaths refer to an en masse aliyah, or an aliyah, a movement of Jews to Israel by force. So first and foremost, it's not clear who the halacha is in accordance with, and I should point out that if you look at the Gemara, you'll note none of this is actually quoted halachically. The only thing actually quoted in halacha is the prohibition, Rav Yehuda, who says that one who goes from Bavel to Israel has transgressed. In other words, Rav Yehuda's understanding you're not allowed to go from Bavel to Israel, that's the one which is brought in halacha in Maimonides. But the other aspects, meaning the oaths and everything else is not quoted by the Maimonides. In fact, it's not brought in any halacha compendium, any of the poskim, the Rif, Maimonides, the Rosh, etc. No one actually quotes these. No one quotes them la halacha. Apparently because, as with most sections of the Gemara that are known as Agadata, Agadata is not necessarily is there to teach us important philosophical ideas in Judaism, but it is not necessarily considered to be halachic, a source for practice and for halacha. Anyway, let's have a look further. Rashi, that's Rashi. Rashi says, Shelo yalu b'choima, yachad b'yad chazaka. Don't go yachad, together, that means en masse, my guess is. B'yad chazaka, meaning by force. The question is whether that's two things or one thing. In other words, Shelo yalu b'choima sounds like really don't do one thing. Rashi seems to be saying two. Some say what Rashi means is that any mass movement of Jews to Israel, that's considered b'yad chazaka. Im ta'iru, shtei shvuos b'kolachas. There's two oaths in each one, which, as we said, refers to the other ideas there, according to Reb Levi. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, maybe you're not, but the Satmar Rebbe, Rav Yoel Teitelbaum, in his famous book Vayoel Moshe, which is divided into three sections. The first section is Maimer Gimel Shvuos, is about these three oaths and their applicability to the establishment of the State of Israel. The second section refers to the mitzvah of living in Israel. And the third refers to the idea of the holy language. As you may have guessed, the Satmar Rebbe maintains that these three oaths are a clear prohibition against the movement of Jews to Israel in the 18th, 19th, 20th centuries and 21st century, and clear prohibition against the establishment of the State of Israel, and because he sees these as a transgression of two components. Number one, mass immigration of Jews to Israel en masse, biyad chazaka, he says, done by force, and in addition to which, he says it's also shelo yimrudu b'umois, it's a rebellion against the nations of the world. So, and indeed he quotes, one of his central sources, of course, is this Gemara, and indeed he also quotes the Maharal, which we're going to have a look at very briefly. The Maharal in Netzach Yisrael, which is the book that the Maharal wrote regarding the idea of exile, regarding the Golus, the whole idea of the Jews in exile. And the Maharal there says, he quotes our Gemara in Ksubas, Hishvati eschem b'nois Yerushalayim, and his understanding of it is the following. Ki Golus, he says, his whole idea is, and this is the central idea, thesis of his book Netzach Yisrael, as he says at the very beginning, he says that that Golus, exile, is an unnatural state. He says it's an unnatural state for three reasons. Number one, he says the very fact that people are not in their country, a nation not living in its country, in its appropriate place, that in and of itself is unnatural. Number two, it is unnatural that one nation should be subjugated to another nation. That is also unnatural. And number three, he says it is also unnatural that a nation should not be living together but should be scattered throughout the world. That is to say, nature, the way God created the world, is each person should be, each nation should be within its own country, number one. Each nation should be living together, number two. And each nation should be independent under its own rule, number three. So the Maharal says this state in which the Jews are scattered, mefuzar mefora bein ha'amim, scattered and separate amongst the nations, under shibud malchias, under the affliction or the subjugation of foreign kings, number two, and number three, not in our own land, that is an unnatural state. Unnatural states cannot survive. He says an unnatural state of existence, it has to go back to nature, it has to go back to how it is supposed to be. In Netzach Yisrael is type of in the middle of the Maharal there, and he says the idea of these oaths, Bir inyan zeh ki hagalus shinui meseder ha'olam. The exile is a massive change from what the seder, the norm of the world, is supposed to be. Anything which is inherently unnatural, inherently goes against the order of the world, cannot stand, cannot survive. And it's in a state in which it needs to, it's almost like a vacuum, where nature abhors a vacuum. There's a continuous pressure that it should stop. That is to say, that the Jews should be gathered in from their exile, and come together to return from the nations of the world, and so therefore God has to enforce the exile with oaths. God enforces the exile by saying, you know what, this exile is punishment. This exile is a means to attain the perfection that you did not achieve when you were supposed to, when you were meant to. And therefore this has to be reinforced, because he knows, God knows, that there is an inherent force of nature in the spiritual, psychological nature of the world, that the Jews have a desire not to live under the subjugation of the nations. And therefore God says, I'm enforcing this with an oath. You will be subject to the nations. Do not rebel. And he knows that we have a natural desire to return to our land, and a natural desire to be together. So he says, he enforces it with an oath. And he says, no, you cannot do that until the time that the exile is over. And this is what he says. And he says, Keneged Elu Gimel, because of these three ideas, and of course, I should not forget to mention, he says, and because it's unnatural that a nation should be subject to other nations for so long, it is also necessary that God makes a decree upon the nations of the world, an oath upon the nations of the world, that they should not oppress us excessively, because if they do, we will not survive, God forbid, this exile. And he says, therefore, God makes these oaths. Now, the Satmar Rebbe, of course, understands that the Maharal seems to be saying that these oaths are absolute obligations of halacha, and they obligate the Jews. And in fact, he goes to the extent of saying, there is some level of implication there, which is that for the Jews to transgress these oaths is Yehareg ve'al Yavor. In other words, better they die, God forbid. It's not clear at all. If you look through the Maharal, I think it could also be understood in a very different way. That is to say, that the Maharal is saying these are decrees. These are decrees, meaning just like there is a decree in nature. After the sin of Adam and Eve, there was a decree that in childbirth would be painful. Be'etzev tel dibanim, childbirth is painful. And this is a decree that is a punishment. However, it is not to say that a woman cannot have an epidural, anesthetic, etc. We also, it is decreed that humanity, it says, "B'zeh asapecha toichal lechem," by the sweat of your brow you shall eat bread. Kotz v'dardar tatzmiach lach, thorns will grow for you. So, of course, this doesn't mean I cannot have air conditioning in the office. This doesn't mean I cannot, if I can have an easy source of income, surely I should pursue that. Some would say what the Maharal is saying is, these are decrees, a decree as a punishment. Hishbati eschem, I promised you that you will not rebel against the nations. In other words, God is enforcing the exile with certain decrees. But if it's possible to alleviate the pain of those decrees, then there shouldn't be a problem in doing that. And also I should point out, this is something which is very clear if you look at in Shir HaShirim, which we already started with, in all of the oaths it says Ad shetechpatz, until it is desired. And actually, if you look also in the verse that is brought by Rav Yehuda, Babla yuvu v'shama yiyu, you shall stay in Babylon and be there, ad eis pokti eschem, until the time I remember you. What we see from this is that all those oaths actually only apply until a certain time when it's called Ad shetechpatz, until the day that God desires. So some would say, well, if God has now created circumstances that make it possible for the Jews to indeed go to Israel, He made circumstances by divine providence that made it possible for a mass immigration, surely that is considered Ad shetechpatz, the time of desire. Maybe that has come. In fact, there is a view, Reb Chaim In the Eitz Chaim, Reb Chaim Vital, in his introduction, says these oaths only go for 1,000 years. Satmar Rebbe quotes that and says that's a misinterpretation, but simple reading of Reb Chaim Vital is that the oaths have a limitation to their time. And there's actually a Zohar which seems to imply that also the oaths and the will end sometime, it says, in the middle of the 19th century. There'll be an explosion of wisdom, an explosion of chokhmah, and indeed one of the components of the explosion of wisdom and one of the components of the well springs of Chesed opening up will be the Jews returning to their land. That's a Zohar in Parshas Vayera. If we look, this is actually also discussed at length by many, many other poskim. Of course, the only one who actually got press about it is the Satmar Rebbe, but there are numerous Gedolim that spoke about this and disagreed strongly with the Satmar Rebbe to the extent that he was a minority view amongst the most major poskim. I just want to quote to you a couple of sources which are in the Tzitz Eliezer, the responsa of Eliezer Yehuda Waldenberg, who I've quoted before, passed away this past year. And Rabbi Eliezer Yehuda Waldenberg, in the 10th volume of his responsa, in the first simon, says the following. First of all, he quotes the Avnei Nezer. Avnei Nezer, of course, is one of the great Hasidic rebbes. And the Avnei Nezer says, Ein bezer lot zivui v'lo azhara. Rak shvu el shoresh nishmasei l'mayla. He says, this is not a command. It is not a halachic or legal commandment. It is rather something which God imposed or created on the souls of the people above. And he says, therefore, for the person, the human being never accepted that oath. There was never a time when the Jews accepted the oaths, as there was no time that the oath which God made upon the nations was actually accepted by them either. The oath of keeping the Torah, right, we are called Mushba v'omed mehar Sinai, we are sworn to keep the Torah. That's because we did accept that oath. We had a public acceptance of the oath when we came to Mount Sinai and said, Na'aseh v'nishma, we'll do it. But there was never any acceptance of these oaths on the guf, on the body, so to speak, of the Jewish people. This is something that happens in heaven. And therefore, and he says, Gam ala neshama ein oynesh im heisisa ha'odam l'tuv v'aguf ein makabel. If the soul tries to get the person to do something and the body doesn't exist, the soul's not punished. Achal kol panim nifsak hadibuk shebein adam lekoino v'kivin shenifsak hadibuk mesulut min hashgachas Hashem yisbarach hu hefker k'chayas hasadeh. What it's saying is that it may be that hefker is if the person removes his clinging to God and cuts himself off from God, then clearly the divine providence is also severed. As Maimonides says in Guide for Perplexed, the degree of divine providence that a person experiences is directly proportional to the degree to which he is attached to God. And now, according to the Tzitz Eliezer, he says, I understand why these oaths are not quoted in any halachic source. He says, the person as a human being was never commanded regarding these oaths. This is according to the Avnei Nezer. He says, Rak shoresh hanashama l'mayla. Im ha'adam hoylech b'derech toiv hoylech b'derech shem lav hanashama ein ze limud haTorah rak limud hanashama al kein lo havu ha'poskim ayin sham. So the first idea the Avnei Nezer says is that this is not brought in the poskim because this is not something which is in the realm of what I'm supposed to do. If somehow I pick up some inspiration from my soul about any of these things, all well and good, but otherwise, no obligation on me to pursue them. Secondly, we find that the Rambam indeed quotes these shvuos, but not in any halachic source, not in the Mishnah Torah, but in his letter, in one of his letters. And there the Rambam says the following. In its Ingeres Teiman, in the letter to Yemen, to the Jews of Yemen, and the Rambam says that indeed, Eile hadvorim shekadma haftachosam al yedei anavim shadinu k'mo she'amarti lochem shebekorav. He says the following: close to the days of the Messiah, people will think there'll be a lot of people claiming that they're the Mashiach. There'll be a lot of movements saying that we are it. This is the redemption. And he says, Lo tamod ta'anasam v'lo tis'amed. He says their claims won't last and will be found not to be true. And he says because King Solomon knew that this would happen, he said with his divine inspiration that this people, right, who would want to, and towards the end of the days, get out of the exile and claim messianic legitimacy to something, he says he should warn them. You should know that if you do this, you'll end up in tragedy. You should know that if you feel that you're the Messiah before the appropriate time, you make some messianic claim before the appropriate time, he says there'll be tragic consequences, as we have seen in past. So the Rambam says that Shlomo HaMelech said, B'derech Moshol, by way of a parable, he says it's as though God tells you, take an oath that you don't rebel against the nations. Take an oath that you don't go to Israel by force. What's he saying to the Jews? He's saying, as a moshel, he's saying this literally did not happen. But King Solomon is telling the Jews, listen, I'm just warning you. Until the time is appropriate, you should hold yourself back. Don't rebel against the nations. God made you take an oath, meaning, as a parable, it's like an oath. Right? Or, God said, don't rebel against the nations. But, according to this, as the Tzitz Eliezer understands it, Loshen Shvua Derech Moshel, he says it's not a real oath, it's Derech Moshel, it is brought as an example, a parable. And therefore, it's more like a warning about, just be careful, be careful. That is to say, you have messianic fervour, you have messianic hopes, you have the feeling that maybe you are the Messiah, and I know I have that often. But again, if you feel that way, don't push it. Because if you do, it will end in tragedy. So according to the Rambam's understanding, the way the Tzitz Eliezer understands the Rambam, these oaths are not halachically binding. They're a warning to be careful. In addition, he mentions also the Haflor. If you look at the Haflor in Ksubas, the Haflor in Ksubas says that indeed the whole oaths, in the first paragraph on the screen there, called Ikran Shel Shvuas Elu Nema Rak Al Aliyah Mi Bavel LeEretz Yisrael. The whole essence of these oaths, and actually the implication of the context of the Gemara is that, because it is only talking about going from Babylon, the whole essence of this oath is actually going from Bavel to Israel. Lefi Shekavod HaShechina because at that time, the honour of God, the divine presence, and the bulk of Torah was indeed in Bavel. This is not true anymore, right? Iraq is not quite the centre of Torah in the world. And he says, Masha'en ken sharatzos, this does not apply to other countries. So the Haflor says very clearly that these oaths are not really relevant to us. They're only relevant if we were living in Bavel, in the place that was a centre of Torah in the world. But since that is no longer so, and since those oaths only apply to Babylon, it has no relevance to anyone else, hence it is not something which is meaningful. In addition, the Avnei Nezer also explains, he says, what would be is about the situation in which he says, second paragraph, he says the following: Im yutan reshus l'kol Yisrael la'alois. What if permission was given to the Jews to go to Israel? What if permission was given? He says it wouldn't be considered going by force. Ki b'choyma pirish Rashi b'yad chazaka. Rashi says that's only if it's yad chazaka by force. And he says if that was so, then that would be considered if we ever had the opportunity to go with permission and not by force, we'd be allowed to do so. The truth of the matter is the Avnei Nezer was almost prophetic, because not long after the Avnei Nezer, maybe 100 years later, we were indeed given permission to go to Israel. We had a United Nations mandate given to England to create a state for the Jews, and our movement to Israel was done with permission of the nations of the world. The Satmar Rebbe, of course, quotes this, but he gets the word of the United Nations wrong. He talks about not establishing a state but a trusteeship, which is not precise and is inaccurate. Actually, we were given the mandate to create a state, a Jewish state in the land of Israel, which is what we did. Now, the fact that the state was attacked by our enemies, by the Arabs, and we've had to defend ourselves, is not called taking it by force. That's called trying to live. And self-defense is a mitzvah of the Torah, to defend yourself. In addition, and a final point, Sefer Sfas Emes, the Maram Chagiz, the Sfas Emes, not of the Ger Rebbe, but the Maram Chagiz, which means I should call it Sfat Emet, because he was a Sephardi. His conjecture is that the three oaths also only apply altogether, meaning one of the oaths was that the nations of the world should not oppress us excessively. The other two oaths, that we shouldn't rebel and we shouldn't go to Israel by force. So according to the Tzitz Eliezer and others, they're linked. Which means if the nations of the world transgress their part of the oath, we are free from our part of the bargain. And since the nations of the world have indeed transgressed their part of the oath, I think crusades, Inquisition, pogroms, Khmelnytsky, Holocaust, Arab, etc., are all transgressions of the oaths. So we are, in a sense, free to pursue our national destiny and to return to Israel. So that is regarding the 3 oaths. Thank you very much for listening. This has been Shalom TV, Dimensions of the Daf. I'm Rabbi Mordechai Becher, and there's my book, Gateway to Judaism, which is about to go into its 3rd printing. Thank you very much for listening. If you want to see where I'm speaking in other places, or Rabbi Rietti and the other Gateway staff, check our website, gatewaysonline.com. Thank you very much.
If you'd like to purchase a copy of Rabbi Mordechai Becher's book, Gateway to Judaism, The What, How, and Why of Jewish Life, visit www.artscroll.com. And for information about Rabbi Becher's upcoming classes and seminars, visit www.gatewayonline.com. We'd love to know your response to this Shalom TV program. Please be in touch with us to share your thoughts and comments. You may do so by visiting our website at www.shalomtv.com or by writing us at Post Office Box 1989, Fort Lee, New Jersey, 07024. I'm David Shiraga. Thank you for watching Shalom TV.
Dimensions of the Daf with Rabbi Mordechai Becher on JBS is made possible in part by the B.L. Manger Foundation in memory of Ben Manger.
JBS, the Jewish Broadcasting Service, expanding Jewish understanding.
Have you ever dreamed of learning to read Hebrew? Have you tried to learn Hebrew before, but found it too hard? Well, here's your chance to learn how to read Hebrew and understand what you're reading. On From the Aleph Bet, JBS's innovative and highly acclaimed weekly Hebrew series. On every episode, Rabbi Mark S. Golub offers hints on how to remember the sounds of Hebrew letters, shows you how simple it is to pronounce any Hebrew word, no matter how complicated it looks, and reveals the secret to reading Hebrew which most people are never taught. Best of all, you'll understand the meaning of every word you'll learn. Whatever your age, young and not so young, don't miss this wonderful opportunity to learn how to truly read Hebrew used in the experience of Judaism here in the United States. On From the Aleph Bet, every Monday at 9:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m., and every Saturday at 9 a.m., right here on JBS, expanding Jewish understanding.
Deadlines. That's all I need.
Morning! Don't forget the train station's closed tomorrow.
Oh, thanks. Great. I can't wait to take the car and get stuck in traffic. Oh, boy. Do I need a break? I need to get away from all this. I need fresh mountain air and striking landscapes. Better still, I need an excuse to wear my new designer sportswear. It doesn't really matter. I just need a vacation. If only I could have it all. I wonder. Israel, huh? Now who'd have thought?
Psst. Hey, Robert. Up here. It's me, Martin, your brother-in-law.
Martin?
I'm telling you, Robert, Israel's a great choice. It's exotic and exciting with all the amenities and services of a modern Western country. I was there on an international conference. They really have made all that desert bloom. I'm telling you, buddy, it's all high-tech meets high-spec. See?
Martin, the guy needs a holiday. He's not interested in your work.
Yeah, Dad. If we're going on a holiday, I want to be where the action is. Come on, Dad. I want a holiday where my pulse rate actually increases. Somewhere with cool, exciting sports and activities, you know, like diving and parasailing, and where there's a great nightlife. By the way, Dad, designer logos are so out. What do you say, Dad?
Typical. You're going to the Holy Land, and all you can do is switch off? How about getting in touch with your spiritual side? It's the only country in the world which is central to the three monotheistic religions. The Bible comes alive here. You can visit the places where events actually happened. It's like stepping back in time and walking in the footsteps of the prophets. You see, Dad? It's not just your body that needs a break.
Oh, yes, it is. We need somewhere secluded, where we can slip away for a while. Look at all the culture on offer. Museums, exhibitions, day trips, arts and entertainment. Robert, the nightlife is so varied. We could make such a romantic time of it. We haven't been away for ages.
Thank you, Robert. I'm glad you asked for my opinion. At my time in life, I'm interested in meeting the locals. A living tapestry of different cultures and peoples. Desert Bedouins, Arab fishermen, Israeli kibbutzniks, Druze villagers. Each one with a face that is etched with 1,000 exciting tales. It makes my heart race just thinking about it. I need to sit down.
Anyone else want to give me some advice? At 2 Fido? I can see what you mean there. The food looks fantastic. What a choice. This country is amazing.
Trust me, Dad. Surf's up. All my friends have gone. Come on, Dad.
Religion, Dad.
Tell you those multi-story malls.
Come on, honey, please. We could make it into a second honeymoon.
You really have made all that.
Hey, stop it! Quiet, all of you. Look. See? We can manage it all. Israel, a small country, large as the world. All right, here we go.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, George, how you doing?
Great. How was your vacation?
We just got back last week.
Don't say.
That place is terrific. The whole family had a great time. The kids were busy every day, snorkeling, scuba diving, surfing, mountain climbing, everything. And my daughter saw more holy places than she ever imagined.
And your mother-in-law?
My mother-in-law didn't complain one.
You're watching JBS, the Jewish Broadcasting Service, expanding Jewish understanding.
Hi, I'm Thane Rosenbaum, reminding you that JBS is made possible in part by
Joyce and Bob Selig, Gloria and William V. Lewitt, M.D., Judith and Erwin Kalman, Devorah and Alfred Fields, Deborah and Alan Simon, Eleanor and Daniel Peters, William Langfan, Elaine and Alan Asher, Elizabeth Friedman, the David and Lucille Robbins Foundation.
and by viewers like you.
Hello, welcome to Connie Martinson Talks Books. My guest today has written a book that touches one's heart. You cannot read it and not feel, which is a unique gift for an author to have.
JBS presents exclusive television coverage of the Jerusalem Post Conference from the Marriott Marquis Hotel in New York City with your host, Rabbi Mark S. Golub.
From the Grand Ballroom of the Marriott Marquis Hotel in the heart of New York City, Times Square, welcome to the 2017 Jerusalem Post Conference. I'm Mark Golub. It is a thrill to be able to bring you this, one of the most exciting events of the Jewish year, the Jerusalem Post Conference, and wherever you are around the globe, watching right now, whether you're watching on television providers here in America like DirecTV and Optimum, or whether you're watching anywhere around the globe online on the Jerusalem Post website or on the JBS website, we're thrilled to be giving you a front row seat at one of the most star-studded events of the Jewish year. It's amazing who's going to be here representing both the State of Israel and American Jewish life. Some of the people that you'll see and hear at the 6th Annual Jerusalem Post Conference is Isaac Herzog, who of course is opposition leader in the Knesset, and he heads the Labor Party. From the other side of the political spectrum, Naftali Bennett will be here. Of course, Naftali Bennett heads the Jewish Home Party and is Minister of Diaspora Affairs. Israel's distinguished UN Ambassador Denny Danon will be addressing the Jerusalem Post Conference, as will two former IDF Chiefs of Staff, Moshe Bogi Ya'alon and Dani Chalutz. You'll also be hearing from at this J-Post Conference, Israel's Minister of Justice, Ayelet Shaked, Israel's Intelligence Minister and a member of the Security Cabinet of the State of Israel, Israel Katz, and once again, the J-Post's Senior Contributing Editor, Carolyn Glick, who may be the single most popular figure here at the Jerusalem Post Conference. And then, of course, that's from Israel. From America, a host of Jewish leaders, beginning with Alan Dershowitz, who may be the world's leading advocate for the State of Israel. And if you've been with us before for prior Jerusalem Post conferences, you know that this room has not always been kind to Alan Dershowitz. He was booed here one year. In fact, he was on JBS as we celebrated Israel's 69th birthday, Yom HaAtzmaut, and Alan said he was going to be here at the Jerusalem Post Conference, and he said he expects perhaps to be booed again this year. It'll be interesting to see. Also, of course, Ron Lauder, who's the president of the World Jewish Congress, will be addressing this J-Post conference. There'll be a panel dealing with an extremely sensitive question. Is Israel still the state of all the Jews? Is Israel still the state of all the Jews? There are some people here who are wondering whether the question is even appropriate, but we'll have some fascinating people addressing that issue, including the head of the Reform Movement, the URJ, Rabbi Rick Jacobs, also another member of the non-Orthodox rabbinic leadership in America, the head of the Rabbinical Assembly, Julie Schoenfeld, Rabbi Julie Schoenfeld, and then from the organization that really is the heart of American Jewish life, the JFNA, the Jewish Federations of North America. We'll have the president and CEO, Jerry Silverman. They'll be all addressing the question, is Israel still the state of all the Jews? And that panel will be moderated by Herb Kenyon of the Jerusalem Post. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that meeting. And again, that will not be the only panel. There'll also be a panel on terrorism, and there'll be a panel on the Israeli economy in the Trump era. And by the way, in addition to those figures, Dr. Sebastian Gorka will be here. And Sebastian, of course, is with the Trump administration. And to top it off, Larry King will be given the Jerusalem Post's Lifetime Achievement Award at this Jerusalem Post conference. It'll be hosted, of course, by Yehuda Katz, who is the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. So it promises to be a very exciting and informative entire day. It's scheduled to begin at 9 a.m., although, as most of you know, Jewish time tends to be very flexible, and people are only now filing into the Marriott Marquis Grand Ballroom, and we're told now that the Jerusalem Post expects to begin at 9:30, and it'll go throughout the day. There'll be a coffee break, a lunch break, and then it'll end somewhere between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Right now, I want to bring in an amazing Jewish leader. Come around my other side here. This is Raphael Shore, and I want you to explain to our audience, JBS audience, and right now you're being seen all over the world here on the Jerusalem Post website, on the JBS website. Rafi, explain the contribution you're making to Jewish life these days.
Well, we are trying hard. We're filmmakers. Exactly. We're documentary filmmakers, two organizations.
Name some of your films.
So we have films called Obsession, Radicalism's War Against the West, Iranium, about the threat that Iran poses to America as well as Israel. But we've got some inspiring films about Israel that are shown on your TV, which are, for example, Beneath the Helmet, about 5 paratroopers as they get through their training. Amazing. Beautiful film. And a follow-up film called Makonnen, about an Ethiopian soldier who becomes a paratrooper. We have a film called Israel Inside, about the high-tech revolution in Israel.
It's a fabulous film.
And what's driving it.
Yes.
And we're working one on right now together with the JNF on Israel's amazing water story, how Israel's dealt with the environment and water scarcity and helping the world now with it. And we're pumping out films very quickly.
Okay. Some of these are available online.
Yes, JerusalemU.org.
JerusalemU.org to see some of these fabulous films that Ravi's been able to put together. As you look back, is there one film you say to yourself, this is the film that represents what we're trying to get across most through the education that we're trying to provide through our films?
Well, that's a great question. And the answer is no. The answer is no. The richness of Jewish life and the amazing aspects of the Jewish people and Israel, the Israelis, are so diverse that each film is touching something else. The high-tech, the environmentalism, the giving nature, the resilience. And right now we're working on a film about injured Israeli soldiers and how they get through it. There's so much inspirational that I think you have to watch 5 or 6 of the films to really touch on everything.
I accept it. I accept it. Yeah, Rafi, you do fabulous work. Hold on one second. Let me give this. So here we are at the Jerusalem Post Conference, 2017. You and I don't know exactly what the issues are going to be addressed. I know there's one that's on a panel discussion. Is Israel still the state of all the Jews? There's some people who've said to me they're surprised at the way that is phrased. Mm-hmm. To what extent, Rafi, do you think the question should be asked, and are you worried about what the answer is?
Well, I know that the answer is that Israel is a state.
Absolutely.
For all the Jewish people, and every Jew should be supporting and be involved and be proud of the incredible miracle that is Israel already in such a short amount of time. However, there are a number of groups and organizations that are working very hard to drive a wedge and to try to create this sense that if you are liberal, if you are on the left, then you have to stand against Israel. And now, in the Trump era, this makes it even more difficult because it's becoming, oh, well, I'm not for Trump and Trump's for Israel, so therefore if I'm not for Trump, I need to be against Israel. This is a very, very difficult situation that the Jewish world needs to deal with. So I think it's good that it's on the agenda today. Unfortunately, there's a lot of Israeli Jewish groups that are coming on the wrong side of the answer to this question.
Yes. My concern is this. We have two leaders from the non-Orthodox community here in America. And America represents Jewish pluralism. And there are those in the Jewish community here in America who feel Israel has not yet been embracing enough of the conservative movement, of the Reconstructionist movement, of the Reform movement. And they feel that the Orthodox rabbinate has a stranglehold on Israel. And when, Reform Jews, conservative Jews, etc., are not allowed to stand at the Western Wall with their wives and their daughters, some people are upset about it. And there's a feeling that financially the Orthodox establishment supports the Orthodox rabbinate in Israel, but Reform rabbis, conservative rabbis are not funded in the same way. So there's a resentment brewing inside the leadership in the non-Orthodox community in America. It's represented by Rick Jacobs of the URJ and Julie Schoenfeld of the Rabbinical Assembly. I am concerned that that's going to be the focus of the discussion. Mm-hmm. That will the Orthodox, the disproportionate amount of power the Orthodox now wield in the Knesset because of the coalition government, is it creating a wedge between American Jews, who tend to be overwhelmingly non-Orthodox, mm-hmm. and the State of Israel? I want you to speak to that, and I also want you to speak to the issue of what do you hope you hear a Rick Jacobs, a Julie Schoenfeld, and a Jerry Silverman of the JFNA say about this issue?
My first comment is, first of all, this is a very sticky issue, as you know, very delicate, very sensitive, and I understand why it's so sensitive. The first thing I'd like to say is that, like Alan Dershowitz said recently, if you want to criticize Israel, if you want to be negative of what's going on in Israel, come and live in Israel. Until you live there, until you're involved, don't undermine the state of Israel. And related to that, I once had a meeting as a filmmaker with the Consul General, one of the Israeli Consul Generals in America, and he said, listen, apart from the women's issues that might be real, and he understands the sensitivities, as do I, but he has to understand that by fighting the fight in the public like this about women's issues in Israel, it makes the average American think that Israel's like Iran, like it's a radical Islamic religious state with no women's freedoms. And to compare the two is ridiculous. And unfortunately, because people don't have context, these kind of debates, when they're aired in public, become very negative for the overall impression of Americans and American Jews about what's going on in Israel.
That is perfectly said. Now, what do you hope you hear from Rick Jacobs, Julie Schoenfeld, and Jerry Silverman?
I hope that what I'll hear from them is that they're going to start moving hundreds of thousands of Reform Jews to Israel so they can start participating fully in Jewish life, and they'll be able to elect a lot more politicians in the coming years.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what I want to hear.
Okay.
I want to hear them say, under no circumstance does a policy in Israel separate American Jewry from the State of Israel.
I agree with
and you and I know, and many of you who have been to Israel and you're watching right now in Israel, you know, a non-Orthodox Jew gets off the plane at Ben Gurion Airport, there's no discrimination.
Right.
He feels nothing of a negative nature. Mm-hmm. So while I feel there is some substance to the issue, I don't want American Jewry to be giving any reason to think they should withdraw, separate, or feel distant from the State of Israel.
100%. And I think that a lot of this issue does provide the opening. Unfortunately, because the Jewish world has done not the best job inspiring and connecting young Jews to Israel, so then when they hear about these issues, it separates them further. And that's what we're trying to do at JerusalemU.org, is through film and the media, educate and inspire people that it's amazing to be part of Israel, so that when they hear, yeah, we're not perfect, we have some issues, but it's still a worthy place to be connected to.
Rafi Shur, Kol Tuva Hatzlacha, you continue your fabulous work, and thanks for being with us for a moment.
Pleasure to be here.
Raphael Shur, Jerusalem University,
JerusalemU.org.
JerusalemU.org online. Watch their movies. We're about to begin the 2017 Jerusalem Post Conference. It will be hosted by Yaakov Katz, who is the editor-chief of the Jerusalem Post. And now we're going to send this over to the stage. JBS is pleased to present to you live coverage on the Jerusalem Post website and all over the world, the 2017 Jerusalem Post Conference.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
אני מרגיש רחוק, אני מרגיש רחוק, יושב בסן פרנסיסקו על המים, שוטף את העיניים בכחול וירוק, ועכשיו זה הזמן לדעת כבר מה צפוי לנו מהשמיים. האם את יודעת למה התכוונה זאת שאמרה שהחוכמה היא כמו מים? ונדמה שנהיינו בין לברירה יותר ויותר קרובים, אנחנו כמו זוג לאור השדרה פשוט הולכים והולכים.
In a moment, we're going to begin the Jerusalem Post Conference. We thought they were about to start. It turns out they need another moment or two. Let me give you a sense of the rundown of who will be speaking when. We're going to begin with the Israeli UN Ambassador, Danny Danon. He'll be followed by Intelligence Minister Israel Katz. The head of the World Jewish Congress, President of the World Jewish Congress, Ron Lauder, will address the Jerusalem Post Conference. Dr. Sebastian Gorka of the Trump administration will be interviewed by Yaakov Katz. And then we'll hear from Israel's Justice Minister, Ayelet Shaked. At that point, scheduled is a coffee break for about a half hour. We may be with you, and then we'll also send it back to our studios. After the coffee break, the main speaker is Naftali Bennett. By the way, Avigdor Lieberman was scheduled to be here, but issues came up for him and he was not able to come to America. So although he was scheduled, we will not be hearing Avigdor Lieberman this year at the Jerusalem Post Conference. We will be hearing from Naftali Bennett, and then there will be a lunch scheduled from about 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Again, we'll be back for a moment, and then we will have some programming for you during that hour. When we come back for the afternoon session of the Jerusalem Post Conference, there'll be a panel on terrorism, fighting ISIS, Hezbollah, Hamas. Of course, it'll have two former chief of staffs of the IDF, Moshe Bogi Ya'alon and Danny Chalutz. There will also be another panel that you just heard Rafi Shur address. Is Israel still the state of all the Jews, or for all the Jews? Leaders of the American Jewish community, non-Orthodox, will be representing themselves on the panel. It'll include Rabbi Rick Jacobs, who heads the Union for Reform Judaism, the Reform Movement's congregational arm. You'll hear from Rabbi Julie Schoenfeld, Executive Vice President of the Rabbinical Assembly. The Rabbinical Assembly is the conservative movement's rabbinical arm. And you'll be hearing from Jerry Silverman, who's President and CEO of the JFNA, the Jewish Federation of North America. Of course, it is the organization that really is the allocations arm of the American Jewish community and in many ways of the world Jewish community. All of us contribute to the JFNA, and then they distribute our money to all the worthy causes around the world. Once again, we are now ready to begin with Yaakov Katz, Editor-in-Chief of the Jerusalem Post, the 2017 Jerusalem Post Conference here on JBS, brought to you all over the world on the Jerusalem Post website and on the JBS website. We throw it now to the stage and the Jerusalem Post Conference.
That was our historic achievement, and that is our historic future.
Good morning, Shalom. Your Excellencies, ambassadors from around the world, members of the diplomatic corps posted here in Israel, distinguished guests, the Jerusalem Post family.
Today I want to talk about the power of words. The Jerusalem Post knows the power of words.
I'm a secular Jew. I'm not formally religious, but I wanted to be a part of this tribe.
There are nations, organizations, and individuals who are committed to fighting us, and this will never happen.
Millions of children are being taught daily that Jews are subhuman, that they're apes and pigs, and that they have to be destroyed.
This is what Nasrallah called the spider webs. He said Israel is like a spider web. It looks strong, but with your hand you can move it.
What we are focusing is protect, prepare, and prevent.
Words can heal.
In Tel Aviv, I was able to practice yoga. I was able to practice Christianity. They're Muslims, they're Druze, they're all type of people, all type of religions.
There isn't and there cannot be a solution other than the separation from the Palestinians.
How could you not be worried about Iran becoming a nuclear power?
So we have no idea, actually, how much nuclear material remains in Iran.
In the Muslim society, I witnessed a woman who sent 5 of her children to die in suicide bombing attacks.
And our commitment to stopping Iran is not just rhetoric. Our commitment is backed up with action.
The first thing is the Palestinians will have to finally recognize the Jewish state. They cannot ask for a nation state for themselves and not accord one to us. After all, we've only been here about 4,000 years.
Good morning, New York. My name is Yaakov Katz, and I am the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. It is my honor to be here with you this morning. It's no secret that Israel today faces daunting challenges. After nearly 70 years, Israel has yet to reach the stage when it can rest and lay down its weapons. And today, possibly even more so than in the past, it needs to remain vigilant as it faces a region in the throes of an unprecedented historic upheaval and a great sense of uncertainty. Today, we will benefit from an insider's tour of the region. From Iran to Gaza, Syria to the Gaza Strip, and Egypt, the peace process with the Palestinians, and of course, Israel's strategic ties with the United States and the upcoming visit of President Donald Trump to our country and our region. These are just some of the issues our speakers will tackle for us today. The Jerusalem Post will soon celebrate its 85th anniversary. And as a paper, we have carried on the tradition of what our founder, Gershon Agron, envisioned in 1932, to create a newspaper in Israel that could tell the world what was happening within this ancient land, but also within the wider region. Over the years, we have grown, and we are obviously no longer just a print newspaper in Israel and around the world. But today we are the most widely read English language website coming out of Israel and the Jewish world, which I'm sure you have noticed we recently redesigned. And we serve as an unwavering and reliable source of news for what happens in Israel, the Middle East, and the Jewish world. The issues we all know often are tough and sometimes divisive. But a newspaper, let's remember, is not an advocacy organization. We don't push one side of the political spectrum. A newspaper is supposed to be a place for people to hear a wide range of opinions and views on all of the issues that are at the core of what we are all interested in. If we read and listen to just what we agree with, what is the purpose of that? The whole point of newspapers like the Jerusalem Post and conferences like our annual conference, this today, the 6th year running, is to debate the toughest issues and ask the toughest questions. As the primary newspaper for the Jewish world, the Jerusalem Post, I believe, is carrying out its role faithfully, taking issues that are at the heart of controversy for the Jewish community and tackling them head on. The role of a newspaper is not to shy away from those issues. It is to embrace them. At the paper, we have always strived to bring you, our readers, perspectives from across the spectrum, from the left, from the right. Some you read and agree with, and some you don't. But that is our purpose. Our job is not to tell you what to believe, but is to give you the information, the knowledge, so you can make the best decisions possible. So here is what I ask today. Our cardinal rule is that people be respectful. You don't have to agree with everything you're going to hear on this stage, but I request that you listen and that you let our speakers speak. That is the purpose of today's gathering. Israel as a story has always marveled the world. It is a tale of an ancient people that returned to its historic homeland and achieved the impossible. Not only did it survive, we just celebrated Yom Ha'atzmaut last week, but we prospered, we persevered. At the Jerusalem Post, we are proud to be able to tell you this story on a daily and 24/7 basis. Before we get started, I'd like to thank our sponsors for today's conference, and last but not least, the two people who make this possible. To the Jerusalem Post CEO, who I have the privilege of working with on a daily basis, Ronit Hassin Hochman, and of course, Eli Azur, our paper's owner. Thank you both. We also have a few small changes to today's schedule. Unfortunately, we learned on Friday that Defense Minister Avigdor Lieberman had to cancel his trip to the United States. So he will not be with us today, but I assure you we have quite the lineup that will be quite interesting for all of you. I now invite you to sit back and enjoy this short film about the Jerusalem Post.
The Jerusalem Post has been telling Israel's fascinating story for over 80 years. We were there during the British Mandate, at the time of the Declaration of Independence and the establishment of the state. We marched together in war and in peace, at times of sorrow and in joy. We have been there at every moment that has shaped the course of Israel's history. And with every issue, we've established ourselves as one of the most accurate and reliable newspapers in the Middle East. As Israel's amazing story continues to develop, we too decided to expand. We have become a news source for 72 different countries around the world. This continuous development stems from a belief in the importance of a connection between world Jewry and the State of Israel. We have not stopped here. Our English language website is Israel's leading news site with more than 9 million viewers a month. Millions of people around the world view our daily news web broadcast. And our special app, it will accompany you anytime or place you want. In order to help preserve freedom of speech in Israel, we acquired the newspaper Ma'ariv Sof HaShavua, which immediately since its launch has become one of Israel's leading newspapers. And so, from a small paper in a small country, which was founded before the establishment of the state, we have evolved into a media group whose conferences are among the most influential and important in the Jewish world. All of this is both thanks to you and for you, the Jerusalem Post. We are the media group that always has and will continue to accompany the nation.
I'd now like to call on Israel's Consul General to New York, Dani Dayan, who will welcome us with a short greeting.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Yaakov. Let me start with a personal note. I am 9 months in New York City, and I think there is no greater privilege than to represent the capital of the world, Jerusalem, to the city that for some reason believes it's the capital of the world, New York. And in a more serious note, I would say now seriously that it's a tremendous honor and privilege to be appointed by Prime Minister Netanyahu to represent the Jewish state to the largest Jewish diaspora. In this conference, we will hear about a myriad of topics related to Israel. I would like, as a kind of introduction, to very briefly, of course, later my colleagues will elaborate, very briefly to touch 3 of them: security, Israeli diplomatic relations, and the economy of Israel. I think that in most of them I have good news. I would even say very good news. Yes, we have security threats. The first and foremost, as you know exactly as much as I do, is Iran. But I must say this: the fact that now, after a few years in which the situation was completely different, the United States of America and the State of Israel see eye to eye the dangers posed by Iran, see eye to eye the deficiencies of the nuclear agreement signed with Iran, the fact that Israel and the United States of America have a common view, an almost exact view of the situation, that is a strategic change. Obviously, that doesn't mean that we already formulated a common policy. I don't know if we will formulate the common policy. I hope we will. It is a process that will take weeks and months, but the starting point is extremely encouraging. I must also add in this respect that you heard, I am sure, a few weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, 2 apparently contradicting news. The first one, that Iran complies with the agreement that was written in a letter by the State Department to Congress. And the second, the following day, by Secretary of State Tillerson, a harsh indictment of Iran's behavior and the nuclear agreement. Those are not contradicting, not at all. Let me remind you what Prime Minister Netanyahu said in Congress. He said, and he was completely right, if I may say, that the nuclear agreement is bad if Iran violates it, but it's even worse if Iran complies with it, because of the possibility to break out into nuclear military capabilities in 12 years, and as you know, and if you know, you should know, that Israel has every intention to be around in 12, 50, and 500 years. Obviously, we have also a delicate situation in Syria. And I will say regarding Syria, because we have short time, only this. I am extremely proud to represent the only country on earth that extends humanitarian aid to Syrian citizens inside Syria. As we speak now and sit here comfortably in New York, young men and women, Israeli men and women, endanger their lives in order to help Syrians. And not even considering the fact that it's enemy territory or enemy citizens. We should be very proud of Israel. It's an example of Israel being a light unto the nations. The second brief point I want to make, my friends, is regarding Israel's current standing in the world. Yes, we have problems in Western Europe, mainly Northern Europe, Scandinavia, and we hear a lot about BDS, which is a total failure, you know. In some cases, I even would like BDS to be more successful, like by preventing Justin Bieber to perform in Israel, but unfortunately they didn't. He just performed there last week. And now, I would like to say this, and I say it unequivocally. Israel was never less isolated in the world than today. I could, if I had more time, would have taken you into a whirlwind tour of the world to prove that. I will also only mention, because of the limited time, I will mention two small countries, India and China. Together with Israel, India and China are 1/3 of the world population. And, well, 25 years ago, we didn't have diplomatic relations with either one of them. Today, the relations with India, there is no other way to refer to them but as intimate. There is a staunch alliance with India. And you know, if you come to Israel and have breakfast in one of the Israeli hotels, that famous breakfast, the most iconic item that we'll find will be Tnuva cottage cheese. Actually, Tnuva cottage cheese today is Chinese, because the Chinese invested hundreds of millions of dollars in Tnuva. And vice versa, if you would have told me 25 years ago that simultaneously, the same week, Prime Minister Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, will be in Beijing, and the President of Israel in Hanoi, I would tell you that you are taking some stuff that you shouldn't. But that happened a month ago. And finally, I want to say a word about the economy of Israel. $15 billion. This is the amount that Intel Corporation paid for the Israeli firm Mobileye. And no less important than that, was what the CEO of Intel told the Israelis when he came there to Jerusalem to sign. He said, for us, Intel Corporation is an Israeli company as much as it is an American company. Very bad news for BDS that without Intel, go back to the Stone Age. One of every $4 that are invested in cybersecurity go to an Israeli company. I just give you bullets. And the last one, I will tell you this. I remember when I made Aliyah back in 1971, and the Yom Kippur War was 2 years later, I remember vividly the headlines that said, Israel has foreign exchange reserves that are enough for 3 months of imports. If we do not get urgent loans, we will not have coffee, sugar, anything. Today, the Bank of Israel, our central bank, has foreign exchange reserves of the magnitude of $100 billion. I remember in the 80s, 400% inflation. Now tell me if that's not a miracle that the shekel is today the strongest currency in the world. Incredible. And I will conclude by saying this. Yes, we have problems of distribution of the wealth without deteriorating into socialism. We have our share of problems, of course, and please keep contributing to Israel. But I will say this. I saw African leaders watching Israeli high-tech companies that are one of the biggest careers of Israeli economy, seeing what Israel does for them in high-tech and their gratitude and appreciation. And again, I was extremely proud to be an Israeli. And to conclude, I will say this. We celebrated this week 69 years of Atzmaut, of independence. We have every reason to enter our 70th year with a great share of optimism. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Dayan. Our next speaker is Israel Katz, Israel's Intelligence and Transportation Minister and member of the Inner Security Cabinet. If you visited Israel in recent years, you probably have noticed some of the highways, the bypasses, the trains that have been building and are being built throughout the country. This is all the work of Minister Katz with his own 2 hands, is literally transforming our country. As Minister of Intelligence, he also works on some of the most core issues that sit at the heart of our existence. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Minister Israel Katz.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to thank President Trump and welcome him on his upcoming visit to Israel in this month. This year, we celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Balfour Declaration, the 69th anniversary of the States of Israel, and also the 50th anniversary of the liberation and unification of Jerusalem. This is the time to advance the vision of Greater Jerusalem and to extend its borders to include the Jewish towns in its vicinity Gush Etzion, Givat Ze'ev, Ma'ale Adomim, and Beitar Illit. We must strengthen our hold in Jerusalem and ensure the Jewish majority there, in the face of all those, including UNESCO, who are trying again and again to question the undeniable historical and religious connection between the Jewish people and Jerusalem. A united Jerusalem is and will be the eternal capital of the Jewish people. It was and it will be forever. We have come a long way in 69 years. Today, Israel is a global center of high-tech and innovation and an island of stability in a stormy region. But we still face serious challenges and threats, including Islamic terror and delegitimization campaign against Israel and anti-Semitism. The developments in Syria, including the chemical attack, emphasize the threat posed by the strengthening of the Iranian axis in the region. In view of this threat, the United States and Israel should reach understandings regarding Syria and the region. These understandings should include 5 points: U.S. recognition of Israeli sovereignty in the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights is an indivisible and an integral part of the State of Israel. Second point, joint opposition to a permanent Iranian military presence in Syria and Lebanon, on land, in the air, and in the sea. Third point, the understandings should include sanctions against Iran until it stops supporting Hezbollah and other terror organizations in the region. This is the missing piece in the nuclear agreement signed with Iran. Iran is the biggest supporter of terrorism in the world and must be stopped. Tougher, paralyzing sanctions must also be imposed on Hezbollah in order to weaken it and to avoid the need for the use of overwhelming force against Lebanon in the future. And the fifth point, the United States and Israel, together with other countries in the region, should work to block Iran and prevent a territorial continuity from Iran through Iraq and Syria to Lebanon. Especially today, in view of these attempts to advance a political process in Syria and the talks between the US and Russia, we have to use every opportunity to make it clear that there won't be stability in the region as long as Iran is not pushed back and weapon transfers are stopped. I believe Israel's regional policy should be guided by a three-layer concept which includes regional security, regional economic initiatives, and in the future, based on the first two layers, regional peace. The first layer, regional security, should focus, as I said, on building a bloc against Iran. The second layer, the economic layer, is based on the understanding that the present circumstances in the region and in the Palestinian arena we need to acknowledge that cannot be done and do what can. We should therefore focus on civilian economic initiatives which should be advanced in cooperation with countries in the region and with the support of and the leadership of the United States for the benefit of all sides. In this framework, I am proposing to advance a regional transportation initiative, a railroad initiative, which will fulfill Israel's potential as a land bridge between the West and the Mediterranean on one side and Jordan and countries to the east on the other side. The initiative will connect the Palestinians from the Jenin area to Arab countries to the east and to Haifa port to the west, strengthening the Palestinian economy, and Jordan will become a regional transportation hub which will give a great boost to its economy. This initiative will also enable the US to develop new markets in the Middle East for made-in-the-USA products. American corporations could even lease a port in Haifa to serve as an unloading and loading point for goods moving by train to Arab markets in the Middle East. This initiative will have economic, political, and security advantages. In addition, I'm continuing to advance the idea of building an artificial island with a port and a civilian infrastructure for water, electricity, and gas 3 miles off the coast of Gaza. If realized, this project will provide the nearly 2 million Palestinians crowded in the Gaza Strip an economic, humanitarian, and transportation outlet to the world without endangering Israeli security. With American backing, we can advance initiatives which will change the day-to-day relations and reality in the region. These initiatives, which can be advanced alongside attempts to win new negotiations, can make all difference. They can be game changers. Ladies and gentlemen, national leadership means making plans and taking decisions. To take the initiative in face of the chances and dangers in our region, to extend the borders of Jerusalem and strengthen our hold in the Golan Heights, to block Iranian imperialism in the region, to advance regional economic initiatives, and most important, to continue to build and develop Israel, because when we are united and strong inside, Israel is strong outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Katz. Our next speaker is Dr. Yuval Steinitz, Israel's Minister of National Infrastructure, Energy, and Water Resources. His past experience as Finance Minister and Minister of Strategic Affairs and Chairman of the Knesset's prestigious Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee more than qualify him to serve as a senior member of the current cabinet as it faces some of the challenges we will be hearing about today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Minister Dr. Yuval Steinitz.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here with you. It's a very important opportunity, the Jerusalem Conference. Thank you for the organizer. I want to start by really expressing my hope and wish and believe that the Trump era is an opportunity, and Trump's forthcoming visit to Israel is an opportunity to strengthen the alliance between Israel and the United States, the alliance between the biggest and strongest democracy in the West and between the only democracy, the only Jewish democracy in the Middle East and in the world. It's a golden opportunity to strengthen this. You know, we always hope to achieve peace and security for Israel and between Israel and our neighbors. But I wonder if the current Palestinian Authority, the Abu Mazen or Mahmoud Abbas Palestinian Authority, can be trusted or considered a reliable partner for peace and security. This is a rhetoric question, but let me rephrase it a little bit. Can the extremely corrupted, splitted, dysfunctioning, totalitarian, anti-Semite Palestinian Authority become a genuine partner for genuine peace in the Middle East? We always hope to achieve peace and security for our people. But in order for the Palestinian Authority to be able to convince Israelis that we have a reliable partner, that it's reasonable to try to promote, to resume the peace negotiation, at least two conditions, two necessary conditions, should be fulfilled. And those two necessary conditions, some would say, very difficult, maybe almost impossible, but still necessary conditions. First, Abu Mazen should put an end, should terminate the anti-Israeli and anti-Semitic incitement in the Palestinian education system. This is first condition. With the current level of anti-Israeli and anti-Semitic incitement, with the current situation, the two core messages that Palestinian children are getting in school class, the two core messages. One, that sooner or later Israel should be eliminated from the map. And the second is that Jews are horrible creatures that we should get rid of. With those two messages in the Palestinian education system, it's simply non-starter. So this is the first necessary condition, not just to stop providing salaries and money for terrorists who are sitting in Israeli jails for killing Israeli civilians or American civilians, but once and for all to put an end to this anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli incitement, horrible, impeccable incitement in the Palestinian education system. You know, we hear Abu Mazen during his visit to New York, to Washington, speaking about peace, about educating our people for peace. This is in English. But we see what's going on a daily basis in the Palestinian education system. So if you want to create the minimal preconditions for peace, first you had to terminate this impeccable, horrible anti-Jewish and anti-Israeli incitement. Second, we got a commitment from Yasser Arafat and Abu Mazen already 20 years ago that the Palestinian Authority in general, and Gaza in particular, will be totally demilitarized. Without the demilitarization of Gaza from rockets, from tunnels, from all kinds of illegal weapons, from all kinds of terrorist organizations, Hamas, Islamic Jihad. If Abu Mazen is unable, unwilling or incapable of demilitarizing Gaza, how can we trust him as a partner for peace and security? How can we trust his future commitments to Israel during such a negotiation? So those are two basic, necessary conditions in order to bring back some confidence and hope to the peace process. Therefore, although we always want to promote peace and we always ready to negotiate and to give it a try, but therefore I am not very optimistic until those two elementary, fundamental, necessary conditions are being met. And therefore, let me shift to another urgent subject, or two topics that are actually linked together. Two topics that are extremely important for Israel, for the United States, and actually for the entire world. And the new rhetoric that we are hearing from Washington is very encouraging with regard to those two main threats, emerging urgent threats. One is the attempt of Iran to take advantage of this horrible civil war in Syria and to transform Syria towards the end of this civil war, and one day this civil war will be over. It might take another half a year, 2 years, but it seems that sooner or later it will be over. The plan of Iran to transform Syria into some kind of extension of Iran, and to make Syria an Iranian stronghold, military stronghold. The label will still continue to be Syria, but de facto, according to the Iranian plans, it will become just an extension of Iran. Iran is planning to build air bases, naval bases in Syria. Iran is planning to create permanent military presence and military garrisons in Syria, on Israel's northern border, on Jordan's northern border, engulfing and circling actually all the Arab Peninsula. It's a very serious threat to Israel, to the Sunni Arab world, to Turkey, to Cyprus, to NATO. It's bad enough as it is to have Iran so influential and threatening all over the Middle East. You don't want Iran with a leg at the Eastern Mediterranean, with naval bases in Syria or air bases in Syria. This is urgent because this is forthcoming. And the second issue that is already dealt by the new administration in Washington is the North Korean nuclear development. And some people might wonder, this is far away, over there. What is the interest or linkage to the Middle East or to Israel? I think it's crystal clear. Not only that North Korea and Iran already cooperated together on missile plans. It was the North Koreans who built the secret nuclear reactor in Syria that was destroyed in 2006. Don't forget it. But if North Korea will continue to develop its nuclear arsenal, will manage to develop thermonuclear bombs and longer-range missiles, ICBMs, Iran will not be able to resist the temptation within Iran to resume its nuclear project. If, on the other hand, the international community, under the leadership of the United States, will manage once and for all to put an end to the North Korean nuclear development, This will produce also a very deterring and important impact on the Iranians. So the two problems, the two main threats for the Western world, for the United States, for Israel, for the entire world, emerging from the Iranian expansion in the Middle East, in Syria, in Yemen, all over the Middle East, and the North Korean nuclear development are actually linked together. And it's urgent to handle and to defeat both threats. I think that the issue with North Korea is very close to the point of no return, and the point of no return is the moment that North Korea will have not few, but several dozens nuclear warheads, maybe also thermonuclear warheads, with several dozens ICBMs that can deliver them directly to the United States of America. Their nuclear program should be dismantled before that moment. And this will have very important positive impact also on the Iranian threat. This is the most urgent two subjects: the North Korean nuclear development and the Iranian attempt to transform Syria into an Iranian stronghold on our northern border and in the region. We have to discuss together with the United States of America, with other Western allies, how we handle those two very serious, immediate, forthcoming threats before it will be too late to stop them. I want to conclude by a very positive development. It was already presented here, the Israeli miracle, which is really a miracle. The miracle is that Israel is not only succeed to defend itself and to survive in the middle of the Middle East, in the middle of the most difficult, problematic, unstable, hostile neighborhood on the face of earth, but Israel is really getting stronger and stronger by almost all means, decade after decade, year after year. Politically, we are in better situations than ever, as Danny Dayan already said. Economically, we managed to develop this vibrant, very strong, high-tech-driven economy, and it is flourishing. Also today, with the new field of cybersecurity, that Israel is one of the chief leaders in the world. Also, our security is in a very good hand of the IDF, Mossad, Shin Bet. And our economy is still growing in a very reasonable rate. And our GDP ratio, debt ratio to GDP is still going down, which is extremely important. But I want to add one important element. I remember when I was a little child in Israel, growing in Israel in the 1960s and 70s of the 20th century, we Israelis, we always looked amazed on the wider Middle East and asked ourselves one little question. How is it possible that all the Arab states got all the oil and natural gas in the world, Saudi Arabia, Libya, Iraq, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, even Egypt and Syria did have some significant, not that big, but significant oil fields. And only the Jewish state is totally deprived of any oil or natural gas resources? How can it be possible that nothing is found in the Holy Land? So first, by the way, it was not bad, because it forced us to develop this high-tech driven, very strong high-tech driven economy. But then, 7 years ago, finally, after so many years, we did discover some significant natural resources. We did discover 3 extremely significant, 2 of them are giant natural gas fields in our economic water in the Mediterranean. This was extremely significant. Unfortunately, the biggest field, Leviathan, we delayed its development for too long, for 7 years. It was discovered in 2010, but the good news is that 1 month ago, 2 months ago actually, the development of Leviathan started. This is extremely important. For the first time in our history, we are becoming energy independent. We are supplying our own needs. I can tell you that this year, for the first time, most of the electricity of Israel is being produced with our own natural gas. This is a new phenomenon. And it helps us also to improve the air quality for the people of Israel. But we are doing another thing, because we have found so much natural gas, much more than such a little country like Israel can consume, and we are hoping to find additional gas fields in the next 2 or 3 years. According to all the evaluations, the scientific evaluations, what was discovered so far is just the tip of the iceberg of the natural gas that is waiting to be discovered in our economic water. We are already exploring ways and means to become an energy player and an energy exporter. Now think about it. Israel is already we already signed an agreement to export natural gas to Jordan, to the Arab world. We will provide an Arab country with natural gas. And we are conducting also some talks with the Egyptians about natural gas supply to Egypt or through Egypt to other countries. We are conducting very serious talks or dialogue with the government of Turkey about building a subsea pipeline stretching from Israel to Turkey. We will provide Turkey with natural gas. And more ambitious, more challenging, but still more important from economic and strategical point of view, 1 month ago, there was a conference, a summit in Israel. I invited the European Energy Commissioner, the Energy Commissioner of the European Union, together with the energy ministers of Italy, Greece and Cyprus, and in Israel, in Tel Aviv, we signed an agreement, an initial memorandum of understanding about building the longest and deepest, it's a very challenging project, the longest and deepest subsea gas pipeline in the world, the Cross-Mediterranean pipeline, stretching from Israel to Italy, actually to Europe through the Italian transmission system, with connections to Cyprus and Greece. And Israel, for the first time in our history, we will export energy, we will export natural gas to Western Europe. After so many years that Western Europe was heavily dependent on Arab oil and gas supply, we will be able to balance it a little bit with Israeli natural gas supply to Europe. This is extremely important economically, but let me tell you something. It's also extremely important strategically. It's a new position for Israel vis-à-vis the Middle East, our neighbors, Turkey, Jordan and Egypt, in the immediate vicinity, but also vis-à-vis the European Union. So despite all the problems and the incitement and the dysfunctioning anti-Semitic Palestinian Authority and the Iranian threats and the terrorist threats, Israel is making progress on almost every topic in almost every direction, and we are even becoming an important energy player. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Steinitz. Israel is not only the only democracy in the Middle East, but it is blessed with a robust and vibrant society and a biting opposition. We're honored to host today Isaac Herzog, Israel's head of opposition and chairman of the Labour Party. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Isaac Bougie Herzog.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Great to be here.
Bougie, great to have you with us. So when we were speaking yesterday, you actually mentioned to me that you are the fourth generation of Herzogs that have been covered by the Jerusalem Post.
That's true. First of all, the Jerusalem Post is a unique institution in the Zionist world, in the Jewish world, as a voice of reason and a voice of the cause of the Jewish people and the creation of the State of Israel. I'm fourth generation being covered with all the history of my family, Rabbi Hillman, Rabbi Herzog, Chaim Herzog, Yaakov Herzog, Abba Iban, and myself.
Wow. Well, it's our honor, I guess.
And our wives and our mothers and our aunts. It's a great paper, and I really respect the work they do.
So President Trump will be coming to Israel later this month, and it seems from all reports and all indications, his speeches, his meetings recently with the Prime Minister, as well as President Abbas just last week, that he wants to try to relaunch the peace talks. You were involved in the last attempt about a year ago with the Prime Minister to try to get something going. You paid a political price. It did not succeed. Sure. Do you think Trump really has a chance here?
I welcome President Trump's visit to Israel and to the region. I commend President Trump for his efforts to bring peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians. I think he's adamantly committed to this cause. I must say that it gives an aura of optimism in the region. I think he identifies exactly that this is a root cause for a lot of problems that we face, the peoples of the region and us. And I think that so far the way he's handled this mission is impeccable. I met with Jason Greenblatt, I met with others, and I think that there is a spirit of change that needs to be seized, and that the moment needs to be seized before it's too late. And let me explain. First and foremost, there is a regional change, which is dramatic. That was the root cause of my negotiations with Netanyahu last year, which failed, unfortunately, because he fled away due to the pressure of the settlers' lobby in his own government and cabinet. And that's very unfortunate, because for the well-being of Israel's security and well-being, we must make sure that it is preserved as the nation-state of the Jewish people forever. And for that, I go back to the moral decision of Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, the founding father of the State of Israel, who said back in 1949, when I had to take a decision between a Jewish state and the wholeness of the land, I opted for the Jewish state. And this actually resonates until today. And may I add that when I was government secretary back at the end of the 90s, I looked at the annals, at the minutes of the government meeting of Levi Eshkol, the late Prime Minister of the Six-Day War, exactly 50 years ago. And I was sure I will see prophetic language, biblical language. However, Levi Eshkol says to his ministers, great victory, and we are indeed extremely proud of that victory and of the reunification of Jerusalem, but he says, what exactly are we going to do with 2 million Arabs? They didn't have the terminology Palestinians then. And this stays until today. And there will be no other choice. Reality is reality, but to move towards separating from the Palestinians.
What would happen if the Prime Minister, or if a process starts to move forward and Netanyahu calls you and says, Bougie, come into my coalition, I have to change the government to get this peace process happening. Would you be willing to join?
First of all, I have grave doubts as to the intentions of Prime Minister Netanyahu. None of us know exactly. I differentiate between rhetoric and deeds. Truth of the matter is that I was there last year, and we agreed on a certain scheme which was cautious, reasonable, made sense, and was moving step by step with a whole regional energy which is incredible, in fact. But then when it came to political considerations, as soon as his peers have heard about the possibility of changing the course in the region, he simply melted down. So I don't want to go and repeat that experience again. But I would say that what President Trump wants, we know. He wants a deal between us and the Palestinians. What Netanyahu wants, none of us knows. If Netanyahu will opt for what President Trump wants, he will enjoy political support within the Israeli political system, including from my camp. But if Netanyahu will opt towards what Bibi usually wants, then he will find us as a fierce opposition, and we will continue, and I will continue, building a political bloc which will replace him as soon as possible.
So it brings me to the next question of, you remember after Trump won the elections, there was song and praise in Israel, especially by the right-wing parties, that said, okay, this is the end of the two-state solution. It seems that if I were them, I'd be a little nervous right now.
I would say that President Trump realized the facts on the ground. It's not that we are joyous about where things stand. Our potential partners, our Palestinian partners, are extremely difficult and many times impossible. But the realities are the realities. The Israelis are there, the Palestinians are there, the sea, the border, the land, it's all there. You cannot ignore it and just simply dump your head and start wonderful speeches in front of this conference about steps that there's no way anybody can move forward with them under the current political and strategic reality. The United States is a vital partner of Israel. President Trump has shown great support for Israel. And definitely we need to share common interests and challenges together. And one of those interests is to try and move forward on the peace process. And those who celebrated, including some people who will speak later on the election day of President Trump, as if that's the end of the two-state solution and as if that's the moment to annex the land, simply don't understand that it undermines Israel's well-being and security.
Today there's elections in France, very critical elections for the country. And there's many Jews in the country, in France as well as in Israel, who view the possible election of Marine Le Pen, and they call her an anti-Semite, as far as to say even that she might be something of a neo-Nazi. What do you anticipate will happen? Will there be a wave of aliyah from France if she wins?
I criticize Marine Le Pen strongly because my own family story, my late father's cousin, she was the daughter of Rabbi Joel Herzog, was the chief rabbi of Paris, my great-grandfather. And my father's cousin, Annette, she was a 20-year-old Jewish girl in Paris who was picked up by the French, not by the Nazis, by the French, deported to Drancy, a concentration camp in the outskirts of Paris, and delivered to Auschwitz, where she perished. And to hear Marine Le Pen denying a historical fact which was actually confirmed 20 years ago by the French government of the responsibility of the French people during those horrific years is a very grave cause for concern. And naturally, we, as people who despise anti-Semitism, racism, xenophobia, should be worried. But let's wait for the elections, and we'll see the outcome, and we will know exactly what we need to do once the outcome is clear.
If she wins, should Israel work with her?
We will have to work on the ground, on the facts on the ground. We will have to be realistic as to the political reality in France. But since the ballots are open now, let's just, instead of kind of advancing the chicken and the egg questions, which is a very Talmudic thing to do, let's just skip it and wait for the results at the end of the day.
So just to end, you're now in the middle of primaries within the Labour Party. You talk a lot about how if you win, you want to establish a bloc of centrist parties to be able to form the next government. Who would be part of that bloc? How would that work?
Well, let me just explain to our crowd. I lead a couple of entities. I'm the leader of the opposition. It's something which is unknown to Americans, especially because this structure of parliamentarism is less known, but it's more of the British or European system. So the members of the opposition are not out of love members of the opposition. They simply are those who are not in the coalition, and that's how on issues they agree, on other issues they dissent, but we present an alternative position to that of the government. Now, the key to leading the opposition is that we are the largest party in the opposition, and I lead the Zionist Union. The Zionist Union is a partnership between Labour Party, which is the founding party of the State of Israel, which I chair, and with Tzipi Livni, who led a party called Atnoa, and together we formed the Zionist Union. Now, my vision is, as we are now holding internal re-election or primaries for Labour leadership on the 4th of July, that the only way for my camp to make a change and an alternative government is by forming a centrist bloc, strong centrist bloc. The same way I formed it with Tzipi Livni, I believe we should form it with other major national figures and parties and movements. Some of them are here, and I hope one day we will be able to be partners with Bogi Ya'alon, who's here, of course with people like Gabi Ashkenazi, Ehud Barak, Benny Gantz, Orly Levy, and many others, and Moshe Kahlon's party. But I hope sincerely that we will be able to present a centrist, clear vision of Israel, both on social and economic issues, where my party has a clear vision that is supported heavily by the people, as well as for the plight of security and peace, which is so essential for the people of Israel.
Isaac Herzog, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I can just conclude by congratulating the next speaker, Mr. Ronald Lauder, for two reasons. Number one, because our families go back many, many years back, and I always make a point of meeting him. And I think we should give credit to those leaders who both advanced the Jewish people, the State of Israel, and the cause of peace, which is very, very important.
Thank you very much, Bougie. Our next speaker is a true leader. Ronald Lauder, president of the World Jewish Congress, is constantly on the front lines, fighting on behalf of Israel and the Jewish people. You might have read on the front page of the New York Times just yesterday about the role he is reportedly playing now in helping to renew the peace process between Israel and the Palestinians. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ambassador Ron Lauder, president of today's Jerusalem Post Conference.
Boker Tov and good morning. Thank you, Yaakov, for that generous introduction. I'm delighted to be here today with so many loyal friends of Israel. I'd like to begin by thanking the many distinguished Israeli ministers who are here today. Also my good friend Alan Dershowitz and the legendary Larry King. I'd also like to thank the American elected officials here today. I first heard Tom Cotton speak when he was a candidate for the Senate in 2012. And I said to myself, who is this? He's saying everything I believe. He makes complete sense. And even though the Jewish population of Arkansas was 0.1%, you will not find a stronger supporter of the Israeli and the Jewish people than Tom Cotton. We're also joined by Senator Menendez, another stalwart defender of the State of Israel. Senator Menendez demonstrated great leadership when he stood up to President Obama and said, no, the Iran deal will not make us safer. He said it will not make it safe and I will not vote for it. That was an easy thing to do for a Democrat, but it was the right thing, and all of us are grateful for it. Thank you, Senator Menendez. Throughout his long career of public service, Congressman Eliot Engel has been a strong and consistent supporter of Israel. I thank him for joining us today. Finally, I want to thank Congressman Grace Meng of Queens for her support for Israel. I want to use this time to talk about one of the great threats facing the Jewish people, and that threat is anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Yes, there is still anti-Semitism of the past, the painted swastikas that have been on buildings and gravestones for decades. But there's also something new, anti-Semitism that tries to hide itself as anti-Zionism. Anti-Semites want to destroy the world's only Jewish state. Having failed to destroy Israel militarily, having failed to destroy Israel economically, our enemies are now trying to destroy Israel politically and morally. They want to turn Israel into the pariah state, the apartheid state, the evil state, with lie after lie after lie. I often hear people say, I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm only anti-Israel. I will never forget meeting with the late Hugo Chavez, then the president of Venezuela. May he rest in pieces. I decided to break the ice by saying, President Chavez, I understand you're an anti-Semite. I wanted to get the meeting off to a good start. He responded that he wasn't an anti-Semite, only anti-Israel. To which I said, who do you think lives in Israel? Martians? Being anti-Israel is being anti-Semitic, plain and simple. Even Pope Francis said to me when I met him, there is no difference between being anti-Israel and anti-Semitic. Then he went on to say, you can disagree with Israel's policies, but you can't disagree with Israel's right to exist. And yet, Anti-Israel sentiment is all around us. We see at the United Nations, where UNESCO absurdly claimed that the Temple Mount has no connection to the Jewish people. We see it in college campuses, where our young people face a barrage of anti-Israel lies under the guise of BDS. The World Jewish Congress, the organization that I have the honor of heading for the past 10 years, has a plan to meet these challenges. We at the World Jewish Congress have 3 new divisions that are hard at work defeating this new form of anti-Semitism. Taken together, these efforts will form an iron dome that will protect Israel from the threat of anti-Semitism. First, the World Jewish Congress is creating a new communications department, or as many would call Hasbara. For too long, we have let our enemies define us. Propaganda, lies, and misinformation about Israel are all over the internet. Reacting is not enough. We must be proactive, and we must be aggressive. There is no reason that Israel should be losing the public relations battle. Jews invented public relations. Not only that, Israeli technology made media the revolution it is, and continues to push the digital frontier forward. And yet, the world only hears one side of the story, and that's not Israel's side. We will deliver a strong message on social media and the internet about Israel and all the great things it does. Second, significant legal efforts are underway to combat BDS. The World Jewish Congress is deploying the most brilliant Jewish lawyers to defeat the BDS movement, including the great Alan Dershowitz, who is with us today. Senators and congressmen, along with state legislators, are advancing bipartisan legislation to outlaw BDS. 19 states have already succeeded in passing anti-BDS laws. We are making great progress. The World Jewish Congress has a 3rd new division focused on education. We will teach young people to be proud of their Jewish heritage, to be proud of Israel, and to stand up and expose the lies that they're being told about Israel. I've long believed that our greatest asset is our children and their education. And yet, from the moment they arrive at college, they face an onslaught of anti-Israeli lies. This is dangerous because, for many of these young people, college is their first exposure to the politics of the Middle East. These young people are vulnerable to being influenced by the harsh propaganda of highly trained anti-Israel activists. We need to reach these young people where they are, the internet and social media. We must tell them who we are, the values we hold, and what the Jewish people are doing for the world. We must ensure that our enemies do not define us. We must teach the next generation to embrace their heritage rather than abandon it. I myself have opened 25 Jewish schools throughout Eastern and Central Europe. We have succeeded in places where Jewish education was denied for over 80 years. In these places, Jewish life has flourished because we invited in and we got involved in Jewish education for these young people. However, when I was born, Jewish people represented 4% of the American population. Now, we're only 1.8%. Except for the Israelis and the Orthodox, our birth rates aren't even at replacement levels. We must encourage Jews, whether they're born in Buenos Aires, Buffalo, or Beersheba, to be proud of their Jewish identity, to marry Jewish partners, and to raise Jewish children. Every Jew rescued from indifference makes our people stronger, and we renew efforts to lay the groundwork for peace. We, the Jewish people, must present a strong and united front. We have tremendous friends that will support Israel in times of trouble. They're in Congress, the Senate, state houses, across the country. We also see them in churches, from Maine to California. Israel has no greater friends than the Christians around the world who come to Israel. They stand up for Israel, and they keep Israel in their hearts. We have a new pro-Israel American president, Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a man I have known almost 50 years, and let me tell you, Israel has a great and true friend in him. We have a new Secretary General of the United Nations who spoke at the World Jewish Congress. When Secretary General Guterres spoke at the World Jewish Congress, he assured us that he will do everything in his power to change the UN's anti-Israel bias. And if the UN doesn't change, I think the U.S. should rethink how much we fund the UN. Last fall, I commissioned a poll of the Jewish people around the world. And one of the many fascinating things we learned is that the vast majority of Jews are optimistic about our future and the future of Israel. I share that optimism. I believe Israel is poised to shine brighter than ever before. Israel will thrive because we are educating the next generation. Israel will thrive because we are united. And Israel will thrive because we are striving towards peace with security. Last week, the World Jewish Congress met in New York. More than 800 Jewish people came, representing 90 countries, and approximately 98% of the world's Jewish population was represented. It was a remarkable group. But here's what struck me. When I looked around the room, I saw from the most orthodox to the most secular, from the most politically liberal to the most conservative, we are one people. And we are one people, and we stand united with Israel. That is true today, and that is true forever. Thank you. God bless you. And may God continue to bless the Jewish state of Israel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Lauder. It's my distinct honor and pleasure to announce that this year's Jerusalem Post Award for the most significant international contribution to the Israeli economy is being given to Chairman of Bright Dairy and Tnuva, Zhongjian Zhang, for his visionary work in turning Tnuva into an international corporation whose products will be distributed across the globe in Israel, China, and the United States. Mr. Jean could not be with us today. On his behalf, we're honored to have Eyal Malus, CEO of Tnuva in Israel, with us. The award is in recognition of Bright Dairy's entrance into the Israeli market, which serves as one of the key foundation stones in China's economic ties with Israel and the Jewish world. To learn more, please join me in watching this short film.
In every home, in every refrigerator, on every table in Israel, every day there is Tnuva. Tnuva, Israel's largest food company, has been leading the Israeli food market for over 90 years. With over 1,000 products, annual sales exceeding 6 billion shekels, and 6,000 employees, Tnuva leads most of the major food segments in the Israeli market. Tnuva employees have been providing healthy, nutritious, and tasty products to every household in Israel for over 90 years. Tnuva employees put their heart and soul into ensuring Tnuva will continue to lead the market, launch innovative products, and continuously strive for excellence.
When you say Israeli food, you are saying Tnuva. Millions of Israelis grew up on Tnuva's cottage cheese, milk, and dairy products. And the loyalty to the company continues day after day.
Tnuva's dairy division has been leading Israel's dairy market with its Yoplait yogurts, cottage, emek, and outstanding Piraeus cheeses. Introducing breakthrough innovation with YOLO, Farm Milk, Tnuva Go, and its soy-based products line. Tnuva owns a group of leading companies that sets the food industry and market standard, including quality beef with a Dom Adom, cold cuts with Tirat Tzvi, the unrivaled baked goods produced by Ma Danot, Sunfrost outstanding frozen vegetables, Mama Olf, the mama of all schnitzels, and Tnuva's eggs. We produce all of these products using Israeli agriculture. 80% of our raw materials are locally originated. Tnuva invests in the most innovative and advanced production lines in the world, operating over 20 factories and logistical centers nationwide. Every day, the company supplies over 5 million products to thousands of points of sales and hundreds of thousands of households in Israel. The Tel Yosef Dairy has established a new standard in the production of semi-hard cheese, and the Ba'emek factory presents the world's most innovative technology for manufacturing protein concentrate, whey, and lactose. Tnuva products have exceeded the boundaries of the Israeli market and are sold in North America and Europe, where Tnuva has expanded by launching the Israeli cottage cheese under the Muna brand name.
One of Tnuva's clear objectives is to penetrate international markets, mainly in the US and China. The connection with the Chinese Bright Food Corporate brings Tnuva a great opportunity of introducing the Chinese consumers with a variety of Tnuva's products.
This is the Tnuva Group, the largest senior and leading food group in Israel, experiencing a growth momentum and looking towards international expansion.
I now invite Ambassador Lauder, President of the Jerusalem Post Annual Conference, to join me back on stage to present Eyal Malus, the CEO of Tnuva, with the award. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Ambassador Lauder and CEO of Tnuva, Eyal Malus.
Wow, good morning. I'm very happy and proud to be here with you today in this special and important event. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Bright Dairy, of the Bright Food Group, and Bright Dairy Chairman of the Board of Directors, Chairman Konjian Zhang, who expressed his great pleasure on the decision on present this award to Bright Food Group, and apologize, of course, for being able to attend the event in person. I would like to thank the Jerusalem Post for honoring us with the investment in Israel, innovation in technology and penetration into new market award. The chairman has asked me to declare that Bright Dairy is fully committed to continuously advance its businesses, interests in Israel, and promote the economy of the country. Bright Food believes in Tnuva, and Tnuva believes in Bright Food. Bright Food sees Tnuva as a long-term strategic investment and at the same time a basically Israeli company. The relationship between Tnuva and Bright Food opened huge opportunities for Tnuva in the Chinese market. This mutual relationship is expressed in the support that Bright Food and its chairman Zhang guarantee Tnuva to enable us to successfully overcome the present and the future challenges. In the recent meeting in Beijing, Chairman Zhang made this intention clear to Mr. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In Israel, iconic Tnuva Corporation enjoyed leadership in the food market over the 90 years. Now, Tnuva is also present on the US market. I'm more than sure that many of you raised on some of our classic and iconic brands or know them for your visits to Israel. The all-time favorite cottage, Tnuva cottage cheese, is also now available in the US. Under the Muna brand, with the right formula which suits to the taste of the US consumer, Tnuva brings innovation in a single-serve cottage cheese and try the new way to cottage. Bright Dairy and Tnuva are dedicated to developing and investing in the consumer market also in the US. We would really appreciate your help and support in this issue. Let me conclude by saying that Tnuva is the face of the Israeli consumer, and the Israeli consumer is the face of Tnuva, and we will work very hard in the future to continue to be this face in the future also. The two have a long and strong historical bond. We regard it as a great honor to receive this impressive award. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eyal. Our next speaker comes to us from Washington, D.C. Dr. Sebastian Gorka serves as a deputy assistant to President Trump, as a national security aide, and is one of the more recognizable faces of the administration in the media today. We thank Dr. Gorka for joining us here. His appearance at our conference was not without noise and controversy. And while I appreciate the emotions among some of you, this conference, like I mentioned, my introductory remarks, is about listening, is about being respectful, and is about giving people the opportunity to do what they came here to do, which is to speak. So while I understand we all have emotions, I kindly and would appreciate if we could all hold that back and allow me to interview Dr. Gorka on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sebastian Gorka. Sebastian, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you.
I want to jump straight into the thick of it. There have been reports...
Before you start,
yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, please.
Okay. There have been reports in the media that you have affiliations with different anti-Semitic Hungarian orders, such as the Vitezi Rend, which is said to have had ties with the Nazi regime. There are reports that you were sworn in secretly as a member of this order. You were shown wearing a medal belonging to this order. You must, I'm sure you're aware of the sensitivity that this has for the Jewish community. What can you say to address those reports?
Well, first things first, thank you for this opportunity. And I'd like to thank everybody who has stood by me and this administration for the last 15 weeks. Specifically, and I apologize in advance if I forgot you, but the two Davids, Ira, Bruce, Jeff, Mort, Joel, Noel, Noah, you know who you are, okay? And especially thank you to Rabbi Billet, who wrote just this Friday an amazing piece. So let's get to the heart of the matter. I have spent my life fighting against totalitarian ideologies, and so did my father. My father was 9 years old when World War II broke out. As he says in his memoirs, in 1944, after the Nazis took over Budapest at the age of 14, he escorted his fellow Jewish schoolmates who were forced to wear the Star of David to school every day and back to stop the local German forces from assaulting them or spitting on them. That's my father, okay? Later, he was forced to resist the communists. He fought back in university. He was betrayed by Kim Philby, arrested and tortured as a 20-year-old, often by secret police officers of the new communist regime, who just a few months before had been members of the fascist Arrow Cross. I take that heritage very seriously, and when my father was awarded a medal in 1979 by anti-communist members of a splinter order outside Hungary, I take that as a mark of their suffering, and I am proud to wear that as a response to everything that we face today. Because for me, jihadis are linked to fascists, because they are totalitarians. And that's why I am proud of working in an administration that, look, we can talk about bluster, we can talk about rhetoric, but the bottom line is nobody, not one person, not at the Forward, not at Politico, not at any other place, has found one sentence that I've ever said in the last 46 years that is anti-Semitic or anti-Israel. You'll find the opposite. You will find the opposite. And because we are pro-Israel, we must be attacked. Whether it's the president, whether it's Steve Bannon, whether it's Steve Miller or myself, we are friends of Israel.
But you must understand, Sebastian, you must understand the sensitivity here. Right? This is a Jewish community here in the United States that feels very, sometimes insecure, feels at times that medals and affiliation with such orders could bring in types of sentiments into the White House that could be to the detriment of the
look at the facts. Look at the facts. Look at what the president has said. Look at what the vice president said just this week. We were celebrating the Independence Day of Israel. And what did the president say through the vice president? We will always unapologetically stand by Israel. That's the truth. That's the truth. And we're talking about an order. I don't want to get lost into the weeds. We've got important stuff to talk about. There are members of this order, like Vilmos Nagy, who was recognized in 1969 as a righteous among the nations by Yad Vashem. That's a member of the Vitez. Let's think about that for a second. Okay? So the politics in Central Europe is often very complicated, as you know.
There have been a lot of reports recently that you might be leaving the White House. It goes on. One day you're leaving, one day you're gone, and then the next day you're still there. So it seems like maybe infighting inside the White House. Can you shed some light on what's happening there?
Let me quote the boss. It's always good to quote the boss. As the president says, there's fake news, and then there's very fake news. The fact is, the White House works like a well-oiled machine. This idea that there are camps. There aren't camps inside the White House. There are patriots, lovers of America, friends of Israel that work together, whether it's Jared, with Steve, with Reince, with the president. The bottom line is there are some people who don't like our stance, that we wish to be a leader in the world. We wish to help our friends. And some of those people may be leaked to the press, or maybe they make stuff up. That's a sad reality, but we are going to hold the line.
So you're there to stay?
I will be there for as long as the president has use for me.
Okay. I want to switch gears for a moment. Before Donald Trump took office, there was a lot of skepticism about his approach to Israel. Right, pro-Israel, anti-Israel, what does he think about Israel? We see that he's keen on trying to renew peace talks between Israel and the Palestinians. He met last week with President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority. He's making a trip to a very historic visit to Israel as his first trip, part of his first overseas trip as president. I know it's not your specific portfolio, but what can you tell us about how the president views this alliance between Israel and the United States?
How he views it?
Yeah.
Again, it's our closest relationship. Our closest relationship. Look at who he's put in charge of this issue. It speaks volumes to the commitment of the president to Israel and to peace in the Middle East, by the fact that he put Jared Kushner, right, as his point person, and Jason Greenblatt as his special negotiator. That tells you just how committed he is. And on top of that, let's think about something. Who was this man before he became the commander-in-chief? This was a businessman who wasn't just successful, he was crushingly successful in the hardest market in the world. What's that market? New York real estate. So if there's a man who can bring a deal, who can bring peace, it is President Donald Trump.
His overall trip, though, which includes stops to Saudi Arabia, Israel, the Vatican, it's interesting, kind of the three monotheistic religions, the main centers of that. Is there some overarching or overall message here with this visit?
I think that the recognition of how important faith is, yeah? We had an administration who for the last 8 years said, didn't take faith seriously, may have gone to church or may have gone to temple, but saw it as a networking exercise, nothing more. And importantly, they didn't take our enemies' understanding of religion seriously. When you spend 8 years saying you can't talk about religion, you can't use the word jihad, it's all about jobs for jihadis, it's not about any kind of ideology. This administration understands the power of faith, the importance of faith, and the importance of those who are using faith to harm us. And I think that's the message that's being sent.
You've been said to have been one of the architects behind the change in rhetoric that we've noticed by President Trump already back in the campaign. The use of the term, which was, as you mentioned, highly controversial during the previous 8 years, of radical Islam, right? Why is that important? Why is it important for those two words to be said in conjunction with one another?
Imagine if in 1944, as America and her allies are preparing to storm the beaches at Normandy. Imagine if anybody, the president, theater commander, a local unit leader, had said to the troops, okay, is your weapon ready? Is your chute ready? Is the barge ready? Oh, one last thing. When you land on the beaches, ready to fight, whatever you do, don't use the word Nazi, because you could annoy the Germans. That person would be fired, court-martialed, drummed out of the government, okay? We've had enough of that. We talk truthfully about the threat, and that's why people who don't want the truth to be told attack us. I think it's fascinating. Who are the leaders of the attacks, the slanders against this administration? Scratch it a little bit deeper, and who do you find? People who are either all connected to the BDS movement, or people who are all pro-JCPOA Iran deal. Doesn't that tell you something? So we say, speak truthfully about the threats, and the president said, remember all the fake news about, oh, he's going to climb down, and he's not going to talk about it the way he did during the campaign. Look at the video of the joint session of Congress. What was the moment where the president stopped and stressed 3 words the most? It's when he stopped, looked at the camera, and said, the enemy is radical Islamic terrorism. We are not stepping down. We are not watering down our message. He understands the threat, and he will obliterate it.
There are those, though, who say that this obsession or this way of categorizing and characterizing the threat makes you and the administration, but even particularly you, Islamophobe, right? That you're actually against Islam as a religion.
Let me. I had the honor of spending 6.5 years in the Defense Department teaching counterterrorism, and 40–50% of my students were Muslim officers, colonels or above. I learned from them the threat to this country. And when an Egyptian tells me that it's not a war with Islam, it's a war in Islam, I listen to him. When the Jordanians tell me that this is a religious war, but not against a religion, that would be absurd. Because I always ask people, do you remember that fighter pilot burnt alive in the cage? What religion was he? Was he Orthodox? Was he an Episcopalian? He was a Muslim, burnt alive by ISIS. So this is a war inside the faith for which version will be dominant. And we have to help our Muslim allies win. That's why the meetings with the King of Jordan, the meeting with President Sisi are so important. After Israel, these are our closest allies.
You know, one big change that we noticed, and the whole world noticed, was after the chemical weapons were used in Syria. Back in 2013, there was something called a red line, which was crossed and crossed again, but then somehow disappeared and never found again. But this time, when chemical weapons were used, Tomahawk missiles were fired and launched. What does that mean from the larger, if I take a zoom out for a moment, what does that say to the larger strategy of this president, of his intervention foreign policy?
Two things, most importantly. Number one, when the last administration, in its own national security strategy, said that we are going to lead from behind, what does that mean in English? Follow. Thank you. Right? It's not leading. It's the opposite. It's standing back and letting other guys, usually bad guys, fill the vacuum. We have ended that. As the Vice President said about 10 days ago on the deck of the USS Ronald Reagan, he said another very important thing. When the President wrote in his introduction to the National Security Strategy, we are now going to follow strategic patience, the Vice President said, the era of strategic patience is over. We are going to lead. We are going to lead. So what does it mean? It means that when the President, and he took that decision, it might have been over a great chocolate cake, but he took that decision, okay? When he decides to launch those 59 cruise missiles, when his local commander dropped that Moab bomb in Afghanistan, I think everybody understands. You definitely understand. Everybody who understands geopolitics understands those two events were not about Afghanistan and not about Syria. They're about the return of American leadership and sending a very simple message. We are back and we will lead and we will, with our friends, destroy our enemies.
So when we think about moving towards the future, there's a lot of talk now about what's happening in Syria, splitting it up into different parts, pieces of land, and America not being able to fly over different parts. Do you have a vision? Is there a clear vision that you can maybe outline for us what might happen in Syria, which is obviously a very big concern for the state of Israel?
When you play poker, I don't know if you play poker.
Not too much.
If you played poker, do you show the other people at the table your playing cards? It's not a good idea. The last administration did that. They said, we're coming into Mosul in 2 months or 3 months. You do not tell your game plan in advance. It's not good strategy. What we talk about are objectives. And right now, we're not going to posit the future of Syria. We're going to do one thing. We're going to make sure that the conflict ends. And on top of that, we've sent the very clear message. You will not, nobody will use weapons of mass destruction against unarmed women and children. The objective is to stop the war.
So lastly, if I look to ISIS for a moment, the president has laid out a plan to defeat ISIS, right? And I think a lot of the world is wondering how will that exactly work. So you might give me the poker answer again, but possibly not. But what I also want to maybe get at is, so ISIS, obviously a terrorist organization that is a major threat to a lot of the stability of America's allies in the region. But we in Israel face other terrorist organizations such as Hamas in the Gaza Strip, Hezbollah in Lebanon, also fighting in Syria. Is there a view from the White House of these terrorist organizations as one?
So what are we going to do? Again, we're not going to tell our strategy, but a couple of key points. The President has been explicit before January 20th and afterwards. He has absolutely zero interest in invading anybody's countries and occupying them. That is un-American, and this administration will not do it. What we will do is we will help our friends fight their own wars for themselves. So that's why it's crucial that our Sunni allies understand that now they can trust us. This is not the Obama administration, but we will help them to fight this war. On your question with regards to these organizations, it's patently obvious, and the President knows this absolutely. Every jihadist group, whether it's Shia or whether it's Sunni, whether it's Hezbollah, whether it's Hamas, whether it's ISIS, whether it's Al-Qaeda, they all feed from the same genetic code. What is that genetic code? The jihadi ideology of the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood started it all in 1928. And we know that they share the same goal, and that goal is against everything we represent. I won't talk about strategy, I'll talk about objective. This is just Sebastian Gorka. The objective we have is a very simple one. We know we will have won when the black flag of jihad is as reviled and rejected around the world as the swastika of the Nazi Third Reich. When that happens, we will have won. And we didn't rehearse this, so I didn't get a chance to ask you, but I have to commend you, I don't know if it was your choice, but to hold this event on the 7th of May was delightful, because as you all know, the 7th of May is the day that the Nazi Third Reich surrendered to the Allies. So, thank you.
Dr. Gorka, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gorka. This year, Karen Kayemet L'Yisrael Jewish National Fund is celebrating its 115th anniversary. Kakal JNF, through uncompromising Zionism, acts as the trustee of the land of Israel in the name of the Jewish people everywhere. Kakal JNF established the future borders of Israel even before the existence of the state, and has transitioned into one of the largest green organizations advancing the quality of life for all of Israel's residents. This is modern Zionism. I have the honor to present to you the blessings of Mr. Daniel Attar, World Chairman of Kakal JNF.
ידידים יקרים, בתחילת הדרך ממשק קק"ל את החזון הציוני באמצעות גאולת אדמות ויישובן, ייעור הארץ, הכשרת הקרקע והבראתה, ומאז העמיקה והרחיבה את פעילותה באמצעות הקמת יישובים חדשים ומאגרי מים, נטיעת מאות אלפי דונמים של עצים, סלילת שבילי אופניים ודרכי ביטחון, קיום מחקר ופיתוח בתחומי החקלאות והסביבה, חיזוק ופיתוח ההתיישבות בפריפריה, בגליל ובנגב, קידום פעולות חינוכיות משמעותיות בישראל ובתפוצות. הקרן הקיימת מהווה כיום את הארגון היהודי הסביבתי הגדול בעולם, ומשמשת כזרוע ארוכה של העם היהודי בבנייתה ובחיזוקה של מדינת ישראל למען הדורות הבאים. כארגון הפועל בשם העם היהודי ולמענו, מוטלת על קרן קיימת לישראל האחריות והחובה להציע מענה לאתגרים המשמעותיים העומדים בפני היהדות והציונות בשנים הבאות. אחד מאותם אתגרים הוא שמירת הזיקה בין הקהילות היהודיות בתפוצות לבין מדינת ישראל. העצמת הדיאלוג בונה את כוחנו, מגדילה את השייכות ותחושת הביטחון, ומאפשרת תרומה הדדית לשני הצדדים. קק"ל היא גשר דו-צדדי בין העולם היהודי לארץ ישראל, ופועלת לחזק את המעורבות והקשר של הנוער בתפוצות עם מדינת ישראל. חיזוק הזהות היהודית הינה כלי משמעותי בהתמודדות עם אתגר נוסף, איום ההתבוללות. גם במאבק באנטישמיות, קק"ל נמצאת כיום בחזית המאבק בקמפיין הדלגיטימציה שמובילה תנועת ה-BDS כלפי מדינת ישראל בפרט והעם היהודי בכלל, וסופגת מזה שנים מתקפות קשות מצד פעילים אנטי-ציוניים ואנטישמיים. יחד עם שותפיה האסטרטגיים, לשכות JNF ברחבי העולם, קק"ל שמה לעצמה למטרה לאזן את ההסתה השקרית המבקשת להחליש את ישראל ולפגוע בהמשך פיתוחה ושגשוגה. בנוסף, קק"ל גאה להציג לעולם את פניה היפות של ישראל, יכולותיה הטכנולוגיות המתקדמות בתחומים של ייעור, מים, פיתוח בר קיימא, חקלאות ומאבק במדבור, הפכו לשם דבר בזירה הבינלאומית. הקשרים שקק"ל מקדמת מתוקף כך עם מדינות העולם וארגונים בינלאומיים מובילים באום ובארגונים נוספים, מאפשרת לצאת מהרחוב היהודי אל המרחב הגלובלי, ובכך לשרת את מדינת ישראל והעם היהודי. מכובדיי, נתכנסנו כאן כולנו למען העם היהודי בישראל ובתפוצות. אתגרים רבים עוד לפנינו, אך אין לי ספק כי שיתוף הפעולה בינינו הוא זה שיבטיח את הצלחתם. בהזדמנות זו אני מבקש להודות לכם, תורמי קרן קיימת לישראל ברחבי העולם בכלל ובארצות הברית בפרט. בכלל, יהדות ארצות הברית היא הבסיס האיתן המאפשר לנו להמשיך להוביל את החזון הציוני גם במאה ה-21. רבים מכם היושבים כאן באולם מתווים את הדרך בפועלכם ובתרומתכם ומספקים לנו רוח גבית שאין שני לה. הודות לכם אנו מתקדמים בכל פעם מחדש לעבר המטרה, והיא הבטחת אופייה ועתידה של ישראל למען העם היהודי כולו. תודה מיוחדת מגיעה לידידינו היקרים ולשותפינו לדרך JNF ארצות הברית. מזה שנים אנו מובילים ביחד פרויקטים אשר נועדו לפתח את הארץ ואת אתריה, להפריח את הנגב והגליל ולהפיץ את בשורת הקדמה הטכנולוגית בתחומי המחקר, החקלאות, הסביבה, הייעור והמים לעולם כולו. אנו גאים על הזכות לעבוד יחד איתכם בראייה אסטרטגית רחבה ובהתבסס על ערכינו המשותפים. מי ייתן ונמשיך לקדם ביחד את השליחות החשובה שלנו למען הדורות הבאים. תודה רבה.
Dear guests, tomorrow the world marks one of the most meaningful days in modern history, one of the most important days for the Jewish people and the State of Israel, Victory Day over Nazi Germany. Without this victory, the State of Israel would not have been created, and the destruction of the Jewish people could have been even greater. This year, we mark this great day in cooperation with the American Forum of Russian-Speaking Jewry. Please watch this short film.
Tomorrow, the world marks the Victory Day over Nazi Germany, which saved Jewish people from elimination and enabled the establishment of the State of Israel. World War II was not only a story of Jewish victimhood, it is also a story of Jewish victory. 1.5 million Jews fought in the anti-Nazi coalition, mostly in Soviet and American armies, as well as British, French, Polish, and others. Jews were officers and war heroes. Jews liberated death camps. Today, 1 million of post-Soviet Jews live in North America. They remember and commemorate this victory.
Мы евреи, ветераны Второй мировой войны. Мы победили свою войну во имя будущего еврейского народа. Теперь армия, оборона Израиля. Мы полагаемся на вас и верим в вашу победу.
Today, Jews have its own state and their army.
Tzahal, now it's your turn. Vinevo for Jewish people. We are with you, Tzahal.
We are the American Forum for Israel, the home of the Russian-American Jews. And this was our message.
We are greatly honored to have here with us a group of Jewish veterans of World War II who fought in the Red Army, some of whom fought on the bloodiest battles, reached Berlin, and liberated the death camps and freed Holocaust survivors. They live here in New York and are part of the Russian-speaking Jewish community that numbers around 800,000 people across the United States. They are proud Jews and passionate supporters of the State of Israel. I now invite to join me here on stage Boris Feldman, Anastasia Braverman, Fira Stukelman, Yakov Polyak, Yafim Krumshenko, Yossi Kruglayak, Yosef Sosna, and Galia Gorstin. Please. We are also honored to ask onto the stage the leaders of the American Forum for Russian-Speaking Jewry, an organization that works to strengthen the connection of Russian-speaking American Jews with Israel, and the initiators of this moving event, Dr. Dmitry Shiglik and Mr. Eugene Lekach. And I finally, and to honor the veterans, I ask Minister Israel Katz, Israel's Minister of Intelligence and Transportation, back on stage to present the veterans with a special certificate on behalf of the Jerusalem Post and the American Forum of Russian-Speaking Jewry. Thank you very much. Israel is often referred to as the startup nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Israel's Minister of Science and Technology, Ofer Acunis.
Good morning and shalom, everyone. I would like to start by saying what an honor and a great pleasure it is to be here with you all, to be participating at the 6th Annual Jerusalem Post Conference. I thank you so very much for inviting me here today to be with you. I must say that I can already feel today's conference will be a great opportunity to meet friends and allies of Israel as well as local leaders. I would also like to take this opportunity and acknowledge the Jerusalem Post's important role since 1932 in sharing the story of Zionism, the story of Israel, the Jewish people in their homeland abroad. With professionalism, responsibility, and most important, integrity. There is no fake news in Jerusalem Post. With your permission, I would like to take a moment and thank Eli Azur, publisher of the Jerusalem Post, Mr. Yes. Mr. Yaakov Katz and Ronit Chassin-Ochman, and the entire Jerusalem Post team for their effort and hard work it takes to tell and report the stories of Israel. My friends, please allow me to share a small part of my day with you, something that actually took place just a few hours before I was to board the plane that brought me here this morning. As I was going through my daily task in my Jerusalem office, I've noticed something of concern, and I will even say disturbing. As I was browsing through some international news sources, I couldn't help but noticing the lack of coverage or attempts to link and explain the connection and history of the Jewish people and Jerusalem. It even went the extreme of completely denying this connection. UNESCO, just to name one, it was only last week. My friends, for that, I come to you from Jerusalem with great conviction and say, Jerusalem was, Jerusalem is, and will forever be the undivided capital of the Jewish people. Just as it was for the past 3,000 years, and just as it is the capital of the state of Israel today. Anything else will be as erasing our identity, erasing who and what we are as the Jewish people. My friends, Israel is a country of great beauty, amazing people, a place of bright minds and a positive contribution to the whole world. Not to mention a great breeding ground for the investment of science, technology, and innovation. Sadly, the situation is quite different when compared to the rest of the Middle East. I often ask myself, can this be real? Is this the world we live in today? Can this really happen in our backyard? I suppose that you remember Shimon Peres predicted in the early 90s, and I quote, "It is a whole a new Middle East." He was right, but unfortunately, in a negative sense of the word new, as we can now see that is much, much worse Middle East. What we originally thought was an Arab Spring has now become a dark and a stormy winter. Look at Syria, Iraq, Iran, Yemen. My friends, the time has come to stand united against evil around the world, and in particular in the Middle East. Whether it's the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, the Islamic State within a state of Hezbollah in Lebanon, or the Islamic Hamas in Gaza, we must stand united against them. Unfortunately, I am saying this with great disappointment and sadness. Israel's repeated attempts to convey such dangerous and concerns with the previous administration. But as you all know, we did not see the situation eye to eye in most of the time. Let me say this again in a clear manner. The forces of evil in the Middle East are not only a threat to Israel, but a threat to all people who uphold the value of life and democracy. Israel is proud to stand with the United States of America and all life and freedom-loving people. In the spirit of democracy, Israel looks forward to be welcoming President Donald Trump and his delegation to Israel this month. President Trump has shown himself to be a true friend of Israel. We continue to see eye to eye on many current issues I mentioned, as well as sharing similar values. I believe the President will keep his promise to a united Jerusalem and as the only capital of the State of Israel, not just because it's the current reality, but more so because it's right historically. I'm also looking forward to be meeting the new U.S. ambassador to Israel, Ambassador Friedman, in his embassy in Jerusalem. But before I see him in Jerusalem, we're supposed to meet during the week in D.C. Friends, I would like to bring to your attention an increasing problem Israel is facing lies and by trying to rewrite the history. Most, if not all of these lies, come from terror-supporting states, terror-backed organizations, the BDS organizations, and anti-Israel student organizations. But when we hear these lies about the Jewish people and Israel, what is our response? We must tell them the truth. I already mentioned one of the lies earlier, and its sole purpose is to make people believe that the Jewish people have no ties to the city of Jerusalem. And by the way, if anyone in the world has any doubt, I suggest they go visit many of our amazing museums where they will find Jewish ancient artifacts. As far as I know, I have yet to hear about any Palestinian findings. But you know that one of the main lies being passed by those groups is that the Palestinians are ruled by Israel. My friends, the truth of the matter is that the Palestinians ruled themselves, and it happens for 23 years already. They run their own educational system, healthcare, security, financial, justice, and media, all under the Palestinian Authority. Sadly, almost in every instance, they use their influence to glorify violence and death. In their schools, their textbooks are filled with hatred towards Jews and Israel. Their year-end ceremony includes the kidnapping of Israeli soldiers or worse. In their court system, they give a death sentence to those who sell their private lands to Jews. Their financial system, as you know, have budgets for families and individuals who commit terror and to those who murder Israelis. They use their health systems and the facilities to hide and transport weapons and terrorists. It's happened usually in Gaza Strip, and we saw it during the Protective Edge war in the summer of 2014. They use their media to incite the youth to violence and how to kill Israelis videos. And all of this with the full support, encouragement and approval and at times even at the direction of the Palestinian Authority. My friends, are we speaking the same language here? Or maybe I should say, are we on the same page here? I ask myself, what prevents the Palestinian Authority from engaging Israel without any preconditions and making peace? Well, I suppose that we all know the answer. And we all know that Israel, on the other hand, is ready and willing for peace. But each time we reach out the other side, the terrorists spill more of our blood, more mourning, more death. This must be stopped. So people ask me from time to time, why am I against the idea of the establishment of a Palestinian state? To that I answer this. First, Jews have always had a connection to the land of Israel since the beginning of our time and before anyone else was walking on this land. Our entire identity and who we are evolves around this land and its history. Our nation was born on the hills of Judea and Samaria, and this is a fact. There is a number two. Israel needs stable and defendable borders in order to survive in the Middle East. A Palestinian state will place a direct security threat to all of the citizens of Israel, from Afula and Haifa in the north, Tel Aviv in the center, Gush Dan, and even Beersheba in the south. We don't need another terror state in the Middle East, believe me. And third, the third reason, I want my children to grow up with peaceful neighbors. I don't want them to grow up with the generations of children that cause for our death and destruction. And unfortunately, that's what happens in the PA Authority. My friends, I'm happy to see that the Trump administration says what I've been saying all along. The settlements in Judea and Samaria are not the obstacle to peace. I said it a lot of times, and I will say it again this morning. The Palestinians are the obstacle to peace in the Middle East. And I promise you, so long as I am elected to serve my country, I will ensure that a Palestinian state will not be created. My friends, before I go, I would like to tell you this. Israel is a lighthouse of democracy in the Middle East. It doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman, black or white, left or right, gay or straight, and there is really no difference if you are Jewish, Christian, or a Muslim. We are a life-loving people. Our strength is our freedom and values. All citizens of Israel live together in peace. Now, yes, this is the truth about Israel. Now, my friends, how many other countries in the Middle East hold and live by these values? Zero, by the way. This is the question. This is the answer. Instead of fighting with Israel, the Arab states and the Palestinians should view Israel as a role model and stop preaching us to make peace, because we want a real peace. And for this, my friends, I am so proud to call myself an Israeli. Proud of our democracy, economy, proud of our achievements. I'm proud of our advances in science, in technology, and innovation. And Israel and the United States have always been close allies. I am happy with our current accomplishments, but I am even more excited about what we can and will accomplish in the future. In the coming months, in the coming years, America and Israel must stand shoulder to shoulder in matters of the Middle East. We must stand united when they burn our flag. We must stand together when they attack nightclubs and cafes. Israel has no better friend than the United States. And the United States has no better ally than Israel. And so I look forward to continue working with the United States in making true peace in the Middle East, while building stronger connections in the fields of science and technology and in the other fields of our living. So thank you again for the warm welcome and for allowing me to address you all today. I'm sure you will enjoy the rest of the conference, and until next time, shalom, toda rabah, and greetings from Jerusalem. Toda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Akonis. Ayelet Shaked entered the Justice Ministry 2 years ago with a storm, but has since succeeded in quietly leading something of a legal revolution in Israel, and is today one of the more popular ministers in the Israeli government. Please join me in welcoming Israel's Justice Minister and Member of Security Cabinet, Ayelet Shaked.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the kind introduction and for the invitation to speak. The Jerusalem Post fulfills a very important role in providing the English-speaking public around the world with news and analysis about current events in Israel. Yaakov, thanks for your leadership and vision, because truthful information about Israel is critically important, so thank you to the Post for doing that since 1932. It is a very exciting time for US and Israel relations. It seems to have opened up new opportunities. I want to start by saying that the bond between the United States and Israel is strong and will always be strong. It is an unbreakable bond, not based on partisanship or elected leaders. Our relationship is people to people, Israelis and Americans. We share common values. Both of our great nations are democracies. We both believe in justice, equality, and the rights of individuals to express themselves freely. While still early in the Trump administration, the initial signs are promising. Even during the transition period, President-elect Trump attempted to block the perversion of justice, which took place recently at the United Nations with UN Resolution 2334. It was nothing more than anti-Semitism and delegitimization of Israel. He did everything he could to try and stop it, but the will of the previous administration and their anti-Israeli partners was too strong. We reject UN Resolution 2334. We reject it on legal, moral, and ethical grounds. Today we have a partner in the Trump administration in fighting it, and all unnecessary and illegal UN resolutions. Israel is not the United Nations punching bag anymore. Instead of dealing with the mass murder in Syria, countries prefer to attack Israel even when it is a lie. Many countries are lacking consciousness and don't question their own actions, instead focusing on Israel. It's easy. We can see the change with Nikki Haley as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Yes, she deserves it. This is the best news to come out of that building in years. Israel is finally feel that we have someone leading the fight for justice and morality in a place without it. We feel like our voice will finally be heard in the halls of the General Assembly. She is giving us hope, and we look forward to seeing her continue on the path she started. I was personally encouraged that the Trump administration did not automatically adopt the two-state solution narrative from previous administration. They did something unique. They listened to some of the things we have been saying for years and said we need to work it out on our own way. Until now, previous administrations just repeat the two-state solution mantra as if repeating it would make it more believable and workable. Our conflict with our neighbors is complex. It has been deadlocked for years, and that means new and creative solutions are necessary. My party, the Beit Yehudi, the Jewish Home Party, has proposed a solution to end the conflict. Our plan includes immediate application of Israeli law on Area C and granting citizenship to the residents there. We want to establish a confederation in Area A, B, possibly with Jordan, a country that coincidentally has a population that is 70% Palestinians. We have a detailed plan that we've been working on for a number of years because we want to make progress, because we are not satisfied with the current situation, and because both Israelis and Palestinians deserve better. I think the Trump administration will continue to positively surprise us. First, as I mentioned, regarding the two-state solution. Second, the proposed move of the American embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem the eternal capital of the Jewish people. President Trump actually doesn't need to do anything. On June 1st, if he doesn't sign a waiver, the embassy will need to move to Jerusalem according to the American law. And third, recognition of the northern border of Israel, including the Golan Heights. This is a consensus issue among all Israelis. It is part of Israel, the Golan Heights, and will always remain part of Israel. From here, I will be traveling to Washington, D.C. to meet my counterpart, Attorney General Jeff Sessions. We have a lot to discuss, and there is a real willingness on both sides to strengthen our already strong bond. Finally, the United States is leading the global fight against Islamic terror. The first step was to call it what it is: radical Islamic terror. I am hopeful that Attorney General Sessions will continue the fight he began in the Senate against the nuclear arm deal with Iran. It remains an existential threat to the state of Israel and must be stopped. We will also discuss ways to improve our extradition agreement. In addition, I will be working in Washington, D.C. on something that is very important to all Israelis. With the administration, we are talking about the disclaimer of the visa waiver program. President Obama's administration pushed for that, and I hope that we will finalize it in the coming year. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, there are a lot of things going on actually in my ministry, in the Minister of Justice of Israel, and I think you should know about it. When I first came to the ministry, I set equality and coexistence with Arab Israelis as a target. I studied the issue and found out that there was no courthouse in an Arab town or village. This is unacceptable. I am proud to say we are going to build the first official courthouse in an Arab town in Taibe. This is an important message of equality to all Israelis, Arabs and Jews. I also made an important breakthrough recently by appointing the first ever female Arab judge for the Israeli Sharia court system. This is great news for Israeli Arabs, especially Arab women. Hannah Khatib is the new judge, and she will handle personal status issues like marriage and divorce for Muslims Israelis. The Ministry of Justice is also dealing with some unpleasant international legal issues. There is a worldwide legal campaign against Israel. The new battlefield is also in the courts. I am very proud of our counter-lawfare department, which I am expanding. Our enemies are changing their tactics, and we have to adapt legally to this new judicial threat. We are defeating this shameless campaign in foreign and international courts. They are trying to use the universal jurisdiction in a very cynical and political way against our leadership. These frivolous complaints have all been thrown out of the courts when they were presented. The United Kingdom, Spain, Belgium have amended their domestic law to prevent this kind of legal abuse. Universal jurisdiction is important and has a place when trying to bring terrorists and others to justice. But Israel is a country based on laws, and our values and morality are central to our Judaism. That's why the efforts to use universal jurisdiction against Israel are all doomed to fail. So, since that, they are trying to boycott us. 18 U.S. states have already enacted anti-boycott legislation, and the Congress has enacted something similar. There are a number of countries around the world that are also fighting against this, including France and the United Kingdom. It is this kind of pressure from our friends and seekers of real justice that are vital to this fight. Make no mistakes, the effort by our enemies is not about reaching peace with the Palestinians. The effort is about destroying the state of Israel as a Jewish state. We should be aware of that. It's that simple. I want to thank the Jerusalem Post again for organizing this conference. It provides a platform to Israeli lawmakers and American lawmakers to present their policies and their visions to an audience of people who do care about Israel. It opens up the U.S.-Israeli discussion on so many issues and levels. The United States and Israel are like a family. Communicating those ideas in an open forum like this is so vital in strengthening our relationship. I am excited about the development relations with the new Trump administration. We are just in the beginning stage and the discussions are promising. We agree on a lot of international issues, but more importantly, we approach many of the global challenges from the same perspective. We disagree on some issues too, and that is healthy as long as we can communicate. Our relationship with the Congress is as strong as ever. We have real friends on the Hill. That is never changed. There is bipartisan support for Israel on the Capitol Hill. There are a lot of opportunities for growth in U.S.-Israel relationship. There is a positive feeling of change. We have many challenges, but there is a renewed hope. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for your attention. Toda rabah, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Minister Shaked. We have a small change in schedule. We're now going to have a short event with Magalim, and then Minister Naftali Bennett will speak before we go off to the coffee break. But our next speaker is Asaf Weiss, head of Magalim, a leading Israeli organization that has taken upon itself the mission to save at-risk youth in Israel. There are tens of thousands of youth who come from high-risk areas and low socioeconomic backgrounds. And with 300 counselors, Magalim fights to lift them up and put them back on the track for life. To learn more, let's watch this short film.
Economic hardship, social inequality, and an educational achievement gap are all parts of Israeli society. Inside this reality, Ma'agalim is working to break this terrible cycle. Come take a closer look.
אני חוזרת הביתה מהבית ספר, והדלת נעולה, ואמא שלי צועקת לי מאחורי הדלת, תחפשי לך בית אחר. זו תחושה מאוד קשה. אז אני יוצאת החוצה, ואני חושבת מה לעשות. מחליטה שבסדר, אני אהיה ברחוב, וזה הרבה יותר עדיף מאשר הבית.
כילד, היה הרבה פעמים שחברים מבית ספר הולכים לטיול, וצריך לשלם על הטיול, ואין כסף לשלם על הטיול. חבר'ה שלך יש חולצה חדשה, או שיש חג, ותמיד היינו חלומות גבוהים, אבל בתחת בשטח ידענו שזה לא באמת מה שיקרה. זה הגיע למצב שהייתי בדיוק באמצע קורס חובשים. אבא שלי התקשר אליי באמצע הקורס, והוא סיפר לי, איציק נתחום את החשמל, אין מה לאכול בבית וזה. זה היה רגע מאוד מאוד קשה. התפרקתי, בכיתי הרבה, נשברתי.
These teens are just a few of the hundreds of youth who are handicapped from the very beginning. Their futures are far from promising, and they have no belief that a better life is possible. In the bleak reality of their lives, they need a strong supporting hand stretched out towards them. Here is where Ma'agalim enters the picture. Understanding that these youth are at a critical crossroads in their lives, and they simply must keep their heads above water.
אנחנו פוגשים את הנוער של מעגלים בפריפריה המוחלשת. ושם מעגלים נמצאת. שם מעגלים נותנת להם כלים לשנות את החיים שלהם. אבל בעיקר לשים את עצמם על מסלול של הצלחה בחיים.
How do they do it? What's the magic of Ma'agalim? It starts with hard work on a daily basis, taking responsibility, and having faith in people. Those who take off and soar give us the strength to continue.
וזה באמת בזכות המדריך הזה שהיה שם וניגב את הדמות הקטנות האלה.
השינוי לא קורה ברגע, הוא לא קורה ביום אחד, והוא קרה ועדיין קורה בזכות מעגלים.
There are thousands of other young people standing today on the edge, within the circles of violence, crime, and neglect. They need our help. Join the family of Ma'agalim and help us to help them get on the path to success.
I now invite Justice Minister Ayelet Shaked to join us back on stage to present Asaf Weiss from Ma'agalim with an award recognizing their contribution to Israeli society. Minister Shaked and Asaf Weiss.
clicker. Thank you to the Jerusalem Post for honoring Magalim, and thank you for being here today. How can I share with you the stories of thousands of at-risk youth on 3 minutes? I cannot, but I can tell you one. I want to tell you a personal story of Ezri, a Magalim graduate. Ezri came to Magalim 6 years ago, at-risk youth, alone, with no hope for a future, no connection to Israel. If you would ask Ezri, what he wants to do in the IDF service, he would say, I don't want to go. It's not for me. Somebody else will do it. First chance I have, I want to leave Israel. Ezri came from bad neighborhood in Yerushalayim, place that brought him only trouble, violence, drugs, and crime. Big chance happened when Ezri came to Magalim. His madrich mentored him, believed in him, and showed him he is important. His madrich gave him hope that he can make a difference to society and to Israel country. Now, 6 years after mentoring from Magalim, Ezri became a commander in an elite unit in the IDF. With very successful future. Ezri, but the important part is that Ezri came out of the risk world in which he came from. Ezri's story is like many of thousands of at-risk youth in Israel that Magalim worked with in the last 18 years. It's all thanks to our believing Israel at-risk youth, understanding that they must make a change for a better future for them and for Israel. Today, Ezri came to here to share with you his private story. Ezri, please.
Shalom. My name is Ezri Yerushalmi, and it's an honor for me to be here with you representing Magalim. When I look back on my life, I never could have imagined that I would be where I am today. And where I am today could never have happened without Magalim. Since I was young, I saw friends and people in my neighborhood avoid enlisting in the IDF. They would fake their health situation in order not to be in the IDF. During Magalim weekly and school group lessons, Izar, my counselor, explained the importance of military service, of how and why we need to protect and defend our country, defend the Jewish people. I started to question my path in life. He was the one person in my life that said I mattered. He truly saw me, saw my potential. He helped me realize that I could dream, that I could do something with my life. Izar inspired me to enlist as a combat soldier. In July 2013, during Operation Protective Edge, my unit took part in fighting and clearing the tunnels that Hamas had dug in order to enter Israel. In one of these operations, in one of these tunnels, my dear friend Agdar Goldin, Zichrono Livracha, was kidnapped by Hamas. The day before this operation, we spoke about the importance of what we were doing for Israel. We both said how much we missed being home with our families. But he was killed, and he never had the chance to go home again. When I came home from fighting and told my parents how it was like and what happened to Adar, they took me in their arms and cried. They told me how proud they were of me, how special I was to them and Eretz Israel. When I think back on how I was before the IDF, if it had not been for Magalim, I would not have helped to defend my country by leading missions that led to arrest terrorists in West Bank and Gaza. I would not have served for 3 years in the IDF. I would not be in the second year at university studying computer science. Thank you. And I would not marry to my lovely wife with a little baby on the way. Thank you. I would be in a completely different place. I am here to say thank you. Thank you to Magalim. Thank you to Asaf. You changed my life. You really saved my life. And I am only of more than 8,000 at-risk youth of Israel you help today. We are the future of Israel. Now that I see all of us gathering together under the same roof, where the main subject spoken is Am Israel, I say with a great passion, Am Israel Chai. Am Israel Chai. Am Israel Chai. Am Israel Chai. Am Israel, Am Israel, Am Israel Chai. Toda Rabba.
Thank you. Thank you for Ezri.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asaf. Before we go to our break, just one last speaker. Naftali Bennett is Israel's Minister of Education and Diaspora Affairs and the leader of Bayit Yehudi, who in primaries in his party last week defeated overwhelmingly all of his opponents for the third time. He's a former IDF commando and a serial successful high-tech entrepreneur. And if you haven't met him, you probably feel like you know him from his appearances on CNN, BBC, and Fox News, where he fights fearlessly to get Israel's story straight. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Minister Naftali Bennett.
Shalom, my friends. Thank you, Yaakov. First of all, I really do want to thank the Jerusalem Post, and I think since Yaakov Katz joined, we see a whole new element of energy and momentum, so keep it up. You know, I lived 5 years in this small town of Manhattan. My office was just 4 blocks away. I was here during 9/11. I want to tell you a story. So I was selling anti-fraud software to big banks. I was the CEO and founder of a startup, and I used to pitch these banks in Columbus, Georgia, in Oklahoma, in Montgomery, Alabama, in Omaha, Nebraska, all around America. And I want to tell you a lesson I learned. You know, whenever you run a high-tech company, you always have to overpromise because, you know, you have to show something that you don't have yet. And many times there's disappointment. Now, one time we were running slow on schedule to deliver the software to a big bank in Columbus, Georgia. And my folks were sort of fudging the client. I called him up, a guy called Andy Marks, and I said, listen, Andy, got to tell you the truth. We're going to deliver the software 2 months late. Andy Marks from the South. So he tells me, you know what? I'm almost quoting him. I'm pissed off at you, but I respect your integrity. And that's the point where I learned that we need to tell the truth. Doing business in America, I learned that tell the truth. Even if it's unpleasant, tell the truth. Don't fudge. And that's what I want to do today. I want to speak truth to power. Everyone's talking about the deal, the ultimate deal. And I want to be very clear. We profoundly seek peace. Every Israeli profoundly seeks peace. The left wing does not have a monopoly on peace, just as the right wing doesn't have a monopoly on patriotism. We all want peace. We all love our country. The question is how to get there. And I want to walk you through a few realities and then suggest the path that we ought to go through. So when we're talking about the deal, I think we should be talking about the real deal. The real deal, the deal that is possible and not one that is an illusion. First fact, Abu Mazen is an ardent anti-Semite. Imagine if a country called its main, say, opera house, the Osama bin Laden Opera House, and the main boulevard, Al Qaeda Boulevard. That's what's going on today in the PA. Schools, culture centers, classes are all named after terrorists that killed Jews. It's happening right now, not in the past. And imagine doing business with someone who funds on an ongoing basis terrorist families and awards terrorists by the number of Jews they killed. This is not Hamas. This is the PA. Second fact, there is a Palestinian state, a full-blown Palestinian state in Gaza. Remember, in Gaza we did everything by the book. We pulled back to the 67 lines. We pulled out all the Jews. We pulled out the army. Not 1 centimeter in the 67 lines, and we handed over the keys to whom? To whom did we hand over the keys in 2000? That's correct, to the PA, to Abu Mazen. What we got since then is war, horror, missiles, international condemnation from the very place that we did everything the world asked us to do. Right? Marmara, where did it happen? In Gaza. Operation Cast Lead in the Goldstone Report, Gaza, not Judea and Samaria. So from the very place that we were okay, if you will, that's where we're getting hammered day in, day out from the international community. We're not getting applause, oh, you're great. Go fight the Hamas. No, they're telling us, be gentle. So there is a Palestinian state, a full-fledged Palestinian state with borders, with central government, with a military, everything by the book. Third, founding a second Palestinian state in the heart of Israel would flood Israel with refugees. I want to explain this sentence because sometimes it's counterintuitive. You know that in 1948, about 600,000 Arabs from Israel, the land of Israel, left. Most of them escaped or decided to run away. At the same time, by the way, 650,000 Jews were kicked out of Arab countries such as Morocco, Egypt, etc. We settled our 650,000 Jews in Israel immediately, so we have no more refugees. But they decided to ensure that the refugee problem will go on forever. So today there's about 6 million descendants, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Now, suppose we found a Palestinian state tomorrow in Judea and Samaria, in Shechem, in Ramallah. In one fell swoop, you're going to see this huge influx of 1, 2, 3 million Palestinian descendants into Judea and Samaria, and then a moment later, it's going to apply pressure into smaller Israel. I can almost imagine Route 6, which is on the Green Line, and the demonstrations, we want home, back to Haifa, to Jaffa. So, in fact, a Palestinian state in one fell swoop would destroy the Jewish majority that we worked 130 years to achieve between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean. So keep that in mind. A Palestinian state would flood Israel with refugees. And finally, a fourth point, Jerusalem. Have you ever been to an American wedding? So at any American wedding, a moment before the most romantic point in life, the husband says to the wife, "If I forget thy Washington, D.C." Yep. So that's what the Jews have been doing for 3,000 years. 3 times a day, at the holiest of moments. No Israeli public will ever agree to either divide the geography or the sovereignty of a united Jerusalem of Israel. And one final point before we set forth a plan. Listen to this. Keep it in mind. The Jews are the indigenous people of the land of Israel. I don't know why we forget or omit this time and again. The Jews are the indigenous people of the land of Israel. Continue saying it again and again. It's not only about security, it's about our home. And we've already given up 60% of what we were granted in the Balfour Declaration in 1920. It was severed, 60% went to the Arabs. And then, after War of Independence, Jordan illegally captured another 20%. So we have a small piece between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean. We're not going to sever that. So what do? Well, the reality is that we can achieve peace. But how do we achieve peace? We got to be strong, so everyone realizes we're here to stay. The peace I envision is beyond the Palestinian state in Gaza. In areas A and B, the Palestinians continue and fortify their autonomy. Yes, it's less than a full state because they already have a state in Gaza and a potential one in Jordan. And what we need is a new Marshall Plan, or if you will, a Trump plan. And it would include massive entrepreneurship. That's what we do in Israel. That's our secret in Israel. The startup nation is an entrepreneurship nation. And we could do amazing stuff. Industrial centers, tourism. Imagine tourists coming in from Haifa to Nazareth, to Nablus, to Jerusalem, to Bethlehem, in a free zone. You know that every day, about 100,000 Palestinians come into Israel to work, but they have to wait hours in line. Why? That's solvable. There's so many things that we can solve now, and instead, we decide time and again to bash our heads into a wall. What we're doing with the Israeli Arabs, I'm Minister of Education, the Israeli Arabs have never felt such backwind as now in mathematics, in STEM, in science, in English, and entrepreneurship. For the first time since Israel's inception, they're learning Hebrew from kindergarten instead of 3rd grade. Yep. So I'm very optimistic about Israel. And we could do all of this if only we focus on improving and making everyone's lives better. And that's what peace is about. Peace, in my dictionary, and with this I'll end, is no war and good lives. And that's something we can achieve if we focus on it. Toda rabba. Thank you very much.
As you probably noticed, we're on Jewish time plus Israeli time, so everything's off. But we'll have a 20-minute break now. I ask you to be back here at 12:42, 12:43. Thank you very much.
So here is the first part of the 2017 Jerusalem Post Conference. Boy, if you've been with us, this was quite a morning. There were some very powerful speakers, and you just heard Naftali Bennett, head of the Home Party and Jewish Home Party, and he also, of course, is the opposition leader. And I'm sorry, not the opposition leader, just the head of the Home Party and the Minister of Diaspora Affairs. And he spoke very passionately about why he is opposed to a two-state solution. He's talking about the way in which Palestinians and the Palestinian Authority has bounty payments for people who have killed Israelis and engaged in terrorist activities. And the audience responded very well to him. And the audience in general has been responding very well to what is called in America the right wing of the Jewish community. There was a lot of pro-Trump expression here, and the extent to which a lot of people, both Israelis and American Jewish leaders here, I'm talking now about, for example, Ron Lauder, who said that Trump is a great friend of the State of Israel. Many people here are talking about Trump's upcoming visit to the State of Israel and how important that is. And they even spoke positively about Trump's efforts to create some kind of rapprochement, some kind of peace agreement between the Palestinians and the State of Israel, as hard as it is for most people here to believe. And that was another theme. The theme is that as long as the Palestinians are who they are and have the kind of incitement and education of children that the PA right now sponsors, it's very, very hard to ever believe that there can be a peace agreement between Israel and the Palestinians. Yuval Steinitz was fabulous in describing the reasons why it's so difficult to even comprehend making peace between Israel and the Palestinians. And he also mentioned what he considers to be the two global problems confronting not simply Israel, but the world as a whole. One is Iran, and Iran's attempt to turn Syria into a satellite state of Iran, and the other is the nuclear threat posed by North Korea. And you heard him say that as far as he's concerned, there's no more important issues confronting peace in the world than those two issues. Iran and its attempt to make Syria an extension of Iran, and the nuclear threat posed by North Korea. And again, everyone here sees Trump in a very different way. I shouldn't say everyone, by the way. It's the overwhelming majority of people see Trump in a very different way than most American Jews who voted against Trump feel. The other thing that was very powerful was Sebastian Gorka. Dr. Gorka, of course, is a deputy advisor inside the Trump administration. The Forward did a piece, and others have picked it up. Politico picked it up, suggesting that in some way Sebastian Gorka has ties in his family to the Nazis, has a Nazi sentiment. His father received a medallion, a medal from a group that was associated with the Nazis, and there's a photograph of Sebastian wearing his father's medal. And so there was a big story. There are big stories throughout the Jewish community that Sebastian Gorka is a Nazi inside the White House. And he comes here and is interviewed by Yaakov Katz, the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. And boy, does he speak powerfully and directly to the questions of his own background and his own past. And he makes a passionate argument for the extent to which his father and he, to the contrary, are anti-fascist, anti-Nazi, and that what he stands for is a strong and vibrant state of Israel, and that the Trump administration will be in the forefront of leading a pro-Israel movement here in the United States. He was also asked whether he's in some way Islamophobic, because he is so adamant in his rhetoric against the Islamic extremist terrorism, ISIS, and he was unapologetic about that, saying that within the Islamic world there is a battle going on. It's against ISIS. It's against Islamic extremism. It's against jihadism. And what the West must do is become allies with that part of the Islamic world, which is also fighting Islamic terrorism, which has very often made other members of Islam the target. And the room as a whole was, from my perspective, much more engaged this year in all of the speakers. And there's a feeling here that something important is being articulated. And the articulation is that there's a need for American Jewry and for world Jewry to have a very strong connection to and support of the State of Israel. It's not that this room is monolithic. There are certainly liberals in this room and left-leaning individuals in this room, but it is also clear that the overall sentiment is very much leaning to the right, although there are those of us who have been arguing for quite some time right now that the center in Israel is what used to be the right, meaning that if one is a centrist, one says the following: we would love there to be a two-state solution, but there can't be at the moment for all the reasons that Yuval Steinitz enumerated. And if there can't be, then Israel must figure out how to live in peace to the extent to which it can without a two-state solution. And then, of course, Naftali Bennett comes in and says there already is a Palestinian state. It's Gaza. There's a nascent Palestinian state. It's Jordan. And that ultimately, from the Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea was given to the Jewish people by the world community, by the League of Nations, ratified by the United Nations, and that ultimately we are, the Jewish people, is the indigenous population of Eretz Yisrael. And from his perspective, there should only be a one-state solution, and he's willing to give Palestinians some kind of autonomous autonomy over the areas in which they live. That's been the sweep so far of the first part of the 2017 Jerusalem Post Conference. We're going to take a brief break, and then we'll come right back here to the Marriott Marquis Ballroom at Times Square for the 6th annual Jerusalem Post Conference. You're watching on JBS, you're watching on the Jerusalem Post website, you're watching on the JBS website all across America and all over the globe. I'm Mark Golub. We'll be right back.
You're watching JBS's exclusive television coverage of the Jerusalem Post Conference from the Marriott Marquis Hotel in New York City. Stay right here with JBS for more of the conference.
Shalom, I'm Michael Oren, and you're watching the Jewish Broadcasting Service, expanding Jewish understanding, celebrating all things Jewish.
When you hear the word Israel, what goes through your mind? Probably this image, or this, definitely this. So here are 68 facts you probably didn't know about Israel. Israel is a young country. How young? Just 68 years old. In nation years, that's like 3 years old, a mere baby. Israel's population is just 1.6% of the entire population in the Middle East, and takes up only 1/10 of 1% of the region's area, which means it's tiny. Basically, you can cross the entire country in less than 5 hours from snow-covered Mount Hermon to the sizzling beaches of Eilat. Israel is third in the world in the consumption of sweets and vegetables. Israel was the first country in the world to ban commercials starring underweight models. Israel has the highest number of academics per capita in the world, and the highest proportion of startups, and of museums as well. Tel Aviv is home to 80,000 dogs that enjoy more than 60 dog parks, and the biggest dog cemetery dating back to ancient times was discovered in Israel in Ashkelon. Speaking of ancient places, Jerusalem, one of the oldest cities in the world, is also the smartest one, as it was the first in the world to be completely covered by Wi-Fi, which you'll need to find one of the best hostels in the world, the Abraham Hostel in Jerusalem. Another ancient city is Beersheba, 4,000 years old. Nowadays it has the most chess masters per capita in the world. With all due respect to chess, the most popular beach sport in Israel, and probably its national sport, is matkot. There's no score, just the fun of ruining the quiet of the seashore. Books. Israel is number 2 in the world in book publishing. People of the book, remember? Wait, who's number 1? At least we're in first place when it comes to translating literary masterpieces from foreign languages. The USB stick is an Israeli invention which saves us lots of storage space. Israel is among the 10 leading countries in life expectancy. Folks here live on average to the ripe old age of 83. Israel has 273 kilometers of beaches, hugging the Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, the Dead Sea, and the Sea of Galilee, the lowest sweetwater lake in the world. According to the New Testament, Jesus walked on the water here. This rescue board is called a hasakeh. It was invented here in the 1930s by a Jewish lifeguard. If you have a problem staying above water, the Dead Sea is the place for you. The salt concentration there is so high, anyone can stay afloat. Israel is one of only 8 countries that have sent a satellite into space. The busiest bird migration route in the world goes through Israel. 1 billion birds pass through here every year. According to Traveller's Digest, Tel Aviv is in the top 10 for cities with the world's most beautiful women. And yes, also among the top 10 when it comes to good-looking men. But women in Israel have much more to offer than just a pretty face. Israeli women also have more academic degrees than the men do. So if you are the next Mary Curie, this is the place for you. Not for nothing is Israel known as the startup nation. There are more than 3,000 high-tech companies and startups in Israel. That's the highest concentration in the world outside of Silicon Valley. So what was invented here? The technology that allows us to chat in WhatsApp, Messenger, and everything else you youngsters spend your time on. The world's first antivirus software, gesture-controlled and hands-free computers. Technology to prevent traffic accidents. Taxi service app. Remember when you had to wave your hand for a taxi? A social network that allows you to steer clear of traffic jams. A really small pill that can photograph your body from the inside. How does it get out? Solar energy water heater. Irrigation system that conserves water. Painless hair removal. Well, almost painless. Anti-jellyfish sting gel. Laser keyboard. The technology that enabled unmanned flight. Cherry tomatoes and Rummy Cup, the popular board game. Whew. Crembo, chocolate-coated marshmallow treat. It may originally have been a Danish confection, but in the winter, Israelis eat more than 50 million Crembos. Bamba, a peanut-flavored snack created in Israel. On top of being popular and delicious, research has shown that it helps children build immunity to peanut allergy. And to continue with the yummy stuff, even though Italy is the birthplace of ice cream, consumption in Israel is 10 litres a year. Respect and brain freeze. Ice cream is all about the quality of the milk. Israeli cows are world champions in milk production. Since she's a champion, she's got an attitude. Tel Aviv is known as one of the vegan capitals of the world. Or how about some sushi? Tel Aviv is only second to Tokyo in sushi bars per square meter. Wine has been made here for more than 3,000 years. And even then, the local wine industry didn't win as many international awards as it does today. And speaking of prestigious awards, none is more prestigious than the Nobel, right? 9 Israelis have won the Nobel Prize in Sciences. The last one was Professor Dan Shechtman for the discovery of the quasi-periodic crystal. See if you can say 5 times really fast quasi-periodic crystal. Israel also grows flowers flowers, lots of flowers. For last Valentine's Day, Israel shipped more than 60 million flowers to Europe. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. Israel is not a monarchy, but does have a queen. Her name is Dana International, and she's the first transgender to win the Eurovision contest. Time Out magazine has crowned Tel Aviv as gay capital of the Middle East. And speaking of divas, Lady Gaga's shoe designer is Israeli. They are indeed beautiful, but really difficult to walk in, especially if you're in Haifa and need to climb its green hills. For that, the shortest train line in the world was constructed to take you right to the top of Mount Carmel. And while we're in Haifa, did you know that it is the most multi-ethnic city in Israel? It has Jews, Christians, Muslims, both Sunnis and Shias, Druze and Baha'is. Did you know that Israel is the only place in the world where the number of trees increases year by year? Even with all these forests, 60% of Israel is desert, which didn't prevent us from turning the barren desert into productive farmland. A desert doesn't have much water, so Israel was forced to lead the world in desalination technologies. Israeli scientists developed treatments for multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and most important, discovered the cause of halitosis. Yes, bad breath. Israelis are also not too shabby when it comes to sports. Maccabi Tel Aviv took the European Championships 6 times. In judo and windsurfing, Israel is an Olympic powerhouse. And if you're still not impressed, what would you say to the fact that the Emmy-winning series Homeland was written in Israel? Or that more than 1 million notes are stuffed into the Western Wall every year? Where does God find the time to read them all? And Hebrew is such an ancient language that if a modern-day Israeli would meet his ancestor from 2,000 years ago, they would be able to carry on a conversation. One more left? Well, all right. Have you heard of the Global Happiness Index? Neither had I until now. But apparently Israelis are in the 11th spot out of 196 countries. And if that doesn't satisfy you, maybe you should find someone to talk to about it.
Have you ever dreamed of learning to read Hebrew? Have you tried to learn Hebrew before, but found it too hard? Well, here's your chance to learn how to read Hebrew and understand what you're reading. On From the Aleph Bet, JBS's innovative and highly acclaimed weekly Hebrew series. On every episode, Rabbi Mark S. Golub offers hints on how to remember the sounds of Hebrew letters, shows you how simple it is to pronounce any Hebrew word, no matter how complicated it looks, and reveals the secret to reading Hebrew, which most people are never taught. Best of all, you'll understand the meaning of every word you'll learn. Whatever your age, young and not so young, don't miss this wonderful opportunity to learn how to truly read Hebrew used in the experience of Judaism here in the United States. On From the Aleph Bet, every Monday at 9:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m., and every Saturday at 9 a.m., right here on JBS, expanding Jewish understanding.
Many suggest that Israel's presence in the West Bank, what some people call the occupation, is the cause of Palestinian hostility towards Israel. And the reason, there is no peace. But is that really true? If Israel's presence is the cause of the conflict, then it follows that there was no conflict before 1967, when Israel was not in the West Bank, right? Let's look at the facts. The PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, was created in 1964, when the entire West Bank and Gaza was in Arab hands. Why create the PLO in 1964, when Israel has no presence in the West Bank and Gaza? What Palestine were they liberating? The PLO emblem gives us the answer. The PLO was created to remove by force the entire state of Israel from the map of the Middle East, a goal clearly stated in their charter. This goal was not new. The PLO was continuing a long Arab history of saying no. No to the national self-determination of the Jewish people. No to recognizing the Jewish ancestral homeland. Let's take a look at the history. In 1937, the Peel Commission recommended a division of the land, a Jewish state and an Arab state. The Arab portion would include 96% of the territory that the League of Nations had originally designated for the Jewish homeland. This included far more than just the West Bank. However, Instead of accepting the Jews as peace partners, the Palestinian leader, Haj Amin al-Husseini, said no, and found a partner whose vision was closer to his own. In 1947, the United Nations recommended the partition plan, which again offered the Arabs far more than just the West Bank. The Jews said yes. The Arab leaders again said no, and launched a war of extermination. Israel won that war, established the state, but did not know a day of peace, despite the fact that its Arab neighbors held the entire West Bank. The Arabs continued saying no. They attacked Israel relentlessly, using the West Bank as a launching pad, until Israel took it over in a war of self-defense in 1967. After the war, the Arab League rejected all attempts at peace. They continued to choose force over negotiation. And at a summit in the city of Khartoum, we again heard no, no, no. Let's fast forward to 1993. Israel and the Palestinians signed the Oslo Accords. Were the Palestinians finally saying yes? It appeared so. Israel said yes and gave territorial control to a Palestinian government it helped establish. But despite signing agreements, the Palestinian actions said no. During the next 5 years, Israel saw a significant increase in terrorist attacks, which killed hundreds of Israelis. In 1996, Yasser Arafat, the Palestinian leader, declares, "We plan to eliminate the state of Israel and establish a purely Palestinian state." But Israel did not give up saying yes. In 2000, Israel's prime minister...
Wonderful presentation.
הילדים האלה התגלגלו במהלך החיים למקומות לא משהו. בסדר, הם כולם הגיעו לכאן כי אף אחד אחר לא רצה אותם.
אתם בעצם הגשמה של חלום, עשיתם מסלול ארוך של תוכנית 7, סיימתם תיכון בהצלחה, התגייסתם לצבא, קיבלתם עוד ליווי שנה שלמה באזרחות, והתוצאה היא מדהימה.
פתחון לב, קודם כל העלו לי את הביטחון. ופתאום הגעתי לתעודת הצטיינות. בעקבות הפרויקט התנדבנו לארוז אוכל לאנשים שאין להם כסף ולקשישים.
המקומות הכי משמעותיים לאדם זה המקומות שבהם הוא נותן לאחר.
יש עוד אנשים חוץ ממך שהם צריכים אותך בעצם, הם צריכים את העזרה שלך, ואתה פה.
בעיניי פתחון לב זאת זכות. זאת זכות לכל מי שמתקרב ונוגע בזה.
Bank Hapoalim is Israel's leading bank, serving over 2.5 million clients worldwide. Founded in 1921, the bank has played a key role in shaping the Israeli economy, financing the country's largest infrastructure, real estate, and energy projects. Bank Hapoalim offers commercial and private banking services through BHI. BHI USA provides a full range of corporate and commercial banking solutions through our offices in New York, Miami, and Los Angeles. Over decades of operating in the U.S. market, we have established profound expertise across multiple sectors, presenting our clients with tailor-made financial products. With a global network of branches and offices throughout Europe, North America, Latin America, and Asia. As a relationship-driven bank, we follow our customers and offer them the best financial solutions, specially designed to their particular needs. We truly believe that if our customers are successful, our success will follow.
Welcome back. To get us back on track from the coffee break, we are now honored to have a video greeting from Israel's President, Reuven Rivlin.
Dear friends, I'm delighted to send you my warmest wishes to all of you in New York for this Jerusalem Post conference. I want to say just a few words about the Jerusalem Post. It is a paper which is so important to me. I read each morning, and I know that I am not alone. The diplomatic community, the English-speaking community in Israel and around the world look at the Jerusalem Post as a paper of record. It is a paper which has in its pages a full and healthy debate about Israel and the Jewish world. Your writers and editor Yaakov and all the team are dedicated to telling the story of Israel every day. I'm proud to welcome Greer Cashman to the President's house nearly every day as she comes to report on the work that we are doing. Greer has covered the President of Israel since before the days of the Israeli sixth President, Chaim Herzog. This is an amazing achievement. I also want to say a few words about the issues that we face today. We face today in Israel and in the region and around the world. Today's world is one with very worrying trends. Extremists and anti-Semitism are growing, while economic stability and security sometimes seem distant dreams. But we know that the only way to face these challenges is together. The bond between Israel and its friends around the world, led by the United States, Israel's greatest ally, is based on values and belief in cooperation. With cooperation and building mutual respect, we can and we will overcome hatred and terror. I want to thank all of you for being part of this important event. I look forward to seeing you all in Israel and very soon. Shalom, shalom, and God bless all of you from Jerusalem.
I'd now like to call on Professor Joshua Shemer, Chairman of the Asuta Medical Centers Network, who will talk about the new Asuta Hospital in Ashdod. Professor Shemer.
Shalom and good afternoon. It's a great honor and pleasure to be with you today. I would like to thank Eli Azur, the publisher, and Yaakov Katz, editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post, for inviting me. Today, I'd like to share with you a big story about a hospital in the city of Ashdod, a city in the periphery of Israel, embodying the essence of the Israeli spirit and our healthcare system. I will divide my talk into three parts. First, new words about the state of Israel. Second, a brief description of the Israeli healthcare system. And lastly, the story of Asuta Ashdod Hospital and the new innovative integrated care model that will come to life this summer. Israel, as you know, is a dynamic country that continues to grow rapidly. The Israeli population has grown more than eightfold, from 1.3 million in 1950 to more than 8.6 million people today. Like the rest of the world, our population is aging, but thanks to a birth rate of 2% per year, we are still a young country. Israel is one of the healthiest countries in the world. 9th out of 163 countries, with life expectancy among the highest in the world, 85 for women and 81 years for men. And yet, spends only 7.4% of its GDP on healthcare, well below the OECD average of 9.3%, or in the United States, you know, it's very close to 18%. Since 1995, Israel has a national health insurance law. Coverage for healthcare services is provided by 4 competing non-for-profit HMOs. They provide a defined public basket of services to all of their members. Every citizen is obligated by law to join a health plan, but is free to choose and move from one another. Israel's healthcare system is among the leaders internationally in the widespread implementation of health information technology. It was among the first in the world to implement shared electronic medical records. According to the OECD, Israel's healthcare system is among those with the highest level of quality of care. And I'm proud to say that Israel also among the very first nations to respond and support other countries in times of emergency and catastrophe. Israel has provided humanitarian support and on-site medical care to many countries, including Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Cameroon, Nepal, Armenia, Kosovo, Italy, Rwanda, Turkey, and others. In recent years, Israel was among the first to send medical teams to Haiti and the Philippines and to set up and operate field hospital on the scene. And I'm very, very proud to tell you that since 2013, Israel has evacuated and treated more than 3,000 wounded Syrian refugees, most of them in Nahariya Hospital in the north of Israel. You know, it's not uncommon to find a wounded Syrian refugee sharing hospital room with a wounded Israeli soldier. These are the Jewish values, these are your values, these are our values. Now I'll continue with our main story, the construction of the new public hospital in Israel in the last 40 years in the city of Ashdod. Ashdod is located in the periphery of Israel, 16 miles from the Gaza Strip. It is the 5th largest city in Israel, with 250,000 residents in the city itself, an additional 250,000 residents in the surrounding area. Ashdod was hit by 236 missiles in Operation Protective Edge in 2014. As a result of a new law signed in 2002 and a mega campaign led by the city of Ashdod, the Israeli government issued a tender to build a new hospital. The Assuta Medical Centers Network won the tender in 2011, the first public hospital in Israel to be financed, built and operated by a private company. Assuta Medical Center is the largest private hospital network in Israel with 7 facilities across the country. It is owned by Maccabi Healthcare Services, Israel's most progressive and rapidly growing public non-for-profit HMO, the second largest in the country. The Assuta Ashdod Hospital has been just completed and will open its door hopefully next month. What are the features of this new hospital in Ashdod? First, Assuta Ashdod will be a 300 hospital a 300-bed hospital in the first stage, expanding to 700 beds in the second stage. Second, it will be an advanced general public hospital affiliated with the Ben-Gurion University Medical School of the Negev. And third, it will provide the community with the highest standards of medical services, including special centers for oncology, maternity, childcare, cardiology, and chronic diseases. 4. Assuta Ashdod will be rocket-proof, continuing to work in time of war and missile attack. 5. It is the first green, environmentally friendly hospital in Israel. 6. Assuta Ashdod will have the most advanced medical technology and the most up-to-date, sophisticated equipment. And 7. It will be paperless with a digital infrastructure ensuring real-time communication among the medical staff and between the medical staff, the patients, and their families. And 8. Most important, it will not be just a hospital, but the hub of innovative, totally integrated community care system. It will provide person-centered, coordinated care tailored to the needs and preferences of the individual, the caregiver, and the family. Assuta has joined forces with Maccabi and the Ashdod municipality. Together, we have built the Assuta Ashdod integrated care model. It includes health services, social services, welfare, and other community support services. And therefore, we refer to Assuta Ashdod Medical Center as a community that has a hospital. All work is supported by a digital system that will enable ongoing exchange and sharing of data with patients' consent. To conclude, our vision is to build a long-lasting hospital integrated in the community. Through teamwork, optimism, and relentless effort with the most advanced technologies, we will provide high quality of care for young and old alike. This is an exciting and important Zionist project creating a new dramatic reality in healthcare and in the healthcare system in the south of Israel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shemer. I'd now like to introduce our first panel, the Middle East economy in the Trump era. The participants are Major General Reserve Professor Isaac Ben Yisrael, a member of the Emet Prize Award Committee, Bini Zomer, the Israel Country Manager for Noble Energy, Nissim Tzioni, founder and CEO of Pitchon Lev, Yaka Yanai, CEO and President of Pluristine Therapeutics, Yinon El-Roi, Israel's economic minister to North America from the Ministry of Economy, and the panel will be moderated by Dr. Ephraim Chalamish, a law and business professor at NYU.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the Jerusalem Post, Eli Azur, Ronit Chassin, Yaakov Katz for putting together such a fantastic conference today. I think they all deserve another round of applause here today. And special thanks to all the government ministers and all the executives who came all the way, especially from Israel, to see you guys today. So I think deserve another round of applause. So we heard this morning a couple of times about the Israeli economy as a strategic asset. And I think this is the right opportunity to dig a little bit deeper and to talk about what's really happening in the Israeli economy and why it's so critical to help the economy grow in various aspects of the economy, both as a local player, as a regional player in the Middle East, and in the global economy. We have a stellar panel with us. On my left side, we have Inoon El-Roi, who represents the Israeli economy and industry here this afternoon. On my left, we have Nissim Tzioni, who is the founder and the head of one of the most exciting non-for-profits in Israel dealing with poverty and inequality, named Pitchon Lev. If you've never heard about it, you should definitely look into it, and he will tell us all about it. On my right side, I have Bini Zomer, who is the country manager for Noble Energy, the American energy company, which is working very, very hard to bring natural gas to Israel and to the region, and he will tell us all about the energy sector in Israel. Next to Bini Zomer, we have Professor Itzik Ben Israel, who is really one of the visionaries behind the cyber industry in Israel and the cyber headquarters, the Prime Minister's office. And then, all the way to the right, we have Yaki Yanai, who is the CEO of Pluristem, and he's going to talk about the biotech industry and why his company and his industry, because he is an industry leader, is so important for the future economy. So maybe I'll start with you, Yaki, because you're a CEO of a biotech company. Now, we hear all the time here in the news about the cost of healthcare, about Obamacare and potentially Trumpcare, and you have solutions, smart solutions for all these challenges, both on the cost side and the medicine side. What your company is actually doing and why this is the solution?
Thank you, and hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So Pluristem, like another more than 1,000 companies, is a biotech company based in Israel. In my day job is to be the CEO of Pluristem, but I'm also co-chairing the largest organization in Israel, which is called the Israeli Advanced Technology Industry. Over 700 companies in the high-tech and life science, and the Israeli biotechnology industry is booming. Actually booming, we tripled the number of companies in the last decade, and I do expect that this will continue. I think to answer your question, I will ask maybe the audience if there is anyone that is 45 or younger to raise his hand. Okay. That's very nice to see. If I was asked this question 150 years ago, you've probably been alone here in the audience. So I think that what we're able to see here, that the world is aging dramatically. We doubled our life expectancy in the last 100 years, 150 years, and we need new technologies. Pluristem is one of the companies that provide cell therapy technology, so we will be able to face the huge challenge, but the huge opportunity of aging all over the world. And we are seeing all the main regulators in the world now understand that we need to come with new solution. And for companies like Pluristem, we're getting a lot of support from Europe, Japan, and recently also from the US government by having the 21st Century Cures Act, which give a major advantage in time to market for biotechnology companies and regenerative medicine companies like Pluristem. And Israel have a lot to offer. Israel has a lot to offer in the biotechnology field. So we see a lot of activity, and I think it's going to be very nice.
Thank you, Yaki, for this wonderful introduction. Professor Ben Israel, like biotech, we all heard about the cyber miracle of the Israeli economy. You just reminded me the number, more than 10% of the market comes from Israel. You were one of the visionaries behind it. Very briefly, how did you manage to create or help to create this ecosystem where the government, the private sector, and the Israeli academia, which you're a part of through Tel Aviv University, how you build it all together so quickly?
It all started somewhat after 2010, after the exposure of the attack on the Iranian uranium enrichment centrifuges. And then the Prime Minister called me and said, we have to expect a rise in the threat. What should the government do in order to be prepared to future threats? And I told him nothing. We cannot do anything because we do not know, anyone doesn't know, what are the threats that will be 5 years from now or 6 years from now, because cybersecurity is really the dark side of computer technology. And computer technology, every generation is, every 1 year we have one generation, something like this. So talking about 5 years from now is talking about 5 generations ahead. no one can really prepare himself to threats which cannot be predicted, and therefore we should change the question and say what ecosystem should we build in Israel that will function in such a way that then when the new unpredictable threats will come, we will be able to treat them, they will be able to do them. And ecosystem is mainly talent and people, and this we have in Israel. So we asked ourselves what modification we should do in all our ways of life, in education. For example, in Israel, it's the only place in the world in which you can choose cybersecurity as a subject for matriculation examinations. Things like this, and it works.
Clearly, you and your colleagues helped the cybersecurity world in Israel to be ahead of the curve. When I think about another industry which kind of followed a similar path is the energy industry, because Bini Zomer comes from a company called Noble Energy, which actually, unfortunately, very few people know, but Noble Energy started drilling and looking in Israel years ago. Bini, the last couple of years, you and your colleagues in the energy industry were dealing with various regulatory challenges. You solved most of these issues, and now you're moving forward. Give us a quick update on where the energy industry is and what's your plan for the next 1 to 3 years.
Thank you. I came in this morning and I happened to walk in towards the end of Minister Steinitz's speech where he mentioned the Leviathan natural gas discovery. I think for a long time, I've been in Israel since 2010, and for a long time we lacked a champion, someone who would really take ownership of the industry and create a stable investment climate in Israel. And Minister Steinitz has stepped into that role and really set the path forward to allow us to develop Leviathan. We've taken a final investment decision. It's a $3.75 billion investment that we and our Israeli partners are making. It's the largest privately funded infrastructure in the history of the state of Israel. It's our second major project and third reservoir that we've developed there, third connection point. And in light or thanks to the work of Minister Steinitz and this government, we're going to have 3 sources of energy in Israel. The government gets, the state gets 60% of the revenues that flow in from this, improved economy, cheaper energy, and it makes Israel more competitive. It is going to be one of the few places, I think, we were for the past 7 years saying this was one of the countries where it was very difficult to invest because of what's happened now. Israel is one of the few countries, if not the only country in the world, that's going to have a major offshore natural gas development, and we're going to be flowing gas from Leviathan by the end of 2019.
Terrific. So try to stick around until 2019. Nissim. So Bini reminded us the importance of having someone on the government side who is fully committed to the development of the private sector, at least in his case, the energy sector. In your case, you woke up one day, if you can describe it that way, and based on one little conversation, you realize that the Israeli economic and social story, it's not only about energy and technology and cyber, as we heard from Itzik, but it's really also about the poor, about inequality, and about other parts of the society. Tell us a little bit about what was your vision when you started your organization, and why it's such a big story right now in Israel.
Okay, this is a very important question, especially regarding Israel. The OECD forecast for 2017 says that the economic growth in Israel will continue. But the other report of the OECD says that Israel has the highest poverty rates in the West. This is a dissonance. This is not balanced, and this is one of the biggest problems of Israel. Unfortunately, I am an expert for poverty. And from my place, I can say that if we want to create balance, we have to change the way that we are thinking about investing in poverty. And I will explain what I mean. When I founded Pitchon Lev organization in 1998, there were 100,000 people beneath the poverty line. Now, after 19 years of hard work of all of us, we have now 1,800,000 people beneath the poverty line. So we have a big problem in Israel. And Pitchon Lev organization, the vision is breaking the cycle of poverty. We're doing it by helping more than 250,000 Israelis with food and the basic needs. And we also operate an educational program, especially for children at youth. We're taking them for 7 years, escort them 3 years in high school, 3 years in the army, and 1 year into the civil life. That's the way that we can create balance in the Israeli society.
Thank you very much, and I think the fact that we are hosting here you today with the Jerusalem Post is a statement by itself that with all our important work on energy and cyber and the biotech, we will never forget the non-for-profit sector in Israel, which is obviously growing, and we are here fully committed. Inoon, you work for the Israeli government. You are the voice of the Ministry of Economy and Industry. We heard a few times from our friends here how important it is to work with the government. Since there are so many corporate executives in the House, could you please remind us the role of the government in this process, especially when it comes to trade and investment?
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I have the luck of being the last in this first cycle because I think my colleagues demonstrated quite heavily how it's important. Looking at a company from the biotech, this is kind of a B2B. The Israeli market is very small. They cannot survive only in Israel, and therefore they can get support from the government both for open doors and both for funding in order to get into foreign markets. Speaking on cybersecurity and energy and space and some other topics in Israel like mobility, the government combines many times needs. We had a need in a cyber security, we had a need in the space, and then we try to do several things. First, to fulfill the need. Second, to decrease the risk of the entrepreneurs and of the private sector to go into this sector. And third, try to build an ecosystem or make an environment favorable for ecosystem to have those companies and entrepreneurs working in. This is one thing. Second, don't forget we have one of the most sophisticated and, according to me at least, advanced vehicles for encouragement of R&D. We had the Office of the Chief Scientist that since the beginning of the year branded itself again, and now it's not only branding, it's changing of the DNA of this organization. And this is an organism which will support kind of $350 million annually for the companies. The second act that the government does, and this got to do with the inequality in the Israeli market, don't forget that we have 150,000, maybe more, maybe less, I would say, top engineers, people that have special skills. This is not all the population, and therefore the government invests a lot of funding both to get populations which their participation rate is lower in order to have more people coming into the labor force. Last thing, if I may add, is that due to the fact that I was talking about these 150,000 people, that they are the brain and they work in R&D centers and they create their companies, etc., don't forget, none of us here and in the distinguished audience, that it's very important also to Israel to have, diverse jobs. We need to have manufacturing in Israel, and we have services in order to have as many people there and not in poverty.
Since, you mentioned the diversity of the workforce in Israel and the need for the engineers, here I want to throw the ball back to your field, Bini. When you think about energy, because it's relatively a new industry, we don't have enough engineers. And clearly, you and Nobel Energy are working hard to find the talent, but also to create the talent. And here I would like to connect it to Bitchon Lev as well, because I understand that not only that you build the next generation engineers in Israel in the energy sector, but you also build partnership with other non-for-profits like Nissim. So can you talk a little bit about your role in the society at large?
Sure. I think, well, we don't lack engineers in Israel. We have a lot of engineers in Israel. We don't have engineers that have a background in oil and gas exploration and production. So unlike cyber, where Israel really, or biotech, where Israel really is an innovator on the world stage, what's happened in the oil and gas industry, Israel had a long history of failures in the oil and gas industry, had drilled 500 wells over 60 years, and had a lot of failures. It wasn't until Noble came in. Noble's an Oklahoma founded company based in Houston, where we had our first offshore discovery in 1999 and first production in 2004. And a lot of that was expertise from the States or from overseas. What we are trying to do now and what we're committed to is building a domestic oil and gas industry in Israel. And because of that, we have invested in education programs, really from a young age to expose young students in schools to what the oil and gas industry has to offer, up to training facilities where we have a partnership for building engineers and a lot of the blue-collar work which we and other industries are lacking in Israel. In addition to that, we think it's very important. We have a purpose, Noble. It's energizing the world, bettering people's lives. And so we don't forget also that there are some people who won't be brought into this and that we need to form those partnerships. And by chance, Nissim and I are here on the panel, but before Pesach, we did have a partnership with them and are proud of what we do as part of the community. We have 180 Israeli employees today. That is going to grow. And so we're proud of that partnership. But really the best thing that we do in Israel and the best thing that we can do for the economy and for the growth and to bring people out of poverty is to continue to develop our core business. And that's what we're committed to doing for the next several decades.
Thank you very much, Binny. And I'm sure Nissim, that you would love to see more companies building these kind of partnerships. Yaki, I think it's not a secret that Trump's new policies when it comes to healthcare, they're a little bit different. And with respect to regulatory approvals and with respect to opening markets, things are happening literally on a daily basis. What does it mean for the future biotech industry, maybe your company specifically? And maybe this is a good time to mention that you recently announced partnership with the U.S. government, which obviously raises all types of interesting opportunities for you. Can you mention that briefly?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the Israeli biotechnology is moving very quickly. I think we all heard in the morning the different ministers talking about, for example, the radioactive threat from Iran, from all over the world. All of us are very concerned recently about radiation. And you know what? I have the solution in my pocket. That's a solution for now. In the last 3 years, we developed this product, placenta-derived product, together with the U.S. government, with a different administration, including the Trump administration now. And now we are in a final stage, hopefully, that the solution for threat in radiation will come from Israel. We are based in Haifa, near the Carmel Mountain. And I do expect to see this product with the support of the U.S. government, which is funding, and all of you as U.S. citizens, you are lucky that your government is actually looking for that. And we were able to demonstrate that if we're going to inject these cells after exposure to radiation, we see that we're able to keep the entire population alive versus that. And this is exactly when we are seeing.
Terrific. Thank you, Yaki, and congratulations on this accomplishment. One thing you guys will need for sure is good cyber protection to make sure that your IP is well protected. Professor Ben Israel, When people here in the audience, when they think about cyber, sometimes they think about government. So the best example is the North Korean hacking story with Sony. But sometimes they think about criminals and other hacking in the private sector, the business community. How do you bridge this gap between the government side of cyber world and private?
At the end of the day, it's all about talent, about people. And people in Israel, as we all know, we have a compulsory service, and we sort the people before we send them to certain units. And some of them are sent to, some of them with the right skills are sent to cyber units in the defense. And then they go out after 3 years and to the market, sometimes to university, sometimes to commercial market. And we built a system that combines everything around this talent. Therefore, this is, by the way, the most, we are called many times startup nation, cyber nation, etc. The real secret behind this is the talent, the people that move from one community to the other.
So this is very important. So you're saying that the revolving door reality where people split their life between government and private sector is very influential in building a vibrant cyber community. Inon, when you think about the next generation of trade and foreign investment, we heard this morning from various ministers here about the pivot towards Asia, China, India. How the Israeli economy will continue and develop the North American market in this changing reality?
I think that every change of policy brings a lot of opportunities. So if there's going to be bigger and higher support and productivity and competitivity will be higher here, probably some of the companies will shift additional efforts in order to work in the US. And you know, this is in the private market. Generally, companies and CEOs like we have here, they will do what is right to them. What we need to do is to continue and seek for the advantages we have in Israel. And again, we didn't have gas a couple of years ago, so it was non-issue. Today we have gas, so it's also an issue to create an industry. Same for the space. When we were less mature in regarding to the space and to the cyber, we didn't invest so much, but when you have critical mass, then it's worth to continue investments in order to create industry in Israel in these sectors.
Thank you. Nissim, we heard so many times today how well the government is doing on finance and others. So could you please remind us why at the end of the day the government itself with all these accomplishments cannot solve the poverty and the helping the poor? Very briefly, please.
Okay, even that we know that Israel faced a security threat, I still believe, and we in Pitchon Lev believe, that this is the responsibility of the government to solve the problem of the poverty. And that's why we wrote the Pitchon Lev law that says that the government must take responsibility to take care of the poverty. But I want to tell you one thing. Pitchon Lev is making a good job in Israel and creating change with partners from business company. But I want to share with you a small story, okay? Sure. How it started. One day when I was a host in the Israeli radio and a musician, a woman came to me with 2 little children, and she said to me, "Save my life." I said, "What happened?" And she said, "Me and my 2 children, we haven't eaten anything for 2 days." That's the way that the vision of found Pitchon Lev happened.
Thank you. We're very close towards the end of the panel. What I would like to do in the last minute we have is each one of these great participants mention one thing which is between you and accomplishing your vision for the next 5 years, and what do you think needs to happen to achieve it, whether the audience here in the room or people who listen to us from all over the world. Very briefly, one line.
Israel is on the way to become the biotech nation. We are switching from the startup nation to the biotech nation. We're going to increase the number of people that we employ in the advanced industries from 8%, hopefully to 15%. And I hope that you're going to be unemployed very soon, Nissim. So,
thank you. Thank you. Terrific. Professor Ben Israel.
Speaking about cybersecurity, cyber technology, today, something like 20% of the global investment in cyber technology R&D is done in Israel. I would like to multiply it by
multiply. Excellent. Bini, between you and the vision for energy independence and natural gas to all your neighbors.
Well, we're going to develop Leviathan. We're going to make Israel energy independent. And we're going to make Israel an exporter, not just to countries in the region, but beyond the region. I think there's nothing standing in the way of that. What it will require continued commitment from the government to keep focus on getting these things done and opening up these markets. And I'm confident that this government and any future government will be committed to that because it is important not just for the industry, but for the economy and for the state of Israel.
Thank you very much, Bini. Last two. Nissim, what's between you and the vision?
Okay, we all know that...
20 seconds.
Okay, we all know that Israel is a powerful military nation. But the real danger to Israel is not the nuclear in Iran. The real danger to Israel is the problem, the social problem that we have to face. And one last sentence. I hope that the government will learn from business company and from the people in Israel and will take real responsibility to solve the problem of poverty in Israel.
Thank you so much. Last word, very briefly.
I think it would be nice if we will increase the export in 30% till 2020 and decrease the cost of living. And I want to propose to you friendship, each one of you. Please come to work with Israel, invest in Israel, sell to Israel, buy from Israel for all of us prosperity.
Thank you very much. I want to encourage you all to become part of this wonderful economic story, whether you want to join the government, help Nissim in this wonderful organization, join the energy story, help the cybersecurity grow in multiple, and then finally being part of the biotech, truly miracle that we heard about today. Thank you, Yaki, Professor Ben Israel, Bini, Nissim, and Yinon. Thank you all for coming, and all the best.
Thank you, Effie.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much to our panelists and to Dr. Chalamish, my good friend, for moderating the panel. Chaim Bibas is the mayor of Modi'in, Maccabim, and Reut, and the chairperson of the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel, an umbrella organization for municipalities and local councils throughout the country, which is responsible for implementing all reforms throughout in education, infrastructure, and the economy. In addition, Chaim has the Prime Minister's ear and served as head of Benjamin Netanyahu's election campaigns, if I'm not mistaken, in 2007, 12, 13, and 15. So maybe he'll reveal to us today when the next elections are coming. But before I invite Mayor Chaim Bibas, let's watch a short film about the Federation.
הממשלה אחראית בפני כולם. העירייה אחראית בפני כל אחד. תאמינו לי שזה יותר קשה להיות אחראי בפני כל אחד, מאשר להיות אחראי בפני כל אחד.
The Federation of Local Authorities in Israel represents 257 local authorities, 75 cities, 128 local authorities, 54 regional councils. Jews, Arabs, Druze, and Circassians, Bedouins and Christians, secular, religious, and Orthodox Jews from central and peripheral cities. A complex human mosaic united under one vision to form a bridge between the central and the local government for the betterment of all citizens of Israel. The Federation of Local Authorities is the executive arm of the central government of Israel. It implements all the reforms, projects, rules, and regulations pertaining to the life of the citizens. At the Federation of Local Authorities, we reduce the number of students in classrooms and increase the professional workforce in educational institutions, brought about a reduction in the cost of services, and found resources for these educational frameworks in order to ease the task of the parents. We built educational and cultural institutions and promoted projects for civic renewal and innovative urban planning in the local authorities. We added millions of new Israel shekels to the municipal budgets. We improved dramatically the human assets in the local government by raising salaries and furthered employees' professional training through the establishment of an academic college for the local authorities. We promoted the advancement of women's status and gender equality, culture, sports, and leisure time, environmental quality, and the development of infrastructures. We continue to work for the improvement of all services in all aspects of life. We pave streets, build neighborhoods, parks, offer cultural activities, welfare, and more. We are leading the local government to progress and modernization, adopting the smart city model. Now, looking ahead, Mr. Chaim Bibas, chairman of the Federation of Local Authorities, is also the mayor of Modi'in Maccabim Reut, a young, modern, and lively city developing fast. Mr. Chaim Bibas is dedicated to innovative thinking in local government affairs. This innovative concept will continue to lead the Federation of Local Authorities as it faces future challenges, working together for the welfare of all Israel's inhabitants.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Chaim Bibas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor for me to speak to you today as chairman of the Federation of Local Government of Israel and as the mayor of Modi'in Maccabim Reut. My name is Chaim Bibas and I am very glad to be with you here today. A few days ago, the State of Israel celebrated the 69th anniversary. And we have much to be thankful for and to be proud as the miracle of establishment and achievement of the State of Israel is continued to be felt throughout the world. Although external threats surround us, our successful and prosperous country with its unique history unparalleled in the world continue to flourish. Despite different views between the various sectors among the Israeli people and municipalities, Israel remains strong and united and totally committed to our secure existence. In 2008, I was first elected as mayor of Modi'in Maccabim Reut, a dynamic and flourishing city located between Tel Aviv and the capital city of Israel, Jerusalem. Modi'in Maccabim Reut symbolizes the vision and development of Israel as imagined by our founders and leaders. Modi'in Maccabim Reut stand proud as the fulfillment of the Zionist dream in Israel. In 2014, I was elected by the majority of mayors in Israel as chairman of the Federation of Local Authorities, which serves as the representative organization of all local authorities in Israel. The Federation, as you have seen, represent equally all local government throughout the country. In fact, the Federation equally represents a wide variety of local government with a diverse population from the center to the periphery, Arab and Jewish. As such, it represents the interest of all local government vis-à-vis the various ministries, the Knesset, as well as the international arena. The Federation of Local Authorities is the executive arm of the Israeli government. It serves as a professional sanctuary for all mayors, council members, director generals, and senior managers at the various municipalities. We mayors are the only politicians directly elected by the public. As such, we are in charge of well-being of more than 8 million citizens. It is we that approach to answer their needs, and accordingly, we strive to promote a higher quality of life in Israel in all aspects of civic life. One of the Federation's main objectives for the future is to implement innovation within the local authorities. We embrace the use of technology and work to integrate smart solutions and innovative large-scale project into the daily life of our residents in order to save time and cost and to become more efficient. In January, we held the first municipal innovation event in Israel, Muni Expo. That's offered cutting-edge technology, enterprise, and services to municipalities. Following its success, we decided that next year, in February 2018, we shall lend our Muni Expo an international touch. Within it, we would like to see companies not only from Israel, but from throughout the world offer their innovation and startups with regard to municipal issues. I would like to urge you to take an interest in making Israel cities top level and to serve models for emulation for nations throughout the world. I invite you to be part of that tomorrow, to promote and develop the cities from the Galil to the Negev, north and southeast cities in Israel. In addition to the exposition, we will host an international conference in which prominent personalities from municipal and central government in Israel and abroad shall take part. This shall mark the 8th-year anniversary of the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel and the 70-year anniversary of the State of Israel. Our hope is to host hundreds of mayors from all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today not only as mayor of Modi'in Maccabimut, not only as chairman of the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel, but as an ambassador of goodwill, an ambassador of all Israeli mayors, whether Jewish, Arab, Druze, and Bedouin. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all about local government. We mayors truly touch the lives of our citizens in all fields of life: education, infrastructure, property, welfare, technology, and more. We will continue to lead Israel towards success, partnership, and continuous development. This is, I think so, is the foundation of our existence. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
You've all heard of Mobileye, the company that was sold to Intel just a few months ago for $15 billion to enable autonomous driving. Well, the same founders of Mobileye also founded another company called Orcam. And to learn more about Orcam, an amazing company, I turn to Elad Sorfati, Senior Vice President for Orcam.
Hi, shalom. My name is Elad Sorfati, and today I'll present to you Orcam technology. Orcam is the most innovative wearable device today in the market. The whole story started 6 years ago. 6 years ago, the same founders of Mobileye, Professor Shashua and Ziv Aviram, has founded another company. The concept, the idea was to take computer vision, deep learning, all of those big high-tech words, and to apply it in a way to change people's life around the world. And then when we thought about who can use artificial vision, the immediate answer was people who cannot see, visually impaired people. And that's how Orcam was founded. So if you think about it, visually impaired people, and that's what we thought at the beginning, they need to navigate. That was our first assumption, that we need to create some kind of algorithm to help them go into space, to go in to navigate, to avoid obstacles in the room, in the streets, and on and on. But then afterwards, when we had some brainstorming and some discussion with visually impaired people, we understood that we are on the wrong course. And the thing that are lacking the most is information, education. And if you think about it, on our daily use, what each one of us is using to observe information is amazing. It's the morning newspaper, the Jerusalem Post, a book, a text message, the product on the shelf, right? Even the color of the shirt, it's information. The money that we hold, okay? The street sign, the bus number, the name of a store, all of those are pieces of information we don't pay attention. But for visually impaired people, it's the whole thing. And they need to depend on someone to give them that type of information. So that's what we have done for the last 6 years. We have created a software that helps people to read, to detect faces, product, money, street sign, all of those in the same device. Okay. Can you have the next slide, please? Okay. I would like to show you a short video of Kathy. Kathy is an Orcam user for the last year. And the thing that you will hear over here is something that we gave her. We gave her independent. Okay, let's see.
My name is Kathy. Currently, I am almost blind. My left eye, I had a birth defect. And the only thing they could really do to help me was positioning the eye. And then I developed central vein occlusion in my one good eye. Within the first 2 years, I had lost the ability to read a newspaper, a book, a greeting card, just about anything. I was first contacted and asked if I was interested in a test marketing study that they were doing for a new piece of equipment to help people who had even just a slight amount of vision be able to read. I was so comfortable with it right off the bat. I mean, anybody you take a photograph of or Pam is going to recognize them. Joe? It has brought me so much independence. I'm so thrilled to not have to ask my husband to do so many tasks that I was unable to do before. We went to a store last week, to a card store, and for the first time in 13 years, I stood there and read a card. We went grocery shopping following that, and I was able to read the signs at the end of the aisle and know what aisle to go into to find a particular product. But these are the kinds of changes that it's made in my life, finding out that it can read signs, street signs. There are so many people that are unable to read. Their vision is so low. Their possibilities are so limited. And with Orcam in their life, all of that disappears. When you thought it was hopeless, it's not. That's thanks to Orcam.
Thank you. So we had a good software, and now we needed a good piece of hardware. And we wanted to have a hardware, a wearable device that can be a friend that will whisper in your ear. For wearable device, there are 3 elements that need to be done. The first thing is to be in every pocket, to fit any pocket. The second element is a long battery life. But the third element, which is the toughest one, is easy to use. You got a very innovative piece of equipment, but you need to make it easy to use because visually impaired people can be any age, from kids to seniors. That was very difficult. And we had a lot of brainstorming. We had a lot of brainstorming inside the company, trying to understand how to make it easy to use. And the Minister Bennett, which is not here right now, Minister Bennett always brag about the Israeli high-tech scene, about thinking out of the box, etc., etc. And the same case happened over here. It was a funny story. It was after the weekend. One of the engineers came to the office and said, I found a solution. Found a solution how to make it work in an easy way. And the thing is that during the weekend, he was looking on his baby. And the baby, when he was trying to get something, he was pointing. He was pointing to the food, to the water, to the father, to the mother. With a simple hand gesture, he pointed what he wanted to get. That's what we have done. We thought that the natural gesture, by pointing, will enable us to get information, because everybody can point, right? So we'll point to the text, and the device will read for us. We'll point to the product, and it will tell us what kind of product it is. And also the money, the street sign, and all of those. People, we don't point at people. People will detect automatically. But if I would like to know the time, I just need to lift my wrist, and the device will tell me the time automatically. And that's the idea. The idea was to get everything into one device, which will be very intuitive and very powerful. I would like, can I have the next slide? I would like to call to the stage a special user of us by the name of Pedro Liz. Pedro has a genetic disorder. He lost his sight during the years, and today he's working as a DJ in a local radio station. Hi, Pedro.
Hi, Ella. How are you?
Good. So, Pedro, tell me about yourself.
My name is Pedro Liz. I have an eye condition called retinitis pigmentosa, and I'm losing my sight little by little. And thank you for having me here.
For how long do you use the product, Pedro?
For about a year.
And what that did for you?
It's a life-changing device. It changed my life in so many ways. Now I can in the privacy in my own house, I can read my mail. I used to just wait until somebody had the time to read the mail for me. Or I can grab a book or a newspaper, wherever, a text, I can read.
And the face recognition, do you use the face recognition?
Yeah, the face recognition also helped me a lot because sometimes I have a large family, and sometimes we gather together and I talking with somebody either next to me or across the room, and somebody else called me, I turn my head, and that person that I was talking, without telling me, walked to another room, and when I want to resume the conversation, that I'm talking with a chair. So now, what I do is, I scan the room, and when I find the person, I start talking.
Thank you. Can you demonstrate the OCR capability of Orca?
Sure. I have a book over here. I just can open it and point to it.
All text is too small. Try to hold it closer.
Smarter than me.
Text seems blurry. Please hold it steady.
I might be shaking.
Insight applying God's wisdom to react to difficult situations. Persevere.
And I can take it away, it's still real, already scanned it. But this feature is very good, and I like it because in other OCR devices, you gotta wait until the text is done. But with this device, I can point.
Deuteronomy 20.
If I don't want to read that, I can slide my finger down,
head and not the tail. If you
and the Orca will jump to where I'm pointing until I find the text that I'm really interested in.
Thank you very much, Pedro.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for letting us introduce Orca system. We'll be outside if you would like to test the device. Let's go.
I think you'll all agree with me that was amazing. In wars today, there are three fronts. There's the battlefield, could be in the Gaza Strip, in Lebanon, in Syria. There's the home front, where the rockets and missiles that Israel's enemies have in their arsenals land throughout the country of Israel. And then there's the public diplomacy front, places like the United Nations or the corridors of the Security Council. We're fortunate to have with us today Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon, who will be joined on stage for an interview with Herb Kanan, the Jerusalem Post diplomatic correspondent and commentator. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Danny Danon and Herb Kanan.
Ambassador Danon, thank you for being with us today. Minister Shaked was here just a few minutes ago and she said that Israel has ceased to be the punching bag at the UN, which I guess would make you Israel's Rocky Balboa at the UN. Is that an accurate description? Have we ceased to be the punching bag there?
Shalom, I'm very happy to be here again, to see so many dear friends. At the UN, sometimes I feel alone. But when I come here, I see so many colleagues from the government, from the Knesset, from Israel. I really happy to be here. I want to thank Yaakov Katz and you for inviting me. Maybe next year we'll do it inside the UN, the Jerusalem Post Conference. Indeed, we do feel a change at the UN. Ambassador Nikki Haley, she's a great ambassador of the United States. Yes, she deserves it. And we work together to bring the UN where it should be. Where the founding fathers of the UN decided to form the UN, they thought about promoting peace. But what's happening today at the UN is exactly the opposite. And I'm very optimistic. We saw it a few weeks ago when there was a report by ESCWA. I don't know if you heard about this organization. ESCWA decided to compare Israel to an apartheid state. Can you believe it? We have minorities in the government. We have minorities in the Knesset, even the Supreme Court, and they call us an apartheid state. The first moment I saw the report, I called Nikki Haley. I met with her the same day. We issued separately statements, and we asked the Secretary General to reject this shameful report. After a day, Secretary General Guterres announced that he is rejecting this shameful report. And the lady who wrote the report, an anti-Semite, a BDS promoter by the name of Rima Khalaf, she resigned the same day. Good riddance.
So you're saying essentially then that Nikki Haley, I mean, we've seen a real change in tone, but it's more than tone. There's actually actions behind what she's saying?
Absolutely. Every 3 months we have a debate in the Security Council. They call it debate on the Middle East. When they say Middle East at the UN, they don't speak about Syria, Yemen, Libya. They focus only on Israel. And Nikki Haley said before the debate, this time it will be different. This time we will speak about Iran, we will speak about Hezbollah, and it happened. It happened, and I hope that it will continue. It will be hard. Next month, Uruguay will lead the Security Council, but I'm very optimistic that we will continue to see the change.
Look, we saw last week in the UNESCO at the executive board meeting that this or the resolution saying that disavowing Israeli sovereignty over Jerusalem passed with only 38% of the 55 countries there voting for it. I think it was 22-10 with the rest abstaining. What does that mean? What does that show that the 38% of those voting voted against it?
First, let's analyze it for a minute. UNESCO, it's an agency that needs to focus on culture, education, heritage, and look what they did. They say to us that we cannot live in Jerusalem. That's a chutzpah. That's a chutzpah to tell us that it is illegitimate for Jews to live in Jerusalem. And yes, we made a very strong remarks about it, and the Prime Minister decided to cut funding to the UN because of that. And we will continue. We will continue to fight back. We will not sit idly by when we will see those ridiculous, some of them meaningless statements passing in UNESCO. But we saw a change in the vote of the European countries, and we're very happy about it.
You mentioned that the Prime Minister Netanyahu cut back the funds to the UN. I think he cut, now we're going to pay $2.7 million instead of $11.7 million. Does that matter to the UN? I mean, are those numbers significant? And why has it taken Israel so long to take this action?
Well, my approach that we don't sit quietly. Some people would say that I'm too aggressive sometimes with the UN, but it works. And it's not about the money that Israel will not pay to the UN. There was a letter a few days ago that was signed by 100 senators, which said very clearly to the Secretary General that the US will not continue to support the UN if the UN continue to attack Israel. And that's a little bit more than a few $1 million. The US gives 25% of the UN budget. So I think what we are actually saying that yes, we are cutting our funds, but maybe some stronger countries will follow us.
That letter, I mean, do you think that will have impact? It's not just a symbolic note of where the...
I know already that it made an impact. And today the way they treat Israel at the UN it differently. And I hope it will continue to be that way.
How do you explain that two countries with whom Israel has pretty good bilateral relations now, Russia and China, continue to vote against us in the UN?
Well, for me, it's the main goal is to close the gap between the great bilateral relations that we have with many countries. But when it comes to the multilateral relation that the UN, UNESCO, it's not the same. And I do speak with the ambassadors, and I ask them, why you support these shameful resolutions? And the answer I get most of the times, well, Danny, that's the way we voted last year. So it is very hard for us to change it. I don't accept it. The new condition, new reality on the ground, and it's not acceptable that those countries and others will continue to support those ridiculous resolutions.
And do you see them changing? Do you see Russia at a certain point?
First of all, we saw change in the European countries, and we are grateful for that. And I believe we will see change also with Russia and China. When I was elected a few months ago to chair the UN Legal Committee, and I became the first Israeli ever to chair a UN committee, it was not easy. Thank you. The great democracies of Syria, Iran, Yemen, they attacked me for chairing a committee. And then we went to a vote in the General Assembly, and countries like India and Singapore, which we have great bilateral relations, supported me. And at the end of the vote, I got the support of 109 member states who supported me. So it shows that when you have good bilateral relations, you can make the change at the UN as well.
So which countries do Israelis not appreciate enough who do support Israel very strongly in the UN? Like if you want to plan your vacation schedule, where should we go?
I can tell you where not to go. But first of all, I learned that at the UN, a vote is a vote. The vote of the Marshall Islands is the same vote of the US and Russia. So we are grateful to our friends from the Pacific Islands, Palau, Marshall Islands. They stand with us, and we are grateful for that. And we have many friends. And some of the people, when it comes to supporting Israel, they do it quietly, not publicly. And our mission is to make sure that in the future, they will support Israel publicly as well.
Look, Israel was obviously infuriated at UN Security Council Resolution 2334. In the 4 months since it's passed, has it had any real impact?
Yes. The Palestinians are lying all the time. And this resolution actually encourages them to continue to lie. Abu Mazen was in the White House a few days ago, and he lied. And he lied to President Trump when he said that he's educating towards peace. That is a lie. Marwan Barghouti is leading a hunger strike in Israel. He's also lying. It's not a hunger strike because, I don't know if you saw it, but he was caught eating at night in his cell. That is a fake hunger strike. It's not a hunger strike. So this resolution at the Security Council encourages the Palestinians to continue to lie to the world because they can get whatever they want without negotiating with Israel, without facing reality. And hopefully, with Nikki Haley, we'll be able to change this resolution. It's not easy, but I want to remind you, and I see some of the people who support Israel for many years here in New York, in 1975, the UN adopted the resolution which equates Zionism to racism. And it took us 16 years to repeal this resolution. I believe we can do the same with this resolution.
Are there real efforts, though, now to try to repeal it?
Yes, it's not easy because, as you mentioned, Russia, China will probably veto it, but I think gradually we can make a change.
I think we have time for one last question. Israel has never been on the Security Council, one of the few countries in the UN who hasn't been on the Security Council. You put in a bid for 2019, 2020, I think the votes next year. What are the chances? I mean, is it a real possibility that we could win a seat?
When I spoke with my colleagues in Jerusalem and I told them I'm running to be the chairman of the 6th committee, of the legal committee, they responded, no way. Nobody will allow it. And sometimes when I say that I want that Israel will sit at the Security Council, people are skeptical about it. But I believe that Israel is a full member state at the UN and we can win this race. And hopefully one day we will see our Prime Minister sit at the Security Council.
We're running against Belgium and Germany for 2 seats. Do you see the U.S. giving its full backing to us in order for us to get a seat there?
Well, you need to ask my colleague that will come later on today, the Americans that will speak here. But the way I see the U.S. supporting Israel, standing with Israel at the UN, I am very optimistic about it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
אני עדן, אני בת 18 ואני לומדת בעמל ואני גרה ברמלה. הייתי תלמידה לא טובה, זלזלתי, לא הייתי נכנסת לשיעורים, היה לי ממוצע 30. לא הסכימו לקבל אותי לבית ספר הזה. פתחו כיתה מיוחדת בשבילנו, של כל מי שלא הסכימו לקבל אותו.
הילדים האלה התגלגלו במהלך החיים למקומות לא משהו. בסדר, הם כולם הגיעו לכאן כי אף אחד אחר לא רצה אותם.
אתם בעצם הגשמה של חלום, עשיתם מסלול ארוך של תוכנית 7, סיימתם תיכון בהצלחה, התגייסתם לצבא, קיבלתם עוד ליווי שנה שלמה באזרחות, והתוצאה היא מדהימה.
פתחון לב, קודם כל העלו לי את הביטחון. ופתאום הגעתי לתעודת הצטיינות. בעקבות הפרויקט התנדבנו לארוז אוכל לאנשים שאין להם כסף. ולקשישים.
המקומות הכי משמעותיים לאדם זה המקומות שבהם הוא נותן לאחר.
יש עוד אנשים חוץ ממך שהם צריכים אותך בעצם, הם צריכים את העזרה שלך, ואתה פה.
בעיניי פתחון לב זאת זכות. זאת זכות לכל מי שמתקרב ונוגע בזה.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Eli Beer, founder and president of United Hatzalah of Israel, which provides immediate emergency medical first response care across the country with a network of 3,500 completely volunteer medics, utilizing innovative technology to reach patients in 3 minutes or less. Ladies and gentlemen, Eli Beer.
Well, this is the only way you get on time for lunch. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eli Beer. I grew up in Jerusalem, Israel. I was actually born and raised in Israel, in Jerusalem. By the age of 6 years old, I experienced a terrible experience that, unfortunately, I don't want anyone to experience. I saw the first bomb attack on a bus ever in Israel, the number 12 bus. I was a young kid, and I remember seeing the bus on fire, but more than everything, I remember an old man laying on the floor and yelling for help. And I was frightened, I was scared, and I saw this man yelling and screaming for someone to help him just get up. I ran away and I left him on the floor. Couldn't do anything.